Political Ideologies. An Introduction. Andrew Heywood. Preview. All people are political thinkers. Whether they know it or not, people use political ideas and concepts whenever they express their opinion or speak their mind. Everyday language is littered with terms such as freedom, fairness, equality, justice, and rights. In the same way, words such as conservative, liberal, socialist, communist and fascist are regularly employed by people either to describe their own views, or those of others. However, even though such terms are familiar, even commonplace, they are seldom used with any precision or a clear grasp of their meaning. What, for instance, is equality? What does it mean to say that all people are equal? Are people born equal? Should they be treated by society as if they are equal? Should people have equal rights, equal opportunities, equal political influence, equal wages? Similarly, words such as socialist or fascist are commonly misused. What does it mean to call someone a fascist? What values or beliefs do fascists hold, and why do they hold them? How do socialist views differ from those of, say, liberals, conservatives or anarchists? This book examines the substantive ideas and beliefs of the major political ideologies. This introductory chapter reflects on the nature of political ideology. It does so by examining the role of ideas in politics, the life and, sometimes convoluted, times of the concept of ideology, the structure of ideological thought, the extent to which ideologies conform to a left/right divide, and the changing landscape of political ideologies. In the process, it discusses issues such as why and when a body of political thought should be classified as an ideology, as well as what this implies, and whether there is evidence that so-called new ideologies are in the process of displacing the classical ideologies of old. The notion of the end of ideology is examined in Chapter 12. The role of ideas. Not all political thinkers have accepted that ideas and ideologies are of much importance. Politics has sometimes been thought to be little more than a naked struggle for power. If this is true, political ideas are mere propaganda, a form of words or collection of slogans designed to win votes or attract popular support. Ideas and ideologies are therefore simply window dressing, used to conceal the deeper realities of political life. The opposite argument has also been put, however. The UK economist John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946, for example, argued that the world is ruled by little other than the ideas of economic theorists and political philosophers. As he put it in the closing pages of his general theory, practical men, who believe themselves to be quite exempt from any intellectual influences, are usually the slaves of some defunct economist. Madmen in authority, who hear voices in the air, are distilling their frenzy from some academic scribbler of a few years back. Keynes 1936–1963. This position highlights the degree to which beliefs and theories provide the wellspring of human action. The world is ultimately ruled by academic scribblers. Such a view suggests, for instance, that modern capitalism, CP 97, developed, in important respects, out of the classical economics of Adam Smith, CP 52, and David Ricardo, 1772–1823, that Soviet communism was shaped significantly by the writing of Karl Marx, CP 124, and V. I. Lenin, CP 124, and that the history of Nazi Germany can only be understood by reference to the doctrines advanced in Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. In reality, both of these accounts of political life are one-sided and inadequate. Political ideas are not merely a passive reflection of vested interests or personal ambition, but have the capacity to inspire and guide political action itself and so to shape material life. At the same time, political ideas do not emerge in a vacuum, they do not drop from the sky like rain. All political ideas are molded by the social and historical circumstances in which they develop and by the political ambitions they serve. Quite simply, political thought and political practice are inseparably linked. Any balanced and persuasive account of political life must therefore acknowledge the constant interplay between ideas and ideologies on the one hand, and historical and social forces on the other. Ideas and ideologies influence political life in a number of ways. They structure political understanding and so set goals and inspire activism. Shape the nature of political systems. Act as a form of social cement. In the first place, ideologies provide a perspective, or lens, through which the world is understood and explained. People do not see the world as it is, but only as they expect it to be. In other words, they see it through a veil of ingrained beliefs, opinions, and assumptions. Whether consciously or subconsciously, everyone subscribes to a set of political beliefs and values that guide their behavior and influence their conduct. Political ideas and ideologies thus set goals that inspire political activism. In this respect, politicians are subject to two very different influences. Without doubt, all politicians want power. This forces them to be pragmatic, to adopt those policies and ideas that are electorally popular or win favor with powerful groups, such as business or the military. However, politicians seldom seek power simply for its own sake. They also possess beliefs, values, and convictions, if to different degrees, about what to do with power when it is achieved. Second, political ideologies help to shape the nature of political systems. Systems of government vary considerably throughout the world and are always associated with particular values or principles. Absolute monarchies were based on deeply established religious ideas, notably the divine right of kings. The political systems in most contemporary Western countries are founded on a set of liberal democratic principles. Western states are typically founded on a commitment to limited and constitutional government, as well as the belief that government should be representative, in the sense that it is based on regular and competitive elections. In the same way, traditional communist political systems conform to the principles of Marxism, Leninism. Even the fact that the world is divided into a collection of nation-states and that government power is usually located at the national level reflects the impact of political ideas, in this case of nationalism and, more specifically, the principle of national self-determination. Finally, political ideas and ideologies can act as a form of social cement, providing social groups, and indeed whole societies, with a set of unifying beliefs and values. Political ideologies have commonly been associated with particular social classes, for example, liberalism with the middle classes, conservatism with the landed aristocracy, socialism with the working class, and so on. These ideas reflect the life experiences, interests, and aspirations of a social class, and therefore help to foster a sense of belonging and solidarity. However, ideas and ideologies can also succeed in binding together divergent groups and classes within a society. For instance, there is a unifying bedrock of liberal democratic values in most Western states, while in Muslim countries Islam has established a common set of moral principles and beliefs. In providing society with a unified political culture, political ideas help to promote order and social stability. Nevertheless, a unifying set of political ideas and values can develop naturally within a society, or it can be enforced from above in an attempt to manufacture obedience and exercise control. The clearest examples of such official ideologies have been found in fascist, communist, and religious fundamentalist regimes. Views of ideology. This book is primarily a study of political ideologies, rather than an analysis of the nature of ideology. Much confusion stems from the fact that, though obviously related, ideology and ideologies are quite different things to study. To examine ideology is to consider a particular type of political thought, distinct from, say, political science or political philosophy. The study of political ideology thus involves reflection on questions about the nature, role, and significance of this category of thought, and about which sets of political ideas and arguments should be classified as ideologies. For instance, is ideology true or false, liberating or oppressive, or inevitable, or merely transitory? Similarly, Are nationalism and multiculturalism ideologies in the same sense as liberalism and socialism? On the other hand, to study ideologies is to be concerned with analyzing the content of political thought, to be interested in the ideas, doctrines, and theories that have been advanced by and within the various ideological traditions. For example, what can liberalism tell us about freedom? Why have socialists traditionally supported equality? How do anarchists defend the idea of a stateless society? Why have fascists regarded struggle and war as healthy? In order to examine such content issues, however, it is necessary to consider the type of political thought we are dealing with. Before discussing the characteristic ideas and doctrines of the so-called ideologies, we need to reflect on why these sets of ideas have been categorized as ideologies. More importantly, what does the categorization tell us? What can we learn about, for instance, liberalism, socialism, feminism and fascism from the fact that they are classified as ideologies? The first problem confronting any discussion of the nature of ideology is that there is no settled or agreed definition of the term, only a collection of rival definitions. As David McClellan, 1995, commented, ideology is the most elusive concept in the whole of the social sciences. Few political terms have been the subject of such deep and impassioned controversy. This has occurred for two reasons. In the first place, as all concepts of ideology acknowledge a link between theory and practice, the term uncovers highly contentious debates about the role of ideas in politics and the relationship between beliefs and theories on the one hand, and material life or political conduct on the other. Second, the concept of ideology has not been able to stand apart from the ongoing struggle between and among political ideologies. For much of its history, the term ideology has been used as a political weapon, a device with which to condemn or criticize rival sets of ideas or belief systems. Not until the second half of the 20th century was a neutral and apparently objective concept of ideology widely employed, and even then disagreements persisted over the social role and political significance of ideology. Among the meanings that have been attached to ideology are the following: a political belief system, an action-orientated set of political ideas, the ideas of the ruling class, the worldview of a particular social class or social group, political ideas that embody or articulate class or social interests, ideas that propagate false consciousness among the exploited or oppressed, ideas that situate the individual within a social context and generate a sense of collective belonging, an officially sanctioned set of ideas used to legitimize a political system or regime, an all-embracing political doctrine that claims a monopoly of truth, an abstract and highly systematic set of political ideas. The origins of the term are nevertheless clear. The word ideology was coined during the French Revolution by Antoine Destutt de Tracy, 1754–1836, and was first used in public in 1796. For de Tracy, ideology referred to a new science of ideas, literally an ideology. With the rationalist zeal typical of the Enlightenment, he believed that it was possible to uncover the origins of ideas objectively, and proclaimed that this new science would come to enjoy the same status as established sciences such as biology and zoology. More boldly, since all forms of inquiry are based on ideas, de Tracy suggested that ideology would eventually come to be recognized as the queen of the sciences. However, despite these high expectations, this original meaning of the term has had little impact on later usage, which has been influenced by both Marxist and non-Marxist thinking. Enlightenment. An intellectual movement that reached its height in the 18th century and challenged traditional beliefs in religion, politics, and learning in general in the name of reason and progress. Marxist views. The career of ideology as a key political term stems from the use made of it in the writings of Karl Marx. Marx's use of the term, and the interest shown in it by later generations of Marxist thinkers, largely explains the prominence ideology enjoys in modern social and political thought. Yet the meaning Marx ascribed to the concept is very different from the one usually accorded it in mainstream political analysis. Marx used the term in the title of his early work The German Ideology, 1846-1970, written with his lifelong collaborator Friedrich Engels, 1820-95. This also contains Marx's clearest description of his view of ideology. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e. the class which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time the ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Marx and Engels, 1846-1970. Marx's concept of ideology has a number of crucial features. First, ideology is about delusion and mystification. It perpetrates a false or mistaken view of the world, what Engels later referred to as false consciousness. Marx used ideology as a critical concept, the purpose of which is to unmask a process of systematic mystification. His own ideas he classified as scientific, because they were designed accurately to uncover the workings of history and society. The contrast between ideology and science, between falsehood and truth, was thus vital to Marx's use of the term. Second, ideology is linked to the class system. Marx believed that the distortion implicit in ideology stems from the fact that it reflects the interests and perspective on society of the ruling class. The ruling class is unwilling to recognize itself as an oppressor and, equally, is anxious to reconcile the oppressed to their oppression. The class system is thus presented upside down, a notion Marx conveyed through the image of the camera obscura, the inverted picture that is produced by a camera lens or the human eye. Liberalism, which portrays rights that can only be exercised by the propertied and privileged as universal entitlements, is therefore the classic example of ideology. False consciousness. A Marxist term denoting the delusion and mystification that prevents subordinate classes from recognizing the fact of their own exploitation. Third, ideology is a manifestation of power. In concealing the contradictions on which capitalism, in common with all class societies, is based, ideology serves to hide from the exploited proletariat the fact of its own exploitation, and thereby upholds a system of unequal class power. Ideology literally constitutes the ruling ideas of the age. Finally, Marx treated ideology as a temporary phenomenon. Ideology will only continue so long as the class system that generates it survives. The proletariat, in Marx's view, the gravedigger of capitalism, is destined not to establish another form of class society, but rather to abolish class inequality altogether by bringing about the collective ownership of wealth. The interests of the proletariat thus coincide with those of society as a whole. The proletariat, in short, does not need ideology because it is the only class that needs no illusions. Later generations of Marxists, if anything, showed a greater interest in ideology than did Marx himself. This largely stems from the fact that Marx's confident prediction of capitalism's doom proved to be highly optimistic, encouraging later Marxists to focus on ideology as one of the factors explaining the unexpected resilience of the capitalist mode of production. However, important shifts in the meaning of the term also took place. In particular, all classes came to be seen to possess ideologies. In What is to be Done? 1902-1988, Lenin thus described the ideas of the proletariat as socialist ideology or Marxist ideology, phrases that would have been absurd for Marx. For Lenin and most later Marxists, ideology referred to the distinctive ideas of a particular social class, ideas that advance its interests regardless of its class position. However, as all classes, the proletariat as well as the bourgeoisie, have an ideology, the term was robbed of its negative or pejorative connotations. Ideology no longer implied necessary falsehood and mystification, and no longer stood in contrast to science. Indeed, scientific socialism, Marxism, was recognized as a form of proletarian ideology. The Marxist theory of ideology was perhaps developed furthest by Antonio Gramsci, CP 125. Gramsci, 1935–1971, argued that the capitalist class system is upheld not simply by unequal economic and political power, but by what he termed the hegemony of bourgeois ideas and theories. Hegemony means leadership or domination and, in the sense of ideological hegemony, it refers to the capacity of bourgeois ideas to displace rival views and become, in effect, the common sense of the age. Gramsci highlighted the degree to which ideology is embedded at every level in society, in its art and literature, in its education system and mass media, in everyday language, and in popular culture. This bourgeois hegemony, Gramsci insisted, could only be challenged at the political and intellectual level, which means through the establishment of a rival proletarian hegemony, based on socialist principles, values, and theories. Hegemony. The ascendancy or domination of one element of a system over others. For Marxists, hegemony implies ideological domination. The capacity of capitalism to achieve stability by manufacturing legitimacy was also a particular concern of the Frankfurt School, a group of mainly German neo-Marxists who fled the Nazis and later settled in the USA. Its most widely known member, Herbert Marcuse, CP 125, argued in One-Dimensional Man, 1964, that advanced industrial society has developed a totalitarian character through the capacity of its ideology to manipulate thought and deny expression to oppositional views. By manufacturing false needs and turning humans into voracious consumers, modern societies are able to paralyze criticism through the spread of widespread and stultifying affluence. According to Marcuse, even the tolerance that appears to characterize liberal capitalism serves a repressive purpose, in that it creates the impression of free debate and argument, thereby concealing the extent to which indoctrination and ideological control take place. Non-Marxist views. One of the earliest attempts to construct a non-Marxist concept of ideology was undertaken by the German sociologist Karl Mannheim, 1893–1947. Like Marx, he acknowledged that people's ideas are shaped by their social circumstances, but, in contrast to Marx, he strove to rid ideology of its negative implications. In Ideology and Utopia, 1929–1960, Mannheim portrayed ideologies as thought systems that serve to defend a particular social order, and that broadly express the interests of its dominant or ruling group. Utopias, on the other hand, are idealized representations of the future that imply the need for radical social change, invariably serving the interests of oppressed or subordinate groups. He further distinguished between particular and total conceptions of ideology. Particular ideologies are the ideas and beliefs of specific individuals, groups, or parties, while total ideologies encompass the entire Weltanschauung, or worldview, of a social class, society, or even historical period. In this sense, Marxism, liberal capitalism, and Islamism can each be regarded as total ideologies. Mannheim nevertheless held that all ideological systems, including utopias, are distorted, because each offers a partial, and necessarily self-interested, view of social reality. However, he argued that the attempt to uncover objective truth need not be abandoned altogether. According to Mannheim, objectivity is strictly the preserve of the socially unattached intelligentsia, a class of intellectuals who alone can engage in disciplined and dispassionate inquiry because they have no economic interests of their own. Perspectives on ideology. Liberals, particularly during the Cold War period, have viewed ideology as an officially sanctioned belief system that claims a monopoly of truth, often through a spurious claim to be scientific. Ideology is therefore inherently repressive, even totalitarian. Its prime examples are communism and fascism. Conservatives have traditionally regarded ideology as a manifestation of the arrogance of rationalism. Ideologies are elaborate systems of thought that are dangerous or unreliable because, being abstracted from reality, they establish principles and goals that lead to repression, or are simply unachievable. In this light, socialism and liberalism are clearly ideological. Socialists, following Marx, have seen ideology as a body of ideas that conceal the contradictions of class society, thereby promoting false consciousness and political passivity among subordinate classes. Liberalism is the classic ruling class ideology. Later Marxists adopted a neutral concept of ideology, regarding it as the distinctive ideas of any social class, including the working class. Fascists are often dismissive of ideology as an over-systematic, dry, and intellectualized form of political understanding based on mere reason rather than passion and the will. The Nazis preferred to portray their own ideas as a Weltanschauung or worldview, and not as a systematic philosophy. Greens have tended to regard all conventional political doctrines as part of a super-ideology of industrialism. Ideology is thus tainted by its association with arrogant humanism and growth-orientated economics, liberalism and socialism being its most obvious examples. Islamists have treated key religious texts as ideology, on the grounds that, by expressing the revealed word of God, they provide a program for comprehensive social reconstruction. Secular ideologies, by contrast, are rejected because they are not founded on religious principles and so lack moral substance. The subsequent career of the concept was marked deeply by the emergence of totalitarian dictatorships in the interwar period, and by the heightened ideological tensions of the Cold War of the 1950s and 1960s. Liberal theorists in particular portrayed the regimes that developed in Fascist Italy, Nazi Germany, and Stalinist Russia as historically new and uniquely oppressive systems of rule, and highlighted the role played by official ideologies in suppressing debate and criticism, and promoting regimented obedience. Writers as different as Karl Popper, 1945, Hannah Arendt, 1951, J. L. Tolman, 1952, and Bernard Crick, 1962, and the end of ideology theorists examined in Chapter 12, came to use the term ideology in a highly restrictive manner, seeing fascism and communism as its prime examples. According to this usage, ideologies are closed systems of thought, which, by claiming a monopoly of truth, refuse to tolerate opposing ideas and rival beliefs. Ideologies are thus secular religions. They possess a totalizing character and serve as instruments of social control, ensuring compliance and subordination. However, not all political creeds are ideologies by this standard. For instance, liberalism, based as it is on a fundamental commitment to freedom, tolerance, and diversity, is the clearest example of an open system of thought. Popper, 1945. Key concept: pragmatism. Pragmatism, broadly defined, refers to behavior that is shaped in accordance with practical circumstances and goals, rather than principles or ideological objectives. As a philosophical tradition, associated with classical pragmatists such as William James, 1842–1910, and John Dewey, 1859–1952, pragmatism is a method for settling metaphysical disputes that seeks to clarify the meaning of concepts and hypotheses by identifying their practical consequences. The benefits of pragmatism in politics are that it allows policies and political assertions to be judged on their merits, on the basis of what works, and that it prevents ideology from becoming divorced from reality and turning into mere wishful thinking. Critics, however, equate pragmatism with a lack of principle or a tendency to follow public opinion rather than lead it. A distinctively conservative concept of ideology can also be identified. This is based on a long-standing conservative distrust of abstract principles and philosophies, born out of a skeptical attitude towards rationalism, CP 31, and progress. The world is viewed as infinitely complex and largely beyond the capacity of the human mind to fathom. The foremost modern exponent of this view was Michael Oakeshott, CP 85. In political activity, Oakeshott argued in Rationalism in Politics, 1962, men sail a boundless and bottomless sea. From this perspective, ideologies are seen as abstract systems of thought, sets of ideas that are destined to simplify and distort social reality because they claim to explain what is, frankly, incomprehensible. Ideology is thus equated with dogmatism, fixed or doctrinaire beliefs that are divorced from the complexities of the real world. Conservatives have therefore rejected the ideological style of politics, based on attempts to reshape the world in accordance with a set of abstract principles or pre-established theories. Until infected by the highly ideological politics of the New Right, conservatives had preferred to adopt what Oakeshott called a traditionalist stance, which spurns ideology in favor of pragmatism, CP9, and looks to experience and history as the surest guides to human conduct. Since the 1960s, however, the term ideology has gained a wider currency through being refashioned according to the needs of conventional social and political analysis. This has established ideology as a neutral and objective concept, the political baggage once attached to it having been removed. Martin Seeliger, 1976, for example, defined an ideology as a set of ideas by which men posit, explain, and justify the ends and means of organized social action, irrespective of whether such action aims to preserve, amend, uproot, or rebuild a given social order. An ideology is therefore an action-orientated system of thought. So defined, ideologies are neither good nor bad, true nor false, open nor closed, liberating nor oppressive, they can be all these things. The clear merit of this social scientific concept is that it is inclusive, in the sense that it can be applied to all isms, to liberalism as well as Marxism, to conservatism as well as fascism, and so on. The drawback of any negative concept of ideology is that it is highly restrictive. Marx saw liberal and conservative ideas as ideological but regarded his own as scientific. Liberals classify communism and fascism as ideologies but refuse to accept that liberalism is also one. Traditional conservatives condemn liberalism, Marxism, and fascism as ideological but portray conservatism as merely a disposition. However, any neutral concept of ideology also has its dangers. In particular, in offloading its political baggage, the term may be rendered so bland and generalized that it loses its critical edge completely. If ideology is interchangeable with terms such as belief system, worldview, doctrine, or political philosophy, what is the point of continuing to pretend that it has a separate and distinctive meaning? Contours of ideology. Any short or single-sentence definition of ideology is likely to provoke more questions than it answers. Nevertheless, it provides a useful and necessary starting point. In this book, ideology is understood as the following. An ideology is a more or less coherent set of ideas that provides the basis for organized political action, whether this is intended to preserve, modify, or overthrow the existing system of power. All ideologies therefore have the following features. They a. offer an account of the existing order, usually in the form of a worldview. b. advance a model of a desired future, a vision of the good society. c. explain how political change can and should be brought about, how to get from A to B. See Figure 1.1. This definition is neither original nor novel, and is entirely in line with the social scientific usage of the term. It nevertheless draws attention to some of the important and distinctive features of the phenomenon of ideology. In particular, it emphasizes that the complexity of ideology derives from the fact that it straddles the conventional boundaries between descriptive and normative thought, and between political theory and political practice. Ideology, in short, brings about two kinds of synthesis, between understanding and commitment, and between thought and action. Figure 1.1 Features of ideology. Normative. The prescription of values and standards of conduct, what should be rather than what is. Fusing understanding and commitment. In relation to the first synthesis, ideology blurs the distinction between what is and what should be. Ideologies are descriptive in that, in effect, they provide individuals and groups with an intellectual map of how their society works and, more broadly, with a general view of the world. This, for instance, helps to explain the important integrative capacity of ideology, its ability to situate people within a particular social environment. However, Such descriptive understanding is deeply embedded within a set of normative or prescriptive beliefs, both about the adequacy of present social arrangements and about the nature of any alternative or future society. Ideology therefore has a powerful emotional or affective character. It is a means of expressing hopes and fears, sympathies and hatreds, as well as of articulating beliefs and understanding. As A and B, listed above, are linked, facts in ideologies inevitably tend to merge into and become confused with values. One of the implications of this is that no clear distinction can be made between ideology and science. In this light, it is helpful to treat ideologies as paradigms, in the sense employed by Thomas Kuhn in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, 1962. Kuhn defined a paradigm as the entire constellation of beliefs, values, techniques, and so on shared by members of a given community. In effect, it constitutes a framework within which the search for political knowledge takes place, a language of political discourse. For instance, much of academic political science and, still more clearly, mainstream economics, draws on individualist and rationalist assumptions that have an unmistakable liberal heritage. The notion of ideology as an intellectual framework, or political language, is also important because it highlights the depth at which ideology structures human understanding. The tendency to deny that one's own beliefs are ideological, often while condemning other people for committing precisely the same sin, can be explained by the fact that, in providing the very concepts through which the world becomes intelligible, our own ideology is effectively invisible. We fail, or refuse, to recognize that we look at the world through a veil of theories, presuppositions, and assumptions that shape what we see and thereby impose meaning on the world. As Gramsci pointed out, ideology comes to assume the status of common sense. Paradigm: a set of related principles, doctrines, and theories that help to structure the process of intellectual inquiry. Fusing thought and action: the second synthesis, the fusion of thought and action, reflected in the linkage between B and C, in the list above, is no less significant. Seeliger, 1976, drew attention to this when referring to what he called the fundamental and operative levels of ideology. At a fundamental level, ideologies resemble political philosophies in that they deal with abstract ideas and theories, and their proponents may at times seem to be engaged in dispassionate inquiry. Although the term ideologue is often reserved for crude or self-conscious supporters of particular ideologies, respected political philosophers such as John Locke, CP 52, John Stuart Mill, CP 53, and Friedrich Hayek, CP 84, each worked within and contributed to ideological traditions. At an operative level, however, ideologies take the form of broad political movements, engaged in popular mobilization and the struggle for power. Ideology in this guise may be expressed in sloganizing, political rhetoric, party manifestos and government policies. While ideologies must, strictly speaking, be both idea-orientated and action-orientated, certain ideologies are undoubtedly stronger on one level than the other. For instance, fascism has always emphasized operative goals and, if you like, the politics of the deed. Anarchism, on the other hand, especially since the mid-20th century, has largely survived at a fundamental or philosophical level. Nevertheless, ideologies invariably lack the clear shape and internal consistency of political philosophies, they are only more or less coherent. This apparent shapelessness stems in part from the fact that ideologies are not hermetically sealed systems of thought, rather, they are, typically, fluid sets of ideas that overlap with other ideologies and shade into one another. This not only fosters ideological development but also leads to the emergence of hybrid ideological forms, such as liberal conservatism, socialist feminism and conservative nationalism. Moreover, each ideology contains a range of divergent, even rival, traditions and viewpoints. Not uncommonly, disputes between supporters of the same ideology are more passionate and bitter than arguments between supporters of rival ideologies, Because what is at stake is the true nature of the ideology in question. What is true socialism, true liberalism, or true anarchism? Such conflicts, both between and within ideological traditions, are made more confusing by the fact that they are often played out with the use of the same political vocabulary, each side investing terms such as freedom, democracy, justice, and equality with their own meanings. This highlights the problem of what W. B. Galli, 1955-6, termed essentially contested concepts. These are concepts about which there is such deep controversy that no settled or agreed definition can ever be developed. In this sense, the concept of ideology is certainly essentially contested, as indeed are the other terms examined in the perspectives on boxes found in this book. Clearly, however, there must be a limit to the incoherence or shapelessness of ideologies. There must be a point at which, by abandoning a particularly cherished principle or embracing a previously derided theory, an ideology loses its identity or, perhaps, is absorbed into a rival ideology. Could liberalism remain liberalism if it abandoned its commitment to liberty? Would socialism any longer be socialism if it developed an appetite for violence and war? One way of dealing with this problem, following Michael Frieden, 1996, is to highlight the morphology, the form, and structure, of an ideology in terms of its key concepts, in the same way that the arrangement of furniture in a room helps us to distinguish between a kitchen, a bedroom, a lounge, and so on. Each ideology is therefore characterized by a cluster of core, adjacent and peripheral concepts, not all of which need be present for a theory or a doctrine to be recognized as belonging to that ideology. A kitchen, for instance, does not cease to be a kitchen simply because the sink or the cooker is removed. Similarly, a kitchen remains a kitchen over time despite the arrival of new inventions such as dishwashers and microwave ovens. However, ideologies may be either thick or thin, in terms of the configuration of their conceptual furniture. Whereas liberalism, conservatism, and socialism are based on a broad and distinctive set of values, doctrines and beliefs, others, such as anarchism and feminism, are more thin-centered, often having a cross-cutting character, in that they incorporate elements from thicker ideological traditions, see Figure 1.2. This also explains why there is, perhaps unresolvable, debate and confusion about whether nationalism and multiculturalism in particular are ideologies in their own right or merely embellishments to other, host, ideologies. But what does this tell us about the relationship between ideology, truth, and power? Figure 1.2 Contrasting ideological structures. Ideology, truth, and power. For Marx, as we have seen, ideology was the implacable enemy of truth. Falsehood is implicit in ideology because, being the creation of the ruling class, its purpose is to disguise exploitation and oppression. Nevertheless, as Mannheim recognized, to follow Marx in believing that the proletariat needs no illusion or ideology is to accept a highly romanticized view of the working masses as the emancipators of humankind. However, Mannheim's own solution to this problem, a faith in free-floating intellectuals, does not get us much further. All people's views are shaped, consciously or subconsciously, by broader social and cultural factors, and while education may enable them to defend these views more fluently and persuasively, there is little evidence that it makes those views any less subjective or any more dispassionate. This implies that there exists no objective standard of truth against which ideologies can be judged. Indeed, to suggest that ideologies can be deemed to be either true or false is to miss the vital point that they embody values, dreams, and aspirations that are, by their very nature, not susceptible to scientific analysis. No one can prove that one theory of justice is preferable to any other, any more than rival conceptions of human nature can be tested by surgical intervention to demonstrate once and for all that human beings possess rights, are entitled to freedom, or are naturally selfish or naturally sociable. Ideologies are embraced less because they stand up to scrutiny and logical analysis, and more because they help individuals, groups, and societies to make sense of the world in which they live. As Andrew Vincent, 2009, put it, we examine ideology as fellow travelers, not as neutral observers. Nevertheless, ideologies undoubtedly embody a claim to uncover truth. In this sense, they can be seen, in Michel Foucault's 1991 words, as regimes of truth. By providing us with a language of political discourse, a set of assumptions and presuppositions about how society does and should work, ideology structures both what we think and how we act. As a regime of truth, ideology is always linked to power. In a world of competing truths, values, and theories, ideologies seek to prioritize certain values over others, and to invest legitimacy in particular theories or sets of meanings. Furthermore, as ideologies provide intellectual maps of the social world, they help to establish the relationship between individuals and groups on the one hand, and the larger structure of power on the other. Ideologies therefore play a crucial role in either upholding the prevailing power structure, by portraying it as fair, natural, rightful, or whatever, or in weakening or challenging it, by highlighting its iniquities or injustices and by drawing attention to the attractions of alternative power structures. Left and right. The origins of the terms left and right in politics date back to the French Revolution and the seating arrangements of radicals and aristocrats at the first meeting of the Estates General in 1789. The left/right divide therefore originally reflected the stark choice between revolution and reaction. The terms have subsequently been used to highlight a divide that supposedly runs throughout the world of political thought and action, helping both to provide insight into the nature of particular ideologies and to uncover relationships between political ideologies more generally. Left and right are usually understood as the poles of a political spectrum, enabling people to talk about the center left, the far right and so on. This is in line with a linear political spectrum that travels from left wing to right wing, as shown in Figure 1.3. However, the terms left and right have been used to draw attention to a variety of distinctions. Stemming from their original meanings, left and right have been used to sum up contrasting attitudes to political change in general, left-wing thinking welcoming change, usually based on a belief in progress, while right-wing thinking resists change and seeks to defend the status quo. Inspired by works such as Adorno et al.'s The Authoritarian Personality, 1950, attempts have been made to explain ideological differences, and especially rival attitudes to change, in terms of people's psychological needs, motives, and desires, Jost et al., 2003. In this light, conservative ideology, to take one example, is shaped by a deep psychological aversion to uncertainty and instability, an idea examined in Chapter 3. An alternative construction of the left/right divide focuses on different attitudes to economic organization and the role of the state. Left-wing views thus support intervention and collectivism, CP 99, while right-wing views favor the market and individualism, CP 28. Bobbio, 1996, by contrast, argued that the fundamental basis for the distinction between left and right lies in differing attitudes to equality, left-wingers advocating greater equality while right-wingers treat equality as either impossible or undesirable. This may also help to explain the continuing relevance of the left/right divide, as the great problem of inequality remains unresolved at both national and global levels. Figure 1.3 Linear Spectrum. Progress. Moving forward, the belief that history is characterized by human advancement underpinned by the accumulation of knowledge and wisdom. Status quo. The existing state of affairs. As a means of providing insight into the character of political ideologies and how they relate to one another, the traditional linear political spectrum nevertheless has a range of drawbacks. These include the following. As all ideologies contain rival, or even contradictory, elements, locating them clearly on a linear political spectrum against a single criterion can be notoriously difficult. Anarchism, for instance, can be seen as either ultra-left-wing or ultra-right-wing, since it encompasses both anarcho-communist and anarcho-capitalist tendencies. Similarly, although fascism is usually portrayed as a far-right ideology, it contains elements that have a leftist character, not least an anti-capitalist strain that articulates hostility towards big business. The ideologies that are traditionally placed at the extreme wings of the linear spectrum may have more in common with one another than they do with their centrist neighbors. During the Cold War period in particular, it was widely claimed that communism and fascism resembled one another by virtue of a shared tendency towards totalitarianism, CP 207. Such a view led to the idea that the political spectrum should be horseshoe-shaped, not linear, see Figure 1.4. As political ideologies manifest themselves differently in different geographical contexts, it may be impossible to assign them an agreed left/right identity. Thus, while in the USA liberalism is viewed as more left-wing than conservatism, the former being linked to big government and the latter to minimal government, the opposite is often the case in continental Europe, where it is common for liberalism to be associated with free market thinking, and conservatism to be associated with social intervention, especially when it is influenced by Christian democracy. As political ideologies are fluid entities, capable, some would argue, of almost constant reinvention, our notions of left and right must be regularly updated. This fluidity can be seen in the case of reformist socialist parties in many parts of the world, which, since the 1980s, have tended to distance themselves from a belief in nationalization and welfare and, instead, embrace market economics. The implication of this for the left/right divide is either that reformist socialism has shifted to the right, moving from the center-left to the center-right, or that the spectrum itself has shifted to the right, redefining reformist socialism, and therefore leftism, in the process. Figure 1.4 Horseshoe Spectrum. Figure 1.5 Two-dimensional spectrum. A final drawback is that as ideological debate has developed and broadened over the years, the linear spectrum has seemed increasingly simplistic and generalized, the left/right divide only capturing one dimension of a more complex series of political interactions. This has given rise to the idea of the two-dimensional spectrum, with, as pioneered by Eysenck, 1964, a liberty/authority vertical axis being added to the established left/right horizontal axis, see Figure 1.5. Others, however, have gone further and argued that the left/right divide has effectively been rendered redundant as a result of the advent of so-called new ideological traditions. This notion is discussed in Chapter 12, see pages 327-8. New ideologies for old. Ideology may have been an inseparable feature of politics since the late 18th century. It is often traced back to the 1789 French Revolution, but its content has changed significantly over time, with the rate of ideological transformation having accelerated since the 1960s. New ideologies have emerged, some once potent ideologies have faded in significance, and all ideologies have gone through a process of sometimes radical redefinition and renewal. Political ideology arose out of a transition from feudalism to industrial capitalism. In simple terms, the earliest, or classical, ideological traditions, liberalism, conservatism, and socialism, developed as contrasting attempts to shape emergent industrial society. While liberalism championed the cause of individualism, the market and, initially at least, minimal government, conservatism stood in defense of an increasingly embattled ancien regime, and socialism advanced the quite different vision of a society based on community, equality, and cooperation. As the 19th century progressed, each of these ideologies acquired a clearer doctrinal character, and came to be associated with a particular social class or stratum of society. Simply put, liberalism was the ideology of the rising middle class, conservatism was the ideology of the aristocracy or nobility, and socialism was the ideology of the growing working class. In turn, political parties developed to articulate the interests of these classes and to give operative expression to the various ideologies. These parties therefore typically had a programmatic character. The central theme that emerged from ideological argument and debate during this period was the battle between two rival economic philosophies, capitalism and socialism. Political ideology thus had a strong economic focus. The battle lines between capitalism and socialism were significantly sharpened by the 1917 Russian Revolution, which created the world's first socialist state. Indeed, throughout what is sometimes called the short 20th century, from the outbreak of the First World War in 1914 to the collapse of communism in 1989–91, and particularly during the Cold War period, 1945–90, international politics was structured along ideological lines, as the capitalist West confronted the communist East. However, since around the 1960s, the ideological landscape has been transformed. Not only have major changes occurred within established or classical ideologies, for instance, in the rise of the New Left, the New Right and, most dramatically, with the collapse of orthodox communism, but a series of new ideological traditions have also emerged. The most significant of these are set out in Figure 1.6. The designation of these ideologies as new can nevertheless be misleading, as each of them has roots that stretch back to the 19th century, if not beyond. Moreover, they have also tended to draw heavily on existing, mainstream ideologies, giving them, typically, a hybrid or cross-cutting character. These ideologies are new, though, in the sense that they have given particular areas of ideological debate a prominence they never previously enjoyed. In the process, they have fostered the emergence of fresh and challenging ideological perspectives. But why has this process of ideological transformation occurred? The three main reasons are the following. Figure 1.6 Classical and New Ideologies. The emergence of post-industrial societies and new social movements. The collapse of communism and the changing world order. The rise of globalization and of cosmopolitan sensibilities. The structure and nature of modern societies have undergone a profound process of change since about the 1950s. Social thinkers have heralded this change in a variety of ways. For example, Beck, 1992, proclaimed the transition from the first to the second modernity. Giddens, 1994, analyzed the shift from simple to reflexive modernity, while Bauman, 2000, discussed the change from solid to liquid modernity. At the heart of these changes, however, is the transition from industrial societies to post-industrial ones. Industrial societies tended to be solidaristic, in that they were based on relatively clear class divisions, crudely, those between capital and labor, which, in turn, helped to structure the political process, including the party system, interest group competition, and ideological debate. Post-industrial societies are different in a number of ways. They tend, in the first place, to be more affluent societies, in which the struggle for material subsistence has become less pressing for a growing proportion of people. In conditions of wider prosperity, individuals express more interest in quality of life or post-material issues. These are typically concerned with morality, political justice, and personal fulfillment, and include issues such as gender equality, world peace, cultural recognition, environmental protection, and animal rights. Second, the structure of society and the nature of social connectedness have altered. Whereas industrial societies tended to generate thick social bonds, based on social class and nationality in particular, post-industrial societies tend to be characterized by growing individualization and thinner and more fluid social bonds. This has been reflected in the growth of so-called new social movements, such as the women's movement, the environmental or green movement and the peace movement, which have played a key role in reshaping political identities and articulating new ideological agendas. Individualization. The process through which people are encouraged to see themselves as individuals, possibly at the expense of their sense of social/moral responsibility. Social movement. A collective body distinguished by a high level of commitment and political activism, but often lacking clear organization. The ideological ramifications of the collapse of communism have been profound and wide-ranging, and, in many ways, continue to unfold. The ideology most clearly affected has been socialism. Revolutionary socialism, especially in its Soviet style, Marxist, Leninist guise, was revealed as a spent force, both because of the economic failings of central planning and because of the system's association with state authoritarianism, CP 74. However, democratic socialism has also been affected. Some argue that it has been fatally compromised. In particular, democratic socialists have lost faith in top-down state control, and have come to accept the market as the only reliable means of generating wealth. The collapse of communism, and the general retreat from socialism, has provided opportunities for new ideological forces. Chief among these have been nationalism, particularly ethnic nationalism, which has displaced Marxism, Leninism as the leading ideology in many post-communist states, and religious fundamentalism, CP 188, which, in its various forms, has had profound significance in the developing world. The advent of global terrorism, through the attacks on New York and Washington on September 11, 2001, and the initiation of the so-called War on Terror had further consequences for political ideologies. The War on Terror highlighted the emergence of new ideological battle lines that, some believe, may define global politics in the 21st century. In the widely discussed if highly controversial thesis of Samuel Huntington, CP 329, the ideological battle between capitalism and communism has been displaced by a clash of civilizations, CP 310, in which the most significant division is between Islam and the West. Key concept: globalization. Globalization is the emergence of a web of interconnectedness, which means that our lives are shaped increasingly by events that occur, and decisions that are made, at a great distance from us, thus giving rise to super-territorial connections between people. However, globalization is a complex process that has a range of manifestations. Economic globalization is the process through which national economies have, to a greater or lesser extent, been absorbed into a single global economy. Cultural globalization is the process whereby information, commodities, and images produced in one part of the world have entered into a global flow that tends to flatten out cultural differences worldwide. Political globalization is the process through which policy-making responsibilities have been passed from national governments to international organizations. Globalization, CP 20, is not a single process but a complex of processes, sometimes overlapping and interlocking but also, at times, contradictory and oppositional ones. In its economic, cultural, and political forms, globalization forges connections between previously unconnected people, communities, institutions, and societies. This interconnectedness, however, has had sharply contrasting implications. On the one hand, it has stimulated homogenizing trends that have seen a flattening out of economic, cultural, and other differences between the countries and regions of the world. In ideological terms, this homogenizing trend has been closely associated with the advance of liberalism, whether in the form of a liberal economic order, based on free trade and free markets, the spread of liberal democracy, CP 40, or the growth of cosmopolitan sensibilities, often linked to the idea of human rights, CP 58. However, on the other hand, globalization has been a distinctively asymmetrical process that has spawned new forms of inequality and generated a range of oppositional forces. These include a strengthening of religious fundamentalism in the developing world, leading, as Benjamin Barber, 1995, put it, to a confrontation between jihad and Macworld, and the emergence of an anti-globalization or anti-capitalist movement in the developed world that has recast, and sometimes bolstered, the ideas of anarchism, feminism and green ideology. Cosmopolitanism. The belief that the world constitutes a single moral, and possibly political, community, in that people have obligations towards all other people in the world, CP 191. The new ideologies are not only new, but also differ from classical ideologies in a range of other ways. This has altered the focus and sometimes the terms of ideological debate. Three broad differences can be identified. In the first place, there has been a shift away from economics and towards culture. Liberalism, conservatism, and socialism were primarily concerned with issues of economic organization, or at least their moral vision was grounded in a particular economic model. By contrast, and in their various ways, the new ideologies are more interested in culture than in economics. Their primary concerns tend to be orientated around people's values, beliefs, and ways of life, rather than economic well-being or even social justice. Second, there has been a shift from social politics to identity politics, CP 282. Identity links the personal to the social, in seeing the individual as embedded in a particular cultural, social, institutional, and ideological context, but it also highlights the scope for personal choice and self-definition, reflecting a general social trend towards individualization. In this sense, the new ideologies offer individuals not worked-out sets of political solutions that fit their social position, but, rather, provide them with a range of ideological options. This means that political activism has become, in effect, a lifestyle choice. Finally, there has been a shift from universalism to particularism. Whereas, most clearly, liberalism and socialism shared an Enlightenment faith in reason and progress, reflecting the belief that there is a common core to human identity shared by people everywhere. New ideologies, such as feminism, ethnic nationalism, multiculturalism, and the various forms of religious fundamentalism, stress the importance of factors such as gender, locality, culture, and ethnicity. In that sense, they practice the politics of difference rather than the politics of universal emancipation. Universalism. The belief that it is possible to uncover certain values and principles that are applicable to all people and all societies, regardless of historical, cultural, and other differences. Particularism. The belief that historical, cultural, and other differences between people and societies are more significant than what they have in common. Preview. The term liberal has been in use since the 14th century but has had a wide variety of meanings. The Latin liber referred to a class of free men, in other words, men who were neither serfs nor slaves. It has meant generous, as in liberal helpings of food and drink, or, in reference to social attitudes, it has implied openness or open-mindedness. It also came to be associated increasingly with the ideas of freedom and choice. The term liberalism, to denote a political allegiance, made its appearance much later. It was not used until the early part of the 19th century, being first employed in Spain in 1812. By the 1840s, the term was widely recognized throughout Europe as a reference to a distinctive set of political ideas. However, it was taken up more slowly in the UK, though the Whigs started to call themselves liberals during the 1830s. The first distinctly liberal government was not formed until Gladstone took office in 1868. The central theme of liberal ideology is a commitment to the individual and the desire to construct a society in which people can satisfy their interests and achieve fulfillment. Liberals believe that human beings are, first and foremost, individuals, endowed with reason. This implies that each individual should enjoy the maximum possible freedom consistent with a like freedom for all. However, although individuals are entitled to equal legal and political rights, they should be rewarded in line with their talents and their willingness to work. Liberal societies are organized politically around the twin principles of constitutionalism and consent, designed to protect citizens from the danger of government tyranny. Nevertheless, there are significant differences between classical liberalism and modern liberalism. Classical liberalism is characterized by a belief in a minimal state, whose function is limited to the maintenance of domestic order and personal security. Modern liberalism, in contrast, accepts that the state should help people to help themselves. Origins and development. As a systematic political creed, liberalism may not have existed before the 19th century, but it was based on ideas and theories that had developed during the previous 300 years. Indeed, as Paul Seabright, 2004, argued, the origins of liberalism can perhaps be traced back as far as to early agricultural societies, when people started living in settled communities and were forced, for the first time, to find ways of trading and living with strangers. Nevertheless, liberalism as a developed ideology was a product of the breakdown of feudalism in Europe, and the growth, in its place, of a market or capitalist society. In many respects, liberalism reflected the aspirations of the rising middle classes, whose interests conflicted with the established power of absolute monarchs and the landed aristocracy. Liberal ideas were radical, they sought fundamental reform and even, at times, revolutionary change. The English Revolution of the 17th century, and the American Revolution of 1776 and French Revolution of 1789 each embodied elements that were distinctively liberal, even though the word liberal was not at the time used in a political sense. Liberals challenged the absolute power of the monarchy, supposedly based on the doctrine of the divine right of kings. In place of absolutism, they advocated constitutional and, later, representative government. Liberals criticized the political and economic privileges of the landed aristocracy and the unfairness of a feudal system in which social position was determined by the accident of birth. They also supported the movement towards freedom of conscience in religion and questioned the authority of the established church. Feudalism. A system of agrarian-based production that is characterized by fixed social hierarchies and a rigid pattern of obligations. Divine right. The doctrine that earthly rulers are chosen by God and thus wield unchallengeable authority. Divine right is a defense for monarchical absolutism. Absolutism. A form of government in which political power is concentrated in the hands of a single individual or small group, in particular, an absolute monarchy. The 19th century was in many ways the liberal century. As industrialization spread throughout Western countries, liberal ideas triumphed. Liberals advocated an industrialized and market economic order free from government interference, in which businesses would be allowed to pursue profit and states encouraged to trade freely with one another. Such a system of industrial capitalism developed first in the UK, from the mid-18th century onwards, and subsequently spread to North America and throughout Europe, initially into Western Europe and then, more gradually, into Eastern Europe. From the 20th century onwards, industrial capitalism exerted a powerful appeal for developing states in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, especially when social and political development was defined in essentially Western terms. However, developing world states have sometimes been resistant to the attractions of liberal capitalism because their political cultures have emphasized community rather than the individual. In such cases, they have provided more fertile ground for the growth of socialism, nationalism, or religious fundamentalism, CP 188, rather than Western liberalism. Liberalism has undoubtedly been the most powerful ideological force shaping the Western political tradition. Nevertheless, historical developments since the 19th century have clearly influenced the nature and substance of liberal ideology. The character of liberalism changed as the rising middle classes succeeded in establishing their economic and political dominance. The radical, even revolutionary, edge of liberalism faded with each liberal success. Liberalism thus became increasingly conservative, standing less for change and reform, and more for the maintenance of existing, largely liberal, institutions. Liberal ideas, too, could not stand still. From the late 19th century onwards, the progress of industrialization led liberals to question, and in some ways to revise, the ideas of early liberalism. Whereas early or classical liberalism had been defined by the desire to minimize government interference in the lives of its citizens, modern liberalism came to be associated with welfare provision and economic management. As a result, some commentators have argued that liberalism is an incoherent ideology, embracing contradictory beliefs, notably about the desirable role of the state. Classical liberalism. A tradition within liberalism that seeks to maximize the realm of unconstrained individual action, typically by establishing a minimal state and a reliance on market economics. Modern liberalism. A tradition within liberalism that provides, in contrast to classical liberalism, a qualified endorsement for social and economic intervention as a means of promoting personal development. Core themes: the primacy of the individual. Liberalism is, in a sense, the ideology of the industrialized West. So deeply have liberal ideas permeated political, economic, and cultural life that their influence can become hard to discern, liberalism appearing to be indistinguishable from Western civilization in general. Liberal thinkers in the 18th and 19th centuries, influenced by an Enlightenment belief in universal reason, tended to subscribe to an explicitly foundationist form of liberalism, which sought to establish fundamental values and championed a particular vision of human flourishing or excellence, usually linked to personal autonomy. This form of liberalism was boldly universalist, in that it implied that human history would be marked by the gradual but inevitable triumph of liberal principles and institutions. Progress, in short, was understood in strictly liberal terms. During the 20th century, however, it became fashionable to portray liberalism as morally neutral. This was reflected in the belief that liberalism gives priority to the right over the good. In other words, liberalism strives to establish the conditions in which people and groups can pursue the good life as each defines it, but it does not prescribe or try to promote any particular notion of what is good. From this perspective, liberalism is not simply an ideology but a meta-ideology, that is, a body of rules that lays down the grounds on which political and ideological debate can take place. However, this does not mean that liberalism is simply a philosophy of do your own thing. While liberalism undoubtedly favors openness, debate, and self-determination, it is also characterized by a powerful moral thrust. The moral and ideological stance of liberalism is embodied in a commitment to a distinctive set of values and beliefs. The most important of these are individualism, freedom, reason, justice, toleration, individualism. In the modern world, the concept of the individual is so familiar that its political significance is often overlooked. In the feudal period, there was little idea of individuals having their own interests or possessing personal and unique identities. Rather, people were seen as members of the social groups to which they belonged, their family, village, local community, or social class. Their lives and identities were largely determined by the character of these groups in a process that changed little from one generation to the next. However, as feudalism was displaced by increasingly market-orientated societies, individuals were confronted by a broader range of choices and social possibilities. They were encouraged, perhaps for the first time, to think for themselves, and to think of themselves in personal terms. A serf, for example, whose family might always have lived and worked on the same piece of land, became a free man and acquired some ability to choose for whom to work, or perhaps the opportunity to leave the land altogether and look for work in the growing towns or cities. As the certainties of feudal life broke down, a new intellectual climate emerged. Rational and scientific explanations gradually displaced traditional religious theories, and society was increasingly understood from the viewpoint of the human individual. Individuals were thought to possess personal and distinctive qualities, each was of special value. This was evident in the growth of natural rights theories in the 17th and 18th centuries, which are discussed later, in relation to classical liberalism. Immanuel Kant, CP 52, expressed a similar belief in the dignity and equal worth of human beings in his conception of individuals as ends in themselves and not merely as means for the achievement of the ends of others. However, emphasizing the importance of the individual has two contrasting implications. First, it draws attention to the uniqueness of each human being. Individuals are defined primarily by inner qualities and attributes specific to themselves. Second, they nevertheless each share the same status in that they are all, first and foremost, individuals. Many of the tensions within liberal ideology can, indeed, be traced back to these rival ideas of uniqueness and equality. Key concept: individualism. Individualism is the belief in the supreme importance of the individual over any social group or collective body. In the form of methodological individualism, this suggests that the individual is central to any political theory or social explanation. All statements about society should be made in terms of the individuals who compose it. Ethical individualism, on the other hand, implies that society should be constructed so as to benefit the individual, giving moral priority to individual rights, needs or interests. Classical liberals and the New Right subscribe to egoistical individualism, which places emphasis on self-interestedness and self-reliance. Modern liberals, in contrast, have advanced a developmental form of individualism that prioritizes human flourishing over the quest for interest satisfaction. A belief in the primacy of the individual is the characteristic theme of liberal ideology, but it has influenced liberal thought in different ways. It has led some liberals to view society as simply a collection of individuals, each seeking to satisfy his or her own needs and interests. Such a view has been equated with atomism. Indeed, it can lead to the belief that society itself does not exist, but is merely a collection of self-sufficient individuals. Such extreme individualism is based on the assumption that the individual is egoistical, essentially self-seeking, and largely self-reliant. C. B. Macpherson, 1973, characterized early liberalism as possessive individualism, in that it regarded the individual as the proprietor of his own person or capacities, owing nothing to society for them. In contrast, later liberals have held a more optimistic view of human nature, and have been more prepared to believe that egoism is tempered by a sense of social responsibility, especially a responsibility for those who are unable to look after themselves. Whether egoism is unrestrained or is qualified by a sense of social responsibility, liberals are united in their desire to create a society in which each person is capable of developing and flourishing to the fullness of his or her potential. Atomism. A belief that society is made up of a collection of self-interested and largely self-sufficient individuals, or atoms, rather than social groups. Human nature. The essential and innate character of all human beings, what they owe to nature rather than to society, CP 68. Egoism. A concern for one's own welfare or interests, or the theory that the pursuit of self-interest is an ethical priority. Freedom. A belief in the supreme importance of the individual leads naturally to a commitment to individual freedom. Individual liberty, liberty and freedom being interchangeable, is for liberals the supreme political value and, in many ways, the unifying principle within liberal ideology. For early liberals, liberty was a natural right, an essential requirement for leading a truly human existence. It also gave individuals the opportunity to pursue their own interests by exercising choice, the choice of where to live, for whom to work, what to buy and so on. Later liberals have seen liberty as the only condition in which people are able to develop their skills and talents and fulfill their potential. Freedom, or liberty. The ability to think or act as one wishes, a capacity that can be associated with the individual, a social group or a nation, CP 29. Perspectives on freedom. Liberals give priority to freedom as the supreme individualist value. While classical liberals support negative freedom, understood as the absence of constraints, or freedom of choice, modern liberals advocate positive freedom in the sense of personal development and human flourishing. Conservatives have traditionally endorsed a weak view of freedom as the willing recognition of duties and responsibilities, negative freedom posing a threat to the fabric of society. The New Right, however, endorses negative freedom in the economic sphere, freedom of choice in the marketplace. Socialists have generally understood freedom in positive terms to refer to self-fulfillment achieved through either free creative labor or cooperative social interaction. Social Democrats have drawn close to modern liberalism in treating freedom as the realization of individual potential. Anarchists regard freedom as an absolute value, believing it to be irreconcilable with any form of political authority. Freedom is understood to mean the achievement of personal autonomy, not merely being left alone but being rationally self-willed and self-directed. Fascists reject any form of individual liberty as a nonsense. True freedom, in contrast, means unquestioning submission to the will of the leader and the absorption of the individual into the national community. Greens, particularly deep ecologists, treat freedom as the achievement of oneness, self-realization through the absorption of the personal ego into the ecosphere or universe. In contrast with political freedom, this is sometimes seen as inner freedom, freedom as self-actualization. Islamists see freedom as essentially an inner or spiritual quality. Freedom means conformity to the revealed will of God, spiritual fulfillment being associated with submission to religious authority. Nevertheless, liberals do not accept that individuals have an absolute entitlement to freedom. If liberty is unlimited, it can become license, the right to abuse others. In On Liberty, 1859-1972, John Stuart Mill argued that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community, against his will, is to prevent harm to others. Mill's position is libertarian, CP 78, in that it accepts only the most minimal restrictions on individual freedom, and then only in order to prevent harm to others. He distinguished clearly between actions that are self-regarding, over which individuals should exercise absolute freedom, and those that are other-regarding, which can restrict the freedom of others or do them damage. Mill did not accept any restrictions on the individual that are designed to prevent a person from damaging himself or herself, either physically or morally. Such a view suggests, for example, that laws forcing car drivers to put on seat belts or motorcyclists to wear crash helmets are as unacceptable as any form of censorship that limits what an individual may read or listen to. Radical libertarians may defend the right of people to use addictive drugs, such as heroin and cocaine, on the same grounds. Although the individual may be sovereign over his or her body and mind, each must respect the fact that every other individual enjoys an equal right to liberty. This has been expressed by John Rawls, CP 53, in the principle that everyone is entitled to the widest possible liberty consistent with a like liberty for all. While liberals agree about the value of liberty, they have not always agreed about what it means for an individual to be free. In his Two Concepts of Liberty, 1958-1969, Isaiah Berlin, CP 292, distinguished between a negative theory of liberty and a positive one. Early or classical liberals have believed in negative freedom, in that freedom consists in each person being left alone, free from interference and able to act in whatever way he or she may choose. This conception of freedom is negative in that it is based on the absence of external restrictions or constraints on the individual. Modern liberals, on the other hand, have been attracted to a more positive conception of liberty, positive freedom, defined by Berlin as the ability to be one's own master, to be autonomous. Self-mastery requires that the individual is able to develop skills and talents, broaden his or her understanding, and gain fulfillment. This led to an emphasis on the capacity of human beings to develop and ultimately achieve self-realization. These rival conceptions of liberty have not merely stimulated academic debate within liberalism, but have also encouraged liberals to hold very different views about the desirable relationship between the individual and the state. Negative freedom. The absence of external restrictions or constraints on the individual, allowing freedom of choice. Positive freedom. Self-mastery or self-realization, the achievement of autonomy or the development of human capacities. Reason. The liberal case for freedom is closely linked to a faith in reason. Liberalism is, and remains, very much part of the Enlightenment project. The central theme of the Enlightenment was the desire to release humankind from its bondage to superstition and ignorance, and unleash an age of reason. Key Enlightenment thinkers included Jean-Jacques Rousseau, CP 184, Immanuel Kant, Adam Smith, CP 52, and Jeremy Bentham, CP 52. Enlightenment rationalism, CP 31, influenced liberalism in a number of ways. In the first place, it strengthened its faith in both the individual and freedom. To the extent that human beings are rational, thinking creatures, they are capable of defining and pursuing their own best interests. By no means do liberals believe that individuals are infallible in this respect, but the belief in reason builds into liberalism a strong bias against paternalism. Not only does paternalism prevent individuals from making their own moral choices and, if necessary, from learning from their own mistakes, but it also creates the prospect that those invested with responsibility for others will abuse their position for their own ends. Key concept: rationalism. Rationalism is the belief that the world has a rational structure, and that this can be disclosed through the exercise of human reason and critical inquiry. As a philosophical theory, rationalism is the belief that knowledge flows from reason rather than experience, and thus contrasts with empiricism. As a general principle, however, rationalism places a heavy emphasis on the capacity of human beings to understand and explain their world, and to find solutions to problems. While rationalism does not dictate the ends of human conduct, it certainly suggests how these ends should be pursued. It is associated with an emphasis on principle and reason-governed behavior, as opposed to a reliance on custom or tradition, or on non-rational drives and impulses. Paternalism. Authority exercised from above for the guidance and support of those below, modeled on the relationship between fathers and children, CP 76. A further legacy of rationalism is that liberals are inclined to view human history in terms of progress. Progress literally means advance, a movement forward. In the liberal view, the expansion of knowledge, particularly through the scientific revolution, enabled people not only to understand and explain their world but also to help shape it for the better. In short, the power of reason gives human beings the capacity to take charge of their own lives and fashion their own destinies. Reason emancipates humankind from the grip of the past and from the weight of custom and tradition. Each generation is thus able to advance beyond the last as the stock of human knowledge and understanding increases progressively. This also explains the characteristic liberal emphasis on education. People can better or improve themselves through the acquisition of knowledge and the abandonment of prejudice and superstition. Education, particularly in the modern liberal view, is therefore a good in itself. It is a vital means of promoting personal self-development and, if extended widely, of bringing about social advancement. Reason, moreover, is significant in highlighting the importance of discussion, debate, and argument. While liberals are generally optimistic about human nature, seeing people as reason-guided creatures, they have seldom subscribed to the utopian creed of human perfectibility because they recognize the power of self-interest and egoism. The inevitable result of this is rivalry and conflict. Individuals battle for scarce resources, businesses compete to increase profits, states struggle for security or strategic advantage, and so on. The liberal preference is clearly that such conflicts be settled through debate and negotiation. The great advantage of reason is that it provides a basis on which rival claims and demands can be evaluated. Do they stand up to analysis? Are they reasonable? Furthermore, it highlights the cost of not resolving disputes peacefully, namely, violence, bloodshed and death. Liberals therefore typically deplore the use of force and aggression. For example, war is invariably seen as an option of the very last resort. From the liberal perspective, the use of force is justified either on the grounds of self-defense or as a means of countering oppression, but always and only after reason and argument have been exhausted. Justice. Justice denotes a particular kind of moral judgment, in particular one about the distribution of rewards and punishment. In short, justice is about giving each person what he or she is due. The narrower idea of social justice refers to the distribution of material rewards and benefits in society, such as wages, profits, housing, medical care, welfare benefits, and so on. The liberal theory of justice is based on a belief in equality of various kinds. In the first place, individualism implies a commitment to foundational equality. Human beings are seen to be born equal in the sense that each individual is of equal moral worth, an idea embodied in the notion of natural rights or human rights, CP 58. Justice. A moral standard of fairness and impartiality. Social justice is the notion of a fair or justifiable distribution of wealth and rewards in society. Equality. The principle that human beings are of identical worth or are entitled to be treated in the same way. Equality can have widely differing applications. Second, Foundational equality implies a belief in formal equality or equal citizenship, the idea that individuals should enjoy the same formal status within society, particularly in terms of the distribution of rights and entitlements. Consequently, liberals fiercely disapprove of any social privileges or advantages that are enjoyed by some but denied to others on the basis of irrational factors such as gender, race, color, creed, religion, or social background. Rights should not be reserved for any particular class of person, such as men, whites, Christians, or the wealthy. This is the sense in which liberalism is difference blind. The most important forms of formal equality are legal equality and political equality. The former emphasizes equality before the law and insists that all non-legal factors be strictly irrelevant to the process of legal decision-making. The latter is embodied in the idea of one person, one vote, one value, and underpins the liberal commitment to democracy. Third, liberals subscribe to a belief in equality of opportunity. Each and every individual should have the same chance to rise or fall in society. The game of life, in that sense, must be played on a level playing field. This is not to say that there should be equality of outcome or reward, or that living conditions and social circumstances should be the same for all. Liberals believe social equality to be undesirable because people are not born the same. They possess different talents and skills, and some are prepared to work much harder than others. Liberals believe that it is right to reward merit, ability and the willingness to work. Indeed, they think it is essential to do so if people are to have an incentive to realize their potential and develop the talents with which they were born. Equality, for a liberal, means that individuals should have an equal opportunity to develop their unequal skills and abilities. This leads to a belief in meritocracy. A meritocratic society is one in which inequalities of wealth and social position solely reflect the unequal distribution of talent and application among human beings, or are based on factors beyond human control, for example, luck or chance, though some liberals believe that all aspects of luck, including natural ability, should be irrelevant to distributive justice, a position called luck egalitarianism, Dworkin 2000. Such a society is socially just because individuals are judged not by their gender, the color of their skin or their religion, but according to their talents and willingness to work, or what Martin Luther King called the content of their character. By extension, social equality is unjust because it treats unlike individuals alike. However, liberal thinkers have disagreed about how these broad principles of justice should be applied in practice. Classical liberals have endorsed strict meritocracy on both economic and moral grounds. Economically, they place heavy stress on the need for incentives. Morally, justice requires that unequal individuals are not treated equally. Modern liberals, on the other hand, have taken social justice to imply a belief in some measure of social equality. For example, in A Theory of Justice, 1970, John Rawls argued that economic inequality is only justifiable if it works to the benefit of the poorest in society. Meritocracy. Literally, rule by those with merit, merit being intelligence plus effort, a society in which social position is determined exclusively by ability and hard work. Toleration. The liberal social ethic is characterized very much by a willingness to accept and, in some cases, celebrate moral, cultural and political diversity. Indeed, an acceptance of pluralism can be said to be rooted in the principle of individualism, and the assumption that human beings are separate and unique creatures. However, the liberal preference for diversity has been associated more commonly with toleration. This commitment to toleration, attributed to the French writer Voltaire, 1694–1778, is memorably expressed in the declaration that, "I detest what you say but will defend to the death your right to say it." Toleration is both an ethical ideal and a social principle. On the one hand, it represents the goal of personal autonomy, on the other, it establishes a set of rules about how human beings should behave towards one another. The liberal case for toleration first emerged in the 17th century in the attempt by writers such as John Milton, 1608–74, and John Locke, CP 52, to defend religious freedom. Locke argued that, since the proper function of government is to protect life, liberty, and property, it has no right to meddle in the care of men's souls. Toleration should be extended to all matters regarded as private, on the grounds that, like religion, they concern moral questions that should be left to the individual. Pluralism. A belief in diversity or choice, or the theory that political power is or should be widely and evenly dispersed, cp. 290. Toleration. Forbearance, a willingness to accept views or actions with which one is in disagreement. Autonomy. Literally, self-government, the ability to control one's own destiny by virtue of enjoying independence from external influences. In On Liberty, 1859-1972, J. S. Mill developed a wider justification for toleration that highlighted its importance to society as well as the individual. From the individual's point of view, toleration is primarily a guarantee of personal autonomy and is thus a condition for moral self-development. Nevertheless, toleration is also necessary to ensure the vigor and health of society as a whole. Only within a free market of ideas will truth emerge, as good ideas displace bad ones and ignorance is progressively banished. Contest, debate, and argument, the fruit of diversity or multiplicity, are therefore the motor of social progress. For Mill, this was particularly threatened by democracy and the spread of dull conformism, linked to the belief that the majority must always be right. Mill, 1859-1972, was thus able to argue as follows. If all mankind minus one, were of one opinion, and only one person were of the contrary opinion, mankind would be no more justified in silencing that one person, than he, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Sympathy for toleration and diversity is also linked to the liberal belief in a balanced society, one not riven by fundamental conflict. Although individuals and social groups pursue very different interests, liberals hold that there is a deeper harmony or balance among these competing interests. For example, the interests of workers and employers differ. Workers want better pay, shorter hours, and improved working conditions, while employers wish to increase their profits by keeping their production costs, including wages, as low as possible. Nevertheless, these competing interests also complement one another. Workers need jobs, and employers need labor. In other words, each group is essential to the achievement of the other group's goals. Individuals and groups may pursue self-interest, but a natural equilibrium will tend to assert itself. The relationship between liberalism, pluralism, and diversity is examined further in Chapter 11, in connection with multiculturalism. Liberalism, government, and democracy. The liberal state. Liberals do not believe that a balanced and tolerant society will simply develop naturally out of the free actions of individuals and voluntary associations. This is where liberals disagree with anarchists, who believe that both law and government are unnecessary. Liberals fear that free individuals may wish to exploit others, steal their property, or even turn them into slaves if it is in their interests to do so. They may also break or ignore contracts when doing so is to their advantage. The liberty of one person is always, therefore, in danger of becoming a license to abuse another. Each person can be said to be both a threat to, and under threat from, every other member of society. Our liberty requires that they are restrained from encroaching on our freedom and, in turn, their liberty requires that they are safeguarded from us. Liberals have traditionally believed that such protection can only be provided by a sovereign state, capable of restraining all individuals and groups within society. Freedom can therefore only exist under the law, as John Locke put it, where there is no law there is no freedom. Law. Established and public rules of social conduct, backed up by the machinery of the state, the police, courts and prisons. Government. The machinery through which collective decisions are made on behalf of the state, usually comprising a legislature, executive, and judiciary. State. An association that establishes sovereign power within a defined territorial area, usually possessing a monopoly of coercive power. This argument is the basis of the social contract theories, developed by 17th-century writers such as Thomas Hobbes, CP 84, and John Locke, which, for liberals, explains the individual's political obligations towards the state. Hobbes and Locke constructed a picture of what life had been like before government was formed, in a stateless society, or what they called a state of nature. As individuals are selfish, greedy, and power-seeking, the state of nature would be characterized by an unending civil war of each against all, in which, in Hobbes' words, human life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. As a result, they argued, rational individuals would enter into an agreement, or social contract, to establish a sovereign government, without which orderly and stable life would be impossible. All individuals would recognize that it is in their interests to sacrifice a portion of their liberty in order to set up a system of law, otherwise their rights, and indeed their lives, would constantly be under threat. Hobbes and Locke were aware that this contract is a historical fiction. The purpose of the social contract argument, however, is to highlight the value of the sovereign state to the individual. In other words, Hobbes and Locke wished individuals to behave as if the historical fiction were true, by respecting and obeying government and law, in gratitude for the safety and security that only a sovereign state can provide. Social contract. A. Hypothetical agreement among individuals through which they form a state in order to escape from the disorder and chaos of the state of nature. State of nature. A pre-political society characterized by unrestrained freedom and the absence of established authority. The social contract argument embodies two important liberal attitudes towards the state in particular, and political authority in general. Political authority comes, in a sense, from below. The state acts as an umpire or neutral referee in society. In the first place, social contract theory suggests that the state is created by individuals, and for individuals, it exists in order to serve their needs and interests. Government arises out of the agreement, or consent, of the governed. This implies that citizens do not have an absolute obligation to obey all laws or accept any form of government. If government is based on a contract, made by the governed, government itself may break the terms of this contract. When the legitimacy of government evaporates, the people have the right of rebellion. Second, in social contract theory, the state is not created by a privileged elite, wishing to exploit the masses, but by an agreement among all the people. The state therefore embodies the interests of all its citizens and acts as a neutral referee when individuals or groups come into conflict with one another. For instance, if individuals break contracts made with others, the state applies the rules of the game and enforces the terms of the contract, provided, of course, that each party had entered into the contract voluntarily and in full knowledge. The essential characteristic of any such referee is that its actions are, and are seen to be, impartial. Liberals thus regard the state as a neutral arbiter among the competing individuals and groups within society. Constitutionalism. Though liberals are convinced of the need for government, they are also acutely aware of the dangers that government embodies. In their view, all governments are potential tyrannies against the individual. On the one hand, this is based on the fact that government exercises sovereign power and so poses a constant threat to individual liberty. On the other hand, it reflects a distinctively liberal fear of power. As human beings are self-seeking creatures, if they have power, the ability to influence the behavior of others, they will naturally use it for their own benefit and at the expense of others. Simply put, the liberal position is that egoism plus power equals corruption. This was expressed in Lord Acton's famous warning, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely," and in his conclusion, "Great men are almost always bad men," 1956. Liberals therefore fear arbitrary government and uphold the principle of limited government. Government can be limited, or tamed, through the establishment of constitutional constraints and, as discussed in the next section, by democracy. Democracy. Rule by the people. Democracy implies both popular participation and government in the public interest, and can take a wide variety of forms, CP 41. A constitution is a set of rules that seeks to allocate duties, powers, and functions among the various institutions of government. It therefore constitutes the rules that govern the government itself. As such, it both defines the extent of government power and limits its exercise. Support for constitutionalism can take two forms. In the first place, the powers of government bodies and politicians can be limited by the introduction of external and, usually, legal constraints. The most important of these is a so-called written constitution, which codifies the major powers and responsibilities of government institutions within a single document. The first such document was the U.S. Constitution, CP 38, but during the 19th and 20th centuries written constitutions were adopted in all liberal democracies, with the exception of the UK, Israel, and New Zealand. In many cases, bills of rights also exist, which entrench individual rights by providing a legal definition of the relationship between the individual and the state. The earliest example was the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, which was passed by France's National Constituent Assembly in 1789. Where neither written constitutions nor bills of rights exist, as in the UK, liberals have stressed the importance of statute law in checking government power through the principle of the rule of law. This was expressed most clearly in 19th-century Germany, in the concept of the Rechtsstaat, a state ruled by law. Key concept: constitutionalism. Constitutionalism, in a narrow sense, is the practice of limited government brought about by the existence of a constitution. Constitutionalism in this sense can be said to exist when government institutions and political processes are effectively constrained by constitutional rules. More broadly, constitutionalism refers to a set of political values and aspirations that reflect the desire to protect liberty through the establishment of internal and external checks on government power. It is typically expressed in support for constitutional provisions that establish this goal, notably, a codified constitution, a Bill of Rights, separation of powers, bicameralism and federalism, CP 39, or decentralization. Constitutionalism is thus a species of political liberalism. Written constitution. A single authoritative document that defines the duties, powers, and functions of government institutions and so constitutes higher law. Bill of Rights. A constitutional document that specifies the rights and freedoms of the individual and so defines the relationship between the state and its citizens. Rule of law. The principle that all conduct and behavior, of private citizens and government officials, should conform to a framework of law. Second, constitutionalism can be established by the introduction of internal constraints which disperse political power among a number of institutions and create a network of checks and balances. As the French political philosopher Montesquieu, 1689–1775, put it, power should be a check to power, Montesquieu 1748 1969. All liberal political systems exhibit some measure of internal fragmentation. This can be achieved by applying the doctrine of the separation of powers, proposed by Montesquieu himself. This seeks to prevent any individual or small group from gaining dictatorial power by controlling the legislative, executive, and judicial functions of government. A particular emphasis is placed on the judiciary. As the judiciary interprets the meaning of law, both constitutional and statutory, and therefore reviews the powers of government itself, it must enjoy formal independence and political neutrality if it is to protect the individual from the state. Other devices for fragmenting government power include cabinet government, which checks the power of the prime minister, parliamentary government, which checks the power of the executive, bicameralism, which checks the power of each legislative chamber, and territorial divisions such as federalism, CP 39, devolution and local government, which check the power of central government. Separation of powers. The principle that legislative, executive, and judicial power should be separated through the construction of three independent branches of government. Political ideologies in action. Making the U.S. Constitution. Events, between May and September 1787, delegates from 12 of the original 13 states, Rhode Island did not send a delegate, met in Philadelphia to draft the U.S. Constitution. The task confronting what became known as the Constitutional Conference was, some 11 years after rebelling against British colonial rule by issuing the Declaration of Independence, to establish a system of national government that would be more effective than the Articles of Confederation, adopted in 1781. The ratification of the Constitution in 1797 marked the founding of the United States of America. Significance: the founding fathers were influenced by concerns and sympathies that had an unmistakable liberal character, meaning that the U.S. Constitution became perhaps the classic example of liberal constitutionalism in practice. The opening words of the preamble to the Constitution, "We the people of the United States of America," reflect the influence of social contract thinking. Although the Founding Fathers recognized the need for an effective national government, they were acutely aware that this government, like all governments, could become a tyranny against the people. The Constitution was therefore constructed on the basis of an elaborate network of checks and balances, at the heart of which was a separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, which ensured both the independence and interdependence of Congress, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. For example, although only Congress could make laws, these laws could be vetoed by the president, but the president's veto could be overturned by a two-thirds vote in both houses of Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate. However, the U.S. Constitution may have been shaped as much by practical concerns as by principled ones. In particular, the emphasis on limited government may have had less to do with the desire to protect individual freedom and more to do with the fact that the newly independent states were desperate not to replace the despotism of the British Crown with the despotism of U.S. national government, or the despotism of an overpowerful president. Similarly, the economic interpretation of the Constitution suggests that its framers may have been significantly affected by their own backgrounds and interests, desiring above all to protect property by placing constraints on government democratic power. Beard, 1913-1952. In this view, the underlying purpose of the Constitution may have been to prevent a political revolution from developing into a social revolution. Liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is the dominant political force in the developed world, and increasingly in the developing world. Indeed, the collapse of communism and the advance of democratization, usually understood to imply the introduction of liberal democratic reforms, that is, electoral democracy and economic liberalization, in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, especially since the 1980s, led end of history theorists to proclaim the worldwide triumph of Western liberal democracy. However, liberal democracy is a very particular form of democracy. Its liberal features are reflected in a network of internal and external checks on government that are designed to guarantee civil liberty and ensure a healthy civil society. The democratic character of liberal democracy is based on a system of regular and competitive elections, conforming to the principles of universal suffrage and political equality. Civil liberty. The private sphere of existence, belonging to the citizen, not to the state, freedom from government. Civil society. A realm of autonomous associations and groups, formed by private citizens and enjoying independence from the government. Civil society includes businesses, clubs, families, and so on. The hybrid nature of liberal democracy reflects a basic ambivalence within liberalism towards democracy. In many ways, this is rooted in the competing implications of individualism, which both embodies a fear of collective power and leads to a belief in political equality. In the 19th century, liberals often saw democracy as threatening or dangerous. In this respect, they echoed the ideas of earlier political theorists, such as Plato and Aristotle, who viewed democracy as a system of rule by the masses at the expense of wisdom and property. The central liberal concern has been that democracy can become the enemy of individual liberty. This arises from the fact that the people are not a single entity but rather a collection of individuals and groups, possessing different opinions and opposing interests. The democratic solution to conflict is a recourse to numbers and the application of majority rule, the principle that the will of the majority or the greatest number should prevail over that of the minority. Democracy thus comes down to the rule of the 51%, or a prospect that the French politician and social commentator Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805–59, famously described as the tyranny of the majority. Individual liberty and minority rights can thus be crushed in the name of the people. James Madison articulated similar views at the Philadelphia Convention in 1787. Madison argued that the best defense against majoritarian is a network of checks and balances that would make government responsive to competing minorities and safeguard the propertied few from the propertyless masses. Key concept: federalism. Federalism, from the Latin foedus, meaning pact or covenant, usually refers to legal and political structures that distribute power between two distinct levels of government, neither of which is subordinate to the other. Its central feature is therefore the principle of shared sovereignty. Classical federations are few in number, for example, the USA, Switzerland, Belgium, Canada, and Australia. However, many more states have federal-type features. Most federal, or federal-type, states were formed by the coming together of a number of established political communities. They are often geographically large and may have culturally diverse populations. Federalism may nevertheless also have an international dimension, providing the basis, in particular, for regional integration, as in the case of European federalism. Key concept: liberal democracy. A liberal democracy is a political regime in which a liberal commitment to limited government is blended with a democratic belief in popular rule. Its key features are: 1. The right to rule is gained through success in regular and competitive elections based on universal adult suffrage. 2. Constraints on government imposed by a constitution, institutional checks and balances, and protections for individual rights, and 3. A vigorous civil society including a private enterprise economy, independent trade unions and a free press. While liberals view liberal democracy as being universally applicable, on the grounds that it allows for the expression of the widest possible range of views and beliefs, critics regard it as the political expression of either Western values or capitalist economic structures. Majoritarian. A belief in majority rule. Majoritarian implies either that the majority dominates the minority, or that the minority should defer to the judgment of the majority. Liberals have expressed particular reservations about democracy, not merely because of the danger of majority rule, but also because of the makeup of the majority in modern, industrial societies. As far as J.S. Mill was concerned, for instance, political wisdom is unequally distributed and is largely related to education. The uneducated are more likely to act according to narrow class interests, whereas the educated are able to use their wisdom and experience for the good of others. He therefore insisted that elected politicians should speak for themselves rather than reflect the views of their electors, and he proposed a system of plural voting that would disenfranchise the illiterate and allocate 1, 2, 3, or 4 votes to people depending on their level of education or social position. Ortega y Gasset, 1883–1955, the Spanish social thinker, expressed such fears more dramatically in The Revolt of the Masses, 1930–1972. Gasset warned that the arrival of mass democracy had led to the overthrow of civilized society and the moral order, paving the way for authoritarian rulers to come to power by appealing to the basest instincts of the masses. Perspectives on democracy. Liberals understand democracy in individualist terms as consent expressed through the ballot box, democracy being equated with regular and competitive elections. While democracy constrains abuses of power, it must always be conducted within a constitutional framework to prevent majoritarian tyranny. Conservatives endorse liberal democratic rule but with qualifications about the need to protect property and traditional institutions from the untutored will of the many. The New Right, however, has linked electoral democracy to the problems of overgovernment and economic stagnation. Socialists traditionally endorsed a form of radical democracy based on popular participation and the desire to bring economic life under public control, dismissing liberal democracy as simply capitalist democracy. Nevertheless, modern social democrats are now firmly committed to liberal democratic structures. Anarchists endorse direct democracy and call for continuous popular participation and radical decentralization. Electoral or representative democracy is merely a facade that attempts to conceal elite domination and reconcile the masses to their oppression. Fascists embrace the ideas of totalitarian democracy, holding that a genuine democracy is an absolute dictatorship, as the leader monopolizes ideological wisdom and is alone able to articulate the true interests of the people. Party and electoral competition are thus corrupt and degenerate. Greens have often supported radical or participatory democracy. Dark Greens have developed a particular critique of electoral democracy that portrays it as a means of imposing the interests of the present generation of humans on unenfranchised, later generations, other species, and nature as a whole. By the 20th century, however, a large proportion of liberals had come to see democracy as a virtue, though this was based on a number of arguments and doctrines. The earliest liberal justification for democracy was founded on consent, and the idea that citizens must have a means of protecting themselves from the encroachment of government. In the 17th century, John Locke developed a limited theory of protective democracy by arguing that voting rights should be extended to the propertied, who could then defend their natural rights against government. If government, through taxation, possesses the power to expropriate property, citizens are entitled to protect themselves by controlling the composition of the tax-making body, the legislature. During the American Revolution, this idea was taken up in the slogan, "No taxation without representation." Utilitarian theorists such as Jeremy Bentham, CP 52, and James Mill, 1773–1836, developed the notion of democracy as a form of protection for the individual into a case for universal suffrage. Utilitarianism, CP 46, implies that individuals will vote to advance or defend their interests as they define them. Bentham came to believe that universal suffrage, conceived in his day as manhood suffrage, is the only way of promoting the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Consent. Assent or permission, in politics, usually an agreement to be governed or ruled. A more radical endorsement of democracy is linked to the virtues of political participation. This has been associated with the ideas of J.J. Rousseau, but received a liberal interpretation in the writings of J.S. Mill. In a sense, Mill encapsulates the ambivalence of the liberal attitude towards democracy. In its unrestrained form, democracy leads to tyranny, but, in the absence of democracy, ignorance and brutality will prevail. For Mill, the central virtue of democracy is that it promotes the highest and most harmonious development of human capacities. By participating in political life, citizens enhance their understanding, strengthen their sensibilities and achieve a higher level of personal development. This form of developmental democracy holds democracy to be, primarily, an educational experience. As a result, while he rejected political equality, Mill believed that the franchise should be extended to all but those who are illiterate and, in the process, suggested, radically for his time, that suffrage should also be extended to women. However, since the mid-20th century, liberal theories about democracy have tended to focus less on consent and participation and more on the need for consensus in society. This can be seen in the writings of pluralist theorists, who have argued that organized groups, not individuals, have become the primary political actors, and portrayed modern industrial societies as increasingly complex, characterized by competition between and among rival interests. From this point of view, the attraction of democracy is that it is the only system of rule capable of maintaining balance or equilibrium within complex and fluid modern societies. As equilibrium democracy gives competing groups a political voice, it binds them to the political system and so maintains political stability. Consensus. A broad agreement on fundamental principles that allows for disagreement on matters of emphasis or detail. Classical liberalism. Classical liberalism was the earliest liberal tradition. Classical liberal ideas developed during the transition from feudalism to capitalism, and reached their high point during the early industrialization of the 19th century. As a result, classical liberalism has sometimes been called 19th century liberalism. The cradle of classical liberalism was the UK, where the capitalist and industrial revolutions were the most advanced. Its ideas have always been more deeply rooted in Anglo-Saxon countries, particularly the UK and the USA, than in other parts of the world. However, classical liberalism is not merely a 19th century form of liberalism, whose ideas are now only of historical interest. Its principles and theories, in fact, have had growing appeal from the second half of the 20th century onwards. Though what is called neoclassical liberalism, or neoliberalism, CP 83, initially had the greatest impact in the UK and the USA, its influence has spread much more broadly, in large part fueled by the advance of globalization, CP 20, as discussed in the final section of this chapter. Classical liberal ideas have taken a variety of forms, but they have a number of common characteristics. Classical liberals subscribe to egoistical individualism. They view human beings as rationally self-interested creatures, with a pronounced capacity for self-reliance. Society is therefore seen as atomistic, composed of a collection of largely self-sufficient individuals, meaning that the characteristics of society can be traced back to the more fundamental features of human nature. Believe in negative freedom. The individual is free insofar as he or she is left alone, not interfered with or coerced by others. As stated earlier, freedom in this sense is the absence of external constraints on the individual. Regard the state as, in Thomas Paine's words, a necessary evil. It is necessary in that, at the very least, it lays down the conditions for orderly existence, and it is evil in that it imposes a collective will on society, thereby limiting the freedom and responsibilities of the individual. Classical liberals thus believe in a minimal state, which acts, using Locke's metaphor, as a night watchman. In this view, the state's proper role is restricted to the maintenance of domestic order, the enforcement of contracts, and the protection of society against external attack. Have a broadly positive view of civil society. Civil society is not only deemed to be a realm of freedom, in comparison to the state, which is a realm of coercion, but it is also seen to reflect the principle of balance or equilibrium. This is expressed most clearly in the classical liberal belief in a self-regulating market economy. Classical liberalism nevertheless draws on a variety of doctrines and theories. The most important of these are natural rights, utilitarianism, economic liberalism, social Darwinism. Natural rights. The natural rights theorists of the 17th and 18th centuries, such as John Locke in England and Thomas Jefferson in America, had a considerable influence on the development of liberal ideology. Modern political debate is littered with references to rights and claims to possess rights. A right, most simply, is an entitlement to act or be treated in a particular way. Such entitlements may be either moral or legal in character. For Locke and Jefferson, rights are natural in that they are invested in human beings by nature or God. Natural rights are now more commonly called human rights. They are, in Jefferson's words, inalienable because human beings are entitled to them by virtue of being human. They cannot, in that sense, be taken away. Natural rights are thus thought to establish the essential conditions for leading a truly human existence. For Locke, there were three such rights: life, liberty, and property. Jefferson did not accept that property was a natural or God-given right, but rather one that had developed for human convenience. In the American Declaration of Independence he therefore described inalienable rights as those of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Natural rights. God-given rights that are fundamental to human beings and are therefore inalienable, they cannot be taken away. The idea of natural or human rights has affected liberal thought in a number of ways. For example, the weight given to such rights distinguishes authoritarian thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes from early liberals such as John Locke. As explained earlier, both Hobbes and Locke believed that government was formed through a social contract. However, Hobbes, 1651–1968, argued that only a strong government, preferably a monarchy, would be able to establish order and security in society. He was prepared to invest the king with sovereign or absolute power, rather than risk a descent into a state of nature. The citizen should therefore accept any form of government because even repressive government is better than no government at all. Locke, on the other hand, argued against arbitrary or unlimited government. Government is established in order to protect natural rights. When these are protected by the state, citizens should respect government and obey the law. However, if government violates the rights of its citizens, they in turn have the right of rebellion. Locke thus approved of the English Revolution of the 17th century, and applauded the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in 1688. For Locke, moreover, the contract between state and citizen is a specific and limited one. Its purpose is to protect a set of defined natural rights. As a result, Locke believed in limited government. The legitimate role of government is limited to the protection of life, liberty, and property. Therefore, the realm of government should not extend beyond its three minimal functions: maintaining public order and protecting property, providing defense against external attack, ensuring that contracts are enforced. Other issues and responsibilities are properly the concern of private individuals. Thomas Jefferson expressed a similar sentiment a century later when he declared that government is best which governs least. Utilitarianism. Natural rights theories were not the only basis of early liberalism. An alternative and highly influential theory of human nature was put forward in the early 19th century by the utilitarians, notably Jeremy Bentham and James Mill. Bentham regarded the idea of rights as nonsense and called natural rights nonsense on stilts. In their place, he proposed what he believed to be the more scientific and objective idea that individuals are motivated by self-interest, and that these interests can be defined as the desire for pleasure or happiness and the wish to avoid pain, both calculated in terms of utility. The principle of utility is, furthermore, a moral principle in that it suggests that the rightness of an action, policy, or institution can be established by its tendency to promote happiness. Just as each individual can calculate what is morally good by the quantity of pleasure an action will produce, so the principle of the greatest happiness for the greatest number can be used to establish which policies or institutions will benefit society at large. Utilitarian ideas have had a considerable impact on classical liberalism. In particular, they have provided a moral philosophy that explains how and why individuals act as they do. The utilitarian conception of human beings as rationally self-interested creatures was adopted by later generations of liberal thinkers. Moreover, each individual is thought to be able to perceive his or her own best interests. This cannot be done on their behalf by some paternal authority, such as the state. Bentham argued that individuals act so as to gain pleasure or happiness in whatever way they choose. No one else can judge the quality or degree of their happiness. If each individual is the sole judge of what will give him or her pleasure, then the individual alone can determine what is morally right. On the other hand, utilitarian ideas can also have illiberal implications. Bentham held that the principle of utility could be applied to society at large and not merely to individual human behavior. Institutions and legislation can be judged by the yardstick of the greatest happiness. However, this formula has majoritarian implications, because it uses the happiness of the greatest number as a standard of what is morally correct, and therefore allows that the interests of the majority outweigh those of the minority or the rights of the individual. Utility. Use value. In economics, utility describes the satisfaction that is gained from the consumption of material goods and services. Economic liberalism. The late 18th and early 19th centuries witnessed the development of classical economic theory in the work of political economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo, 1770 to 1823. Smith's The Wealth of Nations, 1776 1976, was in many respects the first economics textbook. His ideas drew heavily on liberal and rationalist assumptions about human nature and made a powerful contribution to the debate about the desirable role of government within civil society. Smith wrote at a time of wide-ranging government restrictions on economic activity. Mercantilism, the dominant economic idea of the 16th and 17th centuries, had encouraged governments to intervene in economic life in an attempt to encourage the export of goods and restrict imports. Smith's economic writings were designed to attack mercantilism, arguing instead for the principle that the economy works best when it is left alone by government. Key concept: utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is a moral philosophy that was developed by Jeremy Bentham and James Mill. It equates good with pleasure or happiness, and evil with pain or unhappiness. Individuals are therefore assumed to act so as to maximize pleasure and minimize pain, these being calculated in terms of utility or use value, usually seen as satisfaction derived from material consumption. The greatest happiness principle can be used to evaluate laws, institutions, and even political systems. Act utilitarianism judges an act to be right if it produces at least as much pleasure over pain as any other act. Rule utilitarianism judges an act to be right if it conforms to a rule which, if generally followed, produces good consequences. Mercantilism. A school of economic thought that emphasizes the state's role in managing international trade and delivering prosperity. Smith thought of the economy as a market, indeed as a series of interrelated markets. He believed that the market operates according to the wishes and decisions of free individuals. Freedom within the market means freedom of choice, the ability of the businesses to choose what goods to make, the ability of workers to choose an employer, and the ability of consumers to choose what goods or services to buy. Relationships within such a market, between employers and employees, and between buyers and sellers, are therefore voluntary and contractual, made by self-interested individuals for whom pleasure is equated with the acquisition and consumption of wealth. Economic theory therefore drew on utilitarianism, in constructing the idea of economic man, the notion that human beings are essentially egoistical and bent on material acquisition. Market. A system of commercial exchange between buyers and sellers, controlled by impersonal economic forces, market forces. The attraction of classical economics was that, while each individual is materially self-interested, the economy itself is thought to operate according to a set of impersonal pressures, market forces, that tend naturally to promote economic prosperity and well-being. For instance, no single producer can set the price of a commodity. Prices are set by the market, by the number of goods offered for sale and the number of consumers who are willing to buy. These are the forces of supply and demand. The market is a self-regulating mechanism, it needs no guidance from outside. The market should be free from government interference because it is managed by what Smith referred to as an invisible hand. This idea of a self-regulating market reflects the liberal belief in a naturally existing harmony among the conflicting interests within society. Smith, 1776 1976, expressed the economic version of this idea as: "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interests." Free market ideas became economic orthodoxy in the UK and the USA during the 19th century. The high point of free market beliefs was reached with the doctrine of laissez-faire. This suggests that the state should have no economic role, but should simply leave the economy alone and allow business people to act however they please. Laissez-faire ideas opposed all forms of factory legislation, including restrictions on the employment of children, limits to the number of hours worked, and any regulation of working conditions. Such economic individualism is usually based on a belief that the unrestrained pursuit of profit will ultimately lead to general benefit. Laissez-faire theories remained strong in the UK throughout much of the 19th century, and in the USA they were not seriously challenged until the 1930s. Free market. The principle or policy of unfettered market competition, free from government interference. Laissez-faire. Literally, leave to do, the doctrine that economic activity should be entirely free from government interference. However, since the late 20th century, faith in the free market has been revived through the rise of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was counter-revolutionary, it aimed to halt, and if possible reverse, the trend towards big government that had dominated most Western countries, especially since 1945. Although it had its greatest initial impact in the two countries in which free market economic principles had been most firmly established in the 19th century, the USA and the UK, from the 1980s onwards neoliberalism exerted a wider influence. At the heart of neoliberalism's assault on the dead hand of government lies a belief in market fundamentalism. In that light, neoliberalism can be seen to go beyond classical economic theory. For instance, while Adam Smith is rightfully viewed as the father of market economics, he also recognized the limitations of the market and certainly did not subscribe to a crude utility-maximizing model of human nature. Thus, although some treat neoliberalism as a form of revived classical liberalism, others see it as a form of economic libertarianism, CP 78, which perhaps has more in common with the anarchist tradition, and in particular anarcho-capitalism, discussed in Chapter 5, than it does with the liberal tradition. The matter is further complicated by the fact that in the case of both Reaganism in the USA and Thatcherism in the UK, neoliberalism formed part of a larger, new right ideological project that sought to foster laissez-faire economics with an essentially conservative social philosophy. This project is examined in more detail in Chapter 3. Market fundamentalism. An absolute faith in the market, reflecting the belief that the market mechanism offers solutions to all economic and social problems. Social Darwinism. One of the distinctive features of classical liberalism is its attitude to poverty and social equality. An individualistic political creed will tend to explain social circumstances in terms of the talents and hard work of each individual human being. Individuals make what they want, and what they can, of their own lives. Those with ability and a willingness to work will prosper, while the incompetent or the lazy will not. This idea was memorably expressed in the title of Samuel Smiles' book Self-Help, 1859 1986, which begins by reiterating the well-tried maxim that heaven helps those who help themselves. Such ideas of individual responsibility were widely employed by supporters of laissez-faire in the 19th century. For instance, Richard Cobden, 1804-65, the UK economist and politician, advocated an improvement of the conditions of the working classes, but argued that it should come about through their own efforts and self-reliance, rather than from law. He advised them to look not to Parliament, look only to yourselves. Ideas of individual self-reliance reached their boldest expression in Herbert Spencer's The Man versus the State, 1884-1940. Spencer, 1820-1904, the UK philosopher and social theorist, developed a vigorous defense of the doctrine of laissez-faire, drawing on ideas that the UK scientist Charles Darwin, 1809-82, had developed in The Origin of Species, 1859-1972. Darwin developed a theory of evolution that set out to explain the diversity of species found on Earth. He proposed that each species undergoes a series of random physical and mental changes, or mutations. Some of these changes enable a species to survive and prosper, they are pro-survival. Other mutations are less favorable and make survival more difficult or even impossible. A process of natural selection therefore decides which species are fitted by nature to survive, and which are not. By the end of the 19th century, these ideas had extended beyond biology and were increasingly affecting social and political theory. Spencer, for example, used the theory of natural selection to develop the social principle of the survival of the fittest. People who are best suited by nature to survive, rise to the top, while the less fit fall to the bottom. Inequalities of wealth, social position, and political power are therefore natural and inevitable, and no attempt should be made by government to interfere with them. Spencer's U.S. disciple William Sumner, 1840–1910, stated this principle boldly in 1884, when he asserted that the drunkard in the gutter is just where he ought to be. Modern liberalism. Modern liberalism is sometimes described as 20th-century liberalism. Just as the development of classical liberalism was closely linked to the emergence of industrial capitalism in the 19th century, so modern liberal ideas were related to the further development of industrialization. Industrialization had brought about a massive expansion of wealth for some, but was also accompanied by the spread of slums, poverty, ignorance and disease. Moreover, social inequality became more difficult to ignore as a growing industrial working class was seen to be disadvantaged by low pay, unemployment, and degrading living and working conditions. These developments had an impact on UK liberalism from the late 19th century onwards, but in other countries they did not take effect until much later. For example, US liberalism was not affected until the Depression of the 1930s. In these changing historical circumstances, liberals found it progressively more difficult to maintain the belief that the arrival of industrial capitalism had brought with it general prosperity and liberty for all. Consequently, many came to revise the early liberal expectation that the unrestrained pursuit of self-interest produced a socially just society. As the idea of economic individualism came increasingly under attack, liberals rethought their attitude towards the state. The minimal state of classical theory was quite incapable of rectifying the injustices and inequalities of civil society. Modern liberals were therefore prepared to advocate the development of an interventionist or enabling state. However, modern liberalism has been viewed in two, quite different, ways. Classical liberals have argued that modern liberalism effectively broke with the principles and doctrines that had previously defined liberalism, in particular that it had abandoned individualism and embraced collectivism, CP 99. Modern liberals, however, have been at pains to point out that they built on, rather than betrayed, classical liberalism. In this view, whereas classical liberalism is characterized by clear theoretical consistency, modern liberalism represents a marriage between new and old liberalism, and thus embodies ideological and theoretical tensions, notably over the proper role of the state. The distinctive ideas of modern liberalism include individuality, positive freedom, social liberalism, economic management, individuality. John Stuart Mill's ideas have been described as the heart of liberalism. This is because he provided a bridge between classical and modern liberalism. His ideas look both back to the early 19th century and forward to the 20th century and beyond. Mill's interests ranged from political economy to the campaign for female suffrage, but it was the ideas developed in On Liberty, 1859–1972, that show Mill most clearly as a contributor to modern liberal thought. This work contains some of the boldest liberal statements in favor of individual freedom. Mill suggested that, over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign, a conception of liberty that is essentially negative as it portrays freedom in terms of the absence of restrictions on an individual's self-regarding actions. Mill believed this to be a necessary condition for liberty, but not in itself a sufficient one. He thought that liberty was a positive and constructive force. It gave individuals the ability to take control of their own lives, to gain autonomy or achieve self-realization. Mill was influenced strongly by European Romanticism and found the notion of human beings as utility maximizers both shallow and unconvincing. He believed passionately in individuality. The value of liberty is that it enables individuals to develop, to gain talents, skills, and knowledge and to refine their sensibilities. Mill disagreed with Bentham's utilitarianism insofar as Bentham believed that actions could only be distinguished by the quantity of pleasure or pain they generated. For Mill, there were higher and lower pleasures. Mill was concerned to promote those pleasures that develop an individual's intellectual, moral, or aesthetic sensibilities. He was clearly not concerned with simple pleasure-seeking, but with personal self-development, declaring that he would rather be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. As such, he laid the foundations for a developmental model of individualism that placed emphasis on human flourishing rather than the crude satisfaction of interests. Individuality. Self-fulfillment achieved through the realization of an individual's distinctive or unique identity or qualities, what distinguishes one person from all others. Positive freedom. The clearest break with early liberal thought came in the late 19th century with the work of T.H. Green, CP 53, whose writing influenced a generation of so-called new liberals such as L.T. Hobhouse, 1864–1929, and J.A. Hobson, 1854–1940. Green believed that the unrestrained pursuit of profit, as advocated by classical liberalism, had given rise to new forms of poverty and injustice. The economic liberty of the few had blighted the life chances of the many. Following J.S. Mill, he rejected the early liberal conception of human beings as essentially self-seeking utility maximizers, and suggested a more optimistic view of human nature. Individuals, according to Green, have sympathy for one another, their egoism is therefore constrained by some degree of altruism. The individual possesses social responsibilities and not merely individual responsibilities, and is therefore linked to other individuals by ties of caring and empathy. Such a conception of human nature was clearly influenced by socialist ideas that emphasized the sociable and cooperative nature of humankind. As a result, Green's ideas have been described as socialist liberalism. Altruism. Concern for the interests and welfare of others, based either on enlightened self-interest or a belief in a common humanity. Green also challenged the classical liberal notion of freedom. Negative freedom merely removes external constraints on the individual, giving the individual freedom of choice. In the case of the businesses that wish to maximize profits, negative freedom justifies their ability to hire the cheapest labor possible, for example, to employ children rather than adults, or women rather than men. Economic freedom can therefore lead to exploitation, even becoming the freedom to starve. Freedom of choice in the marketplace is therefore an inadequate conception of individual freedom. In the place of a simple belief in negative freedom, Green proposed that freedom should also be understood in positive terms. In this light, freedom is the ability of the individual to develop and attain individuality. It involves people's ability to realize their individual potential, attain skills and knowledge, and achieve fulfillment. Thus, whereas negative freedom acknowledges only legal and physical constraints on liberty, positive freedom recognizes that liberty may also be threatened by social disadvantage and inequality. This, in turn, implied a revised view of the state. By protecting individuals from the social evils that cripple their lives, the state can expand freedom, and not merely diminish it. In place of the minimal state of old, modern liberals therefore endorsed an enabling state, exercising an increasingly wide range of social and economic responsibilities. While such ideas undoubtedly involved a revision of classical liberal theories, they did not amount to the abandonment of core liberal beliefs. Modern liberalism drew closer to socialism, but it did not place society before the individual. For T.H. Green, for example, freedom ultimately consisted in individuals acting morally. The state could not force people to be good, it could only provide the conditions in which they were able to make more responsible moral decisions. The balance between the state and the individual had altered, but the underlying commitment to the needs and interests of the individual remained. Modern liberals share the classical liberal preference for self-reliant individuals who take responsibility for their own lives. The essential difference is the recognition that this can only occur if social conditions allow it to happen. The central thrust of modern liberalism is therefore the desire to help individuals to help themselves. Social liberalism. The 20th century witnessed the growth of state intervention in most Western states and in many developing ones. Much of this intervention took the form of social welfare, attempts by government to provide welfare support for its citizens by overcoming poverty, disease, and ignorance. If the minimal state was typical of the 19th century, during the 20th century modern states became welfare states. This occurred as a consequence of a variety of historical and ideological factors. Governments, for example, sought to achieve national efficiency, healthier workforces and stronger armies. They also came under electoral pressure for social reform from newly enfranchised industrial workers and, in some cases, the peasantry. However, the political argument for welfarism has never been the prerogative of any single ideology. It has been put, in different ways, by socialists, liberals, conservatives, feminists, and even at times by fascists. Within liberalism, the case for social welfare has been made by modern liberals, in marked contrast to classical liberals, who extol the virtues of self-help and individual responsibility. Welfare state. A state that takes primary responsibility for the social welfare of its citizens, discharged through a range of social security, health, education and other services. Key figures in liberalism. John Locke, 1632–1704, an English philosopher and politician. Locke was a consistent opponent of absolutism and is often portrayed as the philosopher of the 1688 Glorious Revolution, which established a constitutional monarchy in England. Using social contract theory and accepting that, by nature, humans are free and equal, Locke upheld constitutionalism, limited government, and the right of revolution, but the stress he placed on property rights prevented him from endorsing political equality or democracy in the modern sense. Locke's foremost political work is two treatises of government, 1690. Adam Smith, 1723–90, a Scottish economist and philosopher, Smith is usually seen as the founder of the dismal science. In the Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759, he developed a theory of motivation that tried to reconcile human self-interestedness with unregulated social order. Smith's most famous work, The Wealth of Nations, 1776, was the first systematic attempt to explain the workings of the economy in market terms. Although he is sometimes portrayed as a free market theorist, Smith was nevertheless aware of the limitations of laissez-faire. Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, a German philosopher, Kant's critical philosophy holds that knowledge is not merely an aggregate of sense impressions, it depends on the conceptual apparatus of human understanding. Kant's political thought was shaped by the central importance of morality. He believed that the law of reason dictates categorical imperatives, the most important of which is the obligation to treat others as ends, and never only as means. Kant's most important works include Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, and Metaphysics of Morals, 1785. Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, a U.S. political philosopher and statesman. Jefferson was the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, 1776, and later served as the third President of the USA, 1801–09. Jefferson advocated a democratic form of agrarianism that sought to blend a belief in rule by a natural aristocracy with a commitment to limited government and laissez-faire, though he also exhibited sympathy for social reform. In the USA, Jeffersonianism stands for resistance to strong central government and a stress on individual freedom and responsibility, and states' rights. Jeremy Bentham, 1748–1832, a British philosopher, legal reformer, and founder of utilitarianism, Bentham developed a moral and philosophical system based on the belief that human beings are rationally self-interested creatures, or utility maximizers. Using the principle of general utility, the greatest happiness for the greatest number, he advanced a justification for laissez-faire economics, constitutional reform and, in later life, political democracy. Bentham's key works include a fragment on government, 1776, and an introduction to the principles of morals and legislation, 1789. James Madison, 1751–1836, a U.S. statesman and political theorist, Madison played a major role in writing the U.S. Constitution and served as the fourth President of the USA, 1809–17. Madison was a leading proponent of pluralism and divided government, urging the adoption of federalism, bicameralism, and the separation of powers as the basis of U.S. government. Madisonianism thus implies a strong emphasis on checks and balances as the principal means of resisting tyranny. His best-known political writings are his contributions to the Federalist, 1787-8. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, a British philosopher, economist, and politician. Mill's varied and complex work straddles the divide between classical and modern forms of liberalism. His opposition to collectivist tendencies and traditions was firmly rooted in 19th-century principles, but his emphasis on the quality of individual life, reflected in a commitment to individuality, as well as his sympathy for causes such as female suffrage and workers' cooperatives, looked forward to later developments. Mill's major writings include On Liberty, 1859, Utilitarianism, 1861, and Considerations on Representative Government, 1861. Th. Thomas Hill, Green, 1836-82, a British philosopher and social theorist. Green highlighted the limitations of early liberal doctrines and in particular laissez-faire. Influenced by Aristotle and Hegel, Green argued that humans are by nature social creatures, a position that helped liberalism to reach an accommodation with welfarism and social justice. His idea of positive freedom had a major influence on the emergence of so-called new liberalism in the UK. His chief works include Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation, 1879-80, and Prolegomena to Ethics, 1883. John Rawls, 1921-2002, a U.S. political philosopher. Rawls used a form of social contract theory to reconcile liberal individualism with the principles of redistribution and social justice. In his major work, A Theory of Justice, 1970, he developed the notion of justice as fairness, based on the belief that behind a veil of ignorance most people would accept that the liberty of each should be compatible with a like liberty for all, and that social inequality is only justified if it works to the benefit of the poorest in society. See also Isaiah Berlin, p. 292, and Robert Nozick, p. 85. Modern liberals defend welfarism on the basis of equality of opportunity. If particular individuals or groups are disadvantaged by their social circumstances, then the state possesses a social responsibility to reduce or remove these disadvantages to create equal, or at least more equal, life chances. Citizens have thus acquired a range of welfare or social rights, such as the right to work, the right to education and the right to decent housing. Welfare rights are positive rights because they can only be satisfied by the positive actions of government, through the provision of state pensions, benefits and, perhaps, publicly funded health and education services. During the 20th century, liberal parties and liberal governments were therefore converted to the cause of social welfare. For example, the expanded welfare state in the UK was based on the Beveridge Report, 1942, which set out to attack the so-called five giants: want, disease, ignorance, squalor and idleness. It memorably promised to protect citizens from the cradle to the grave. In the USA, liberal welfarism developed in the 1930s during the administration of F.D. Roosevelt, but reached its height in the 1960s with the New Frontier policies of John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson's Great Society program. Social liberalism was further developed in the second half of the 20th century with the emergence of so-called social democratic liberalism, especially in the writings of John Rawls, CP 53. Social democratic liberalism is distinguished by its support for relative social equality, usually seen as the defining value of socialism. In A Theory of Justice, 1970, Rawls developed a defense of redistribution and welfare based on the idea of equality as fairness. He argued that, if people were unaware of their social position and circumstances, they would view an egalitarian society as fairer than an inegalitarian one, on the grounds that the desire to avoid poverty is greater than the attraction of riches. He therefore proposed the difference principle, that social and economic inequalities should be arranged so as to benefit the least well-off, recognizing the need for some measure of inequality to provide an incentive to work. Nevertheless, such a theory of justice remains liberal rather than socialist, as it is rooted in assumptions about egoism and self-interest, rather than a belief in social solidarity. Economic management. In addition to providing social welfare, 20th-century Western governments also sought to deliver prosperity by managing their economies. This once again involved rejecting classical liberal thinking, in particular its belief in a self-regulating free market and the doctrine of laissez-faire. The abandonment of laissez-faire came about because of the increasing complexity of industrial capitalist economies and their apparent inability to guarantee general prosperity if left to their own devices. The Great Depression of the 1930s, sparked off by the Wall Street crash of 1929, led to high levels of unemployment throughout the industrialized world and in much of the developing world. This was the most dramatic demonstration of the failure of the free market. After World War II, virtually all Western states adopted policies of economic intervention in an attempt to prevent a return to the pre-war levels of unemployment. To a large extent these interventionist policies were guided by the work of the UK economist John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946. Key concept: Keynesianism. Keynesianism refers, narrowly, to the economic theories of J. M. Keynes, 1883 to 1946, and, more broadly, to a range of economic policies that have been influenced by these theories. Keynesianism provides an alternative to neoclassical economics and, in particular, advances a critique of the economic anarchy of laissez-faire capitalism. Keynes argued that growth and employment levels are largely determined by the level of aggregate demand in the economy, and that government can regulate demand, primarily through adjustments to fiscal policy, so as to deliver full employment. Keynesianism came to be associated with a narrow obsession with tax and spend policies, but this ignores the complexity and sophistication of Keynes' economic writings. Influenced by economic globalization, a form of neo-Keynesianism has emerged that rejects top-down economic management but still acknowledges that markets are hampered by uncertainty, inequality and differential levels of knowledge. In the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936-1963, Keynes challenged classical economic thinking and rejected its belief in a self-regulating market. Classical economists had argued that there was a market solution to the problem of unemployment and, indeed, all other economic problems. Keynes argued, however, that the level of economic activity, and therefore of employment, is determined by the total amount of demand, aggregate demand, in the economy. He suggested that governments could manage their economies by influencing the level of aggregate demand. Government spending is, in this sense, an injection of demand into the economy. Taxation, on the other hand, is a withdrawal from the economy. It reduces aggregate demand and dampens down economic activity. At times of high unemployment, Keynes recommended that governments should reflate their economies by either increasing public spending or cutting taxes. Unemployment could therefore be solved, not by the invisible hand of capitalism, but by government intervention, in this case by running a budget deficit, meaning that the government literally overspends. Keynesian demand management thus promised to give governments the ability to manipulate employment and growth levels, and hence to secure general prosperity. As with the provision of social welfare, modern liberals have seen economic management as being constructive in promoting prosperity and harmony in civil society. Keynes was not opposed to capitalism; indeed, in many ways, he was its savior. He simply argued that unrestrained private enterprise is unworkable within complex industrial societies. The first, if limited, attempt to apply Keynes' ideas was undertaken in the USA during Roosevelt's New Deal. By the end of World War II, Keynesianism was widely established as an economic orthodoxy in the West, displacing the older belief in laissez-faire. Keynesian policies were credited with being the key to the long boom, the historically unprecedented economic growth of the 1950s and 1960s, which witnessed the achievement of widespread affluence, at least in Western countries. However, the re-emergence of economic difficulties in the 1970s generated renewed sympathy for the theories of classical political economy, and led to a shift away from Keynesian priorities. Nevertheless, the failure of the free market revolution of the 1980s and 1990s to ensure sustained economic growth resulted in the emergence of the new political economy, or neo-Keynesianism. Although this recognized the limitations of the crude Keynesianism of the 1950s to 1970s period, it nevertheless marked a renewed awareness of the link between unregulated capitalism and low investment, short-termism and social fragmentation. Liberalism in a global age. How has liberalism been affected by the forces of globalization? Has Western liberalism been transformed into global liberalism? So-called accelerated globalization from the 1980s onwards, together with associated developments, can be seen to have supported the worldwide ascendancy of liberalism in a number of ways. However, hegemonic liberalism wears not one face but many, reflecting not only the multifarious nature of liberalism but also, at times, its internal tensions. The first face of global liberalism is neoliberalism, which is so closely linked to economic globalization that many commentators treat neoliberalism and globalization as if they are part of the same phenomenon, neoliberal globalization. The link occurs for a variety of reasons. In particular, intensified international competition encourages governments to deregulate their economies and reduce tax levels in the hope of attracting inward investment and preventing transnational corporations, TNCs, from relocating elsewhere. Strong downward pressure is also exerted on public spending, and especially on welfare budgets, by the fact that, in the context of heightened global competition, the control of inflation has displaced the maintenance of full employment as the principal goal of economic policy. Such pressures, together with the revived growth and productivity rates of the U.S. economy during the 1990s and the relatively sluggish performance of other models of national capitalism in Japan and Germany in particular, meant that neoliberalism appeared to stand unchallenged as the dominant ideology of the New World economy. Only a few states, such as China, were able to deal with neoliberal globalization on their own terms, limiting their exposure to competition by, for example, holding down their exchange rate. Transnational corporation. A company that controls economic activity in two or more countries, developing corporate strategies and processes that transcend national borders. One of the commonly alleged implications of neoliberal globalization has been a tendency towards peace and international law and order, brought about by growing economic interdependence. Such thinking can be traced back to the birth of commercial liberalism in the 19th century, based on the classical economics of David Ricardo and the ideas of the so-called Manchester liberals, Richard Cobden, 1804-65, and John Bright, 1811-89. The key theme within commercial liberalism is a belief in the virtues of free trade. Free trade has economic benefits, as it allows each country to specialize in the production of goods and services that it is best suited to produce, the ones in which they have comparative advantage. However, free trade is no less important in drawing states into a web of interdependence, which means that the material costs of international conflict are so great that warfare becomes virtually unthinkable. Cobden and Bright argued that free trade would draw people of different races, creeds, and languages together into what Cobden described as the bonds of eternal peace. Evidence to support such thinking can be found in the decline in the post-World War II period of traditional interstate wars, modern wars being much more frequently civil wars fought either between non-state actors, armies of insurgents, terrorist groups, ethnic or religious movements and the like, or between states and non-state actors. Commercial liberalism. A form of liberalism that emphasizes the economic and international benefits of free trade, leading to mutual benefit and general prosperity, as well as peace among states. Free trade. A system of trade between states not restricted by tariffs or other forms of protectionism. Tensions within. Liberalism. Classical liberalism vs. Modern liberalism. Economic liberalism. Social liberalism. Egoistical individualism. Developmental individualism. Maximize utility. Personal growth. Negative freedom. Positive freedom. Minimal state. Enabling state. Free market economy. Managed economy. Rights-based justice. Justice as fairness. Strict meritocracy. Concern for the poor. Individual responsibility. Social responsibility. Safety net welfare. Cradle-to-grave welfare. The second face of global liberalism is liberal democracy, which has now developed beyond its Western heartland and become a worldwide force. In many ways, the high point of liberal optimism came in the aftermath of the collapse of communism, when end-of-history theorists, such as Francis Fukuyama, CP 329, proclaimed that Western liberal democracy had established itself as the final form of human government. This was demonstrated, moreover, by the process of democratization that was underway in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, which involved the spread of competitive party systems and a growing enthusiasm for market reforms. By 2000, about two-thirds of the states in the world had political systems that exhibited significant liberal democratic features, with democratic movements seemingly springing up in more and more parts of the world. For liberals, this provided further optimism about the prospects for international peace. In a tradition of Republican liberalism that can be traced back to Woodrow Wilson, CP 184, if not to Kant, liberals have argued that autocratic or authoritarian states are inherently militaristic and aggressive, while democratic states are naturally peaceful, especially in their dealings with other democratic states. In this view, not only do democratic pressures restrain a state's tendency towards conflict and war, because it is the public themselves who will be doing the killing and dying, but cultural bonds also develop among democratic states that incline them to find nonviolent ways of resolving disputes or disagreements. Liberal optimism about advancing peace has nevertheless been dented since the early 2000s by indications of the reversal of democratization, not least associated with the failure of the Arab Spring. Key concept: human rights. Human rights are rights to which people are entitled by virtue of being human. They are a modern and secular version of natural rights. Human rights are universal, in the sense that they belong to human beings everywhere, regardless of race, religion, gender, and other differences, fundamental, in that a human being's entitlement to them cannot be removed, indivisible, in that civic and political rights, and economic, social and cultural rights are interrelated and co-equal in importance, and absolute, in that, as the basic grounds for living a genuinely human life, they cannot be qualified. International human rights are set out in a collection of UN and other treaties and conventions. Republican liberalism. A form of liberalism that highlights the benefits of republican government and, in particular, emphasizes the link between democracy and peace. The third face of global liberalism arises from the fact that the advance of globalization has had an important ethical dimension. This reflects the fact that widening global interconnectedness, especially as facilitated by the new media and the information and communications revolution, has strengthened that idea that justice now extends beyond borders. As people know more about events that occur and circumstances that exist in other parts of the world, it becomes more difficult to confine their moral sensibilities merely to members of their own state. Potentially, these extend to the whole of humanity. Such cosmopolitan, CP 191, thinking, often linked to the idea of global justice, has typically drawn on liberal principles and assumptions, the most important being the doctrine of human rights. This is the idea that certain rights and freedoms are so fundamental to human existence that all people, regardless of nationality, race, religion, gender, and so on, should be entitled to them. Indeed, it is sometimes argued that the norm of state sovereignty in world affairs has been replaced by the rival norm of human rights. Although this process began in 1948 with adoption of the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it was boosted significantly by the end of the Cold War, which led some to argue that the doctrine of human rights had transcended rivalry between capitalism and communism. Evidence of this came in the 1990s with the rise of humanitarian intervention in northern Iraq, Haiti, Kosovo, and elsewhere. Human rights and humanitarianism generally have also had an impact on strategies for promoting development and tackling global poverty. For example, Amartya Sen's, 1999, highly influential notion of development as freedom draws explicitly on modern liberal thinking about positive freedom and empowerment, and is expressed in the emphasis that the UN and other bodies place on measuring social progress in terms of human development. Key concept: postmodernism. Postmodernism is a controversial and confusing term that was first used to describe experimental movements in Western arts, architecture, and cultural development in general. As a tool of social and political analysis, postmodernism highlights the shift away from societies structured by industrialization and class solidarity to increasingly fragmented and pluralistic information societies, in which individuals are transformed from producers to consumers, and individualism replaces class, and religious and ethnic loyalties. Postmodernists argue that there is no such thing as certainty. The idea of absolute and universal truth must be discarded as an arrogant pretense. Emphasis is placed instead on discourse, debate, and democracy. Humanitarian intervention. Military intervention in the affairs of another state that is carried out in pursuit of humanitarian rather than strategic objectives. Human development. A standard of human well-being that reflects people's ability to lead fulfilled and creative lives, taking into account factors such as life expectancy, education, ecological sustainability, and gender equality. However, liberal triumphalism needs to be tempered by the recognition of new challenges and threats to liberalism. One of these comes from the nature of capitalism and the implications of a global capitalist system. While the socialist challenge appears to have been defeated, is this defeat, or the defeat of other forms of anti-capitalism, CP 161, permanent? The tendency within capitalism towards inequality, an inevitable feature of private enterprise and market economics, suggests that oppositional forces to liberal capitalism might always arise. A second challenge to liberalism comes from a recognition of the growing importance of difference or diversity. The earliest such attack on liberalism was launched by communitarian thinkers, who rejected individualism as facile, on the grounds that it suggests that the self is unencumbered. Such a view has also been taken up by multiculturalists, who advance a collective notion of identity based on culture, ethnicity, language, or religion. At best, such ideas may only be accommodated within a post-liberal framework, Gray, 1995b, and many believe that liberalism and multiculturalism are opposing forces, discussed in Chapter 11. A further attack on liberalism has been mounted by postmodern thinkers, who have proclaimed the effective collapse of the Enlightenment project, on which liberalism and other rationalist ideologies are based. Challenges to liberalism also come from beyond its Western homeland. There is as much evidence that the end of the Cold War has unleashed non-liberal, even anti-liberal, political forces, as there is evidence of the triumph of liberal democracy. In Eastern Europe and parts of the developing world, resurgent nationalism, whose popular appeal is based on strength, certainty, and security, has often proved more potent than equivocal liberalism. Moreover, this nationalism is associated more commonly with ethnic purity and authoritarianism than with liberal ideals such as self-determination and civic pride. Various forms of fundamentalism, CP 305, quite at odds with liberal culture, have also arisen in the Middle East and parts of Africa and Asia, as discussed in Chapter 10. Furthermore, where successful market economies have been established, they have not always been founded on the basis of liberal values and institutions. For instance, the political regimes of East Asia may owe more to Confucianism's ability to maintain social stability than to the influence of liberal ideas such as competition and self-striving. Far from moving towards a unified, liberal world, political development in the 21st century may thus be characterized by growing ideological diversity. Islamism, Confucianism, and even authoritarian nationalism may yet prove to be enduring rivals to Western liberalism. Conservatism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: the desire to conserve. Authoritarian conservatism. Paternalistic conservatism. Libertarian conservatism. Christian democracy. New right. Conservatism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. In everyday language, the term conservative has a variety of meanings. It can refer to moderate or cautious behavior, a lifestyle that is conventional, even conformist, or a fear of or refusal to change, particularly denoted by the verb to conserve. Conservatism was first used in the early 19th century to describe a distinctive political position or ideology. In the USA, it implied a pessimistic view of public affairs. By the 1820s, the term was being used to denote opposition to the principles and spirit of the 1789 French Revolution. In the UK, Conservative gradually replaced Tory as a title of the principal opposition party to the Whigs, becoming the party's official name in 1835. As a political ideology, conservatism is defined by the desire to conserve, reflected in a resistance to, or at least a suspicion of, change. However, while the desire to resist change may be the recurrent theme within conservatism, what distinguishes conservatism from rival political creeds is the distinctive way in which this position is upheld, in particular through support for tradition, a belief in human imperfection, and the attempt to uphold the organic structure of society. Conservatism nevertheless encompasses a range of tendencies and inclinations. The chief distinction within conservatism is between what is called traditional conservatism and the new right. Traditional conservatism defends established institutions and values on the ground that they safeguard the fragile fabric of society, giving security-seeking human beings a sense of stability and rootedness. The new right is characterized by a belief in a strong but minimal state, combining economic libertarianism with social authoritarianism, as represented by neoliberalism and neoconservatism. Origins and development. Conservative ideas arose in reaction to the growing pace of political, social, and economic change, which, in many ways, was symbolized by the French Revolution. One of the earliest, and perhaps the classic, statement of conservative principles is contained in Edmund Burke's, CP 84, Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790–1968, which deeply regretted the revolutionary challenge to the ancien regime that had occurred the previous year. During the 19th century, Western states were transformed by the pressures unleashed by industrialization and reflected in the growth of liberalism, socialism, and nationalism. While these ideologies preached reform, and at times supported revolution, conservatism stood in defense of an increasingly embattled traditional social order. Conservative thought varied considerably as it adapted itself to existing traditions and national cultures. UK conservatism, for instance, has drawn heavily on the ideas of Burke, who advocated not blind resistance to change, but rather a prudent willingness to change in order to conserve. In the 19th century, UK conservatives defended a political and social order that had already undergone profound change, in particular the overthrow of the absolute monarchy, as a result of the English Revolution of the 17th century. Such pragmatic principles have also influenced the conservative parties established in other Commonwealth countries. The Canadian Conservative Party adopted the title Progressive Conservative precisely to distance itself from reactionary ideas. In continental Europe, where some autocratic monarchies persisted throughout much of the 19th century, a very different and more authoritarian form of conservatism developed, which defended monarchy and rigid autocratic values against the rising tide of reform. Only with the formation of Christian democratic parties after World War II did continental conservatives, notably in Germany and Italy, fully accept political democracy and social reform. The USA, on the other hand, has been influenced relatively little by conservative ideas. The U.S. system of government and its political culture reflect deeply established liberal and progressive values, and politicians of both major parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, have traditionally resented being labeled conservative. It is only since the 1960s that overtly conservative views have been expressed by elements within both parties, notably by Southern Democrats and the wing of the Republican Party that was associated in the 1960s with Barry Goldwater, and which supported Ronald Reagan in the 1980s and later George W. Bush. As conservative ideology arose in reaction to the French Revolution and the process of modernization in the West, it is less easy to identify political conservatism outside Europe and North America. In Africa, Asia, and Latin America, political movements have developed that sought to resist change and preserve traditional ways of life, but they have seldom employed specifically conservative arguments and values. An exception to this is perhaps the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, which has dominated politics in Japan since 1955. The LDP has close links with business interests and is committed to promoting a healthy private sector. At the same time, it has attempted to preserve traditional Japanese values and customs, and has therefore supported distinctively conservative principles such as loyalty, duty, and hierarchy. In other countries, conservatism has exhibited a populist authoritarian character. Perón in Argentina and Khomeini, CP 317, in Iran, for instance, both established regimes based on strong central authority, but also mobilized mass popular support on issues such as nationalism, economic progress, and the defense of traditional values. While conservatism is the most intellectually modest of political ideologies, it has also been remarkably resilient, perhaps because of this fact. In many ways, conservatism has prospered because it has been unwilling to be tied down to a fixed system of ideas. Nevertheless, it has undergone major changes since the 1970s, shaped by growing concerns about the welfare state and economic management. Particularly prominent in this respect were the Thatcher governments in the UK, 1979-90, and the Reagan administration in the USA, 1981-9, both of which practiced an unusually radical and ideological brand of conservatism, commonly termed the New Right. New Right ideas have drawn heavily on free market economics and, in so doing, have exposed deep divisions within conservatism. Indeed, commentators argue that Thatcherism and Reaganism, and the New Right project in general, do not properly belong within conservative ideology at all, so deeply are they influenced by classical liberal economics. The New Right has challenged traditional conservative economic views, but it nevertheless remains part of conservative ideology. In the first place, it has not abandoned traditional conservative social principles such as a belief in order, authority, and discipline, and in some respects it has strengthened them. Furthermore, the New Right's enthusiasm for the free market has exposed the extent to which conservatism had already been influenced by liberal ideas. From the late 19th century onwards, conservatism has been divided between paternalistic support for state intervention and a libertarian commitment to the free market. The significance of the New Right is that it sought to revive the electoral fortunes of conservatism by readjusting the balance between these traditions in favor of libertarianism, CP 78. Hierarchy. A pyramidically ranked system of command and obedience, in which social position is unconnected with individual ability. New Right. An ideological trend within conservatism that embraces a blend of neoliberalism, CP 83, and neoconservatism, CP 88. Core themes: the desire to conserve. The character of conservative ideology has been the source of particular argument and debate. For example, it is often suggested that conservatives have a clearer understanding of what they oppose than of what they favor. In that sense, conservatism has been portrayed as a negative philosophy, its purpose being simply to preach resistance to, or at least suspicion of, change. However, if conservatism were to consist of no more than a knee-jerk defense of the status quo, it would be merely a political attitude rather than an ideology. In fact, many people or groups can be considered conservative, in the sense that they resist change, without in any way subscribing to a conservative political creed. For instance, socialists who campaign in defense of the welfare state or nationalized industries could be classified as conservative in terms of their actions, but certainly not in terms of their political principles. The desire to resist change may be the recurrent theme within conservatism, but what distinguishes conservatives from supporters of rival political creeds is the distinctive way they uphold this position. A second problem is that to describe conservatism as an ideology is to risk irritating conservatives themselves. They have often preferred to describe their beliefs as an attitude of mind or common sense, as opposed to an ism or ideology. Others have argued that what is distinctive about conservatism is its emphasis on history and experience, and its distaste for rational thought. Conservatives have thus typically eschewed the politics of principle and adopted instead a traditionalist political stance, CP 9, for a discussion of the conservative view of ideology. Their opponents have also lighted upon this feature of conservatism, sometimes portraying it as little more than an unprincipled apology for the interests of a ruling class or elite. However, both conservatives and their critics ignore the weight and range of theories that underpin conservative common sense. Conservatism is neither simple pragmatism, CP 9, nor mere opportunism. It is founded on a particular set of political beliefs about human beings, the societies they live in, and the importance of a distinctive set of political values. As such, like liberalism and socialism, it should rightfully be described as an ideology. The most significant of its central beliefs are: tradition, human imperfection, society, hierarchy and authority, property. Tradition. Conservatives have argued against change on a number of grounds. A central and recurrent theme of conservatism is its defense of tradition. For some conservatives, this emphasis on tradition reflects their religious faith. If the world is thought to have been fashioned by God the Creator, traditional customs and practices in society will be regarded as God-given. Burke thus believed that society was shaped by the law of our Creator, or what he also called natural law. If human beings tamper with the world, they are challenging the will of God, and as a result they are likely to make human affairs worse rather than better. Since the 18th century, however, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain that tradition reflects the will of God. As the pace of historical change accelerated, old traditions were replaced by new ones, and these new ones, for example, free elections and universal suffrage, were clearly seen to be man-made rather than in any sense God-given. Nevertheless, the religious objection to change has been kept alive by modern fundamentalists, particularly those who believe that God's wishes have been revealed to humankind through the literal truth of religious texts. Such ideas are discussed in Chapter 11. Tradition. Values, practices, or institutions that have endured through time and, in particular, been passed down from one generation to the next. Most conservatives, however, support tradition without needing to argue that it has divine origins. Burke, for example, described society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead and those who are to be born. G. K. Chesterton, 1874–1936, the UK novelist and essayist, expressed this idea as follows. Tradition means giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is a democracy of the dead. Tradition refuses to submit to the arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking around. Chesterton, 1908. Tradition, in this sense, reflects the accumulated wisdom of the past. The institutions and practices of the past have been tested by time, and should therefore be preserved for the benefit of the living and for generations to come. This is the sense in which we should respect the actions, or votes, of the dead, who will always outnumber the living. Such a notion of tradition reflects an almost Darwinian belief that those institutions and customs that have survived have only done so because they have worked and been found to be of value. They have been endorsed by a process of natural selection and demonstrated their fitness to survive. Conservatives in the UK, for instance, argue that the institution of monarchy should be preserved because it embodies historical wisdom and experience. In particular, the Crown has provided the UK with a focus of national loyalty and respect above party politics. Quite simply, it has worked. Conservatives also venerate tradition because it generates, for both society and the individual, a sense of identity. Established customs and practices are ones that individuals can recognize, they are familiar and reassuring. Tradition thus provides people with a feeling of rootedness and belonging, which is all the stronger because it is historically based. It generates social cohesion by linking people to the past and providing them with a collective sense of who they are. Change, on the other hand, is a journey into the unknown. It creates uncertainty and insecurity, and so endangers our happiness. Tradition therefore consists of rather more than political institutions that have stood the test of time. It encompasses all those customs and social practices that are familiar and generate security and belonging, ranging from the judiciary's insistence on wearing traditional robes and wigs, to campaigns to preserve, for example, the traditional color of letterboxes or telephone boxes. Human imperfection. In many ways, conservatism is a philosophy of human imperfection, O'Sullivan, 1976. Other ideologies assume that human beings are naturally good, or that they can be made good if their social circumstances are improved. In their most extreme form, such beliefs are utopian and envisage the perfectibility of humankind in an ideal society. Conservatives dismiss these ideas as, at best, idealistic dreams, and argue instead that human beings are both imperfect and unperfectible. Human imperfection is understood in several ways. In the first place, human beings are thought to be psychologically limited and dependent creatures. In the view of conservatives, people fear isolation and instability. They are drawn psychologically to the safe and the familiar, and, above all, seek the security of knowing their place. Such a portrait of human nature is very different from the image of individuals as self-reliant, enterprising utility maximizers proposed by early liberals. The belief that people desire security and belonging has led conservatives to emphasize the importance of social order, and to be suspicious of the attractions of liberty. Order ensures that human life is stable and predictable, it provides security in an uncertain world. Liberty, on the other hand, presents individuals with choices and can generate change and uncertainty. Conservatives have often echoed the views of Thomas Hobbes, CP 84, in being prepared to sacrifice liberty in the cause of social order. Whereas other political philosophies trace the origins of immoral or criminal behavior to society, conservatives believe it is rooted in the individual. Human beings are thought to be morally imperfect. Conservatives hold a pessimistic, even Hobbesian, view of human nature. Humankind is innately selfish and greedy, anything but perfectible, as Hobbes put it. The desire for power after power is the primary human urge. Some conservatives explain this by reference to the Old Testament doctrine of original sin. Crime is therefore not a product of inequality or social disadvantage, as socialists and modern liberals tend to believe, rather, it is a consequence of base human instincts and appetites. People can only be persuaded to behave in a civilized fashion if they are deterred from expressing their violent and antisocial impulses. And the only effective deterrent is law, backed up by the knowledge that it will be strictly enforced. This explains the conservative preference for strong government and for tough criminal justice regimes, based, often, on long prison sentences and the use of corporal or even capital punishment. For conservatives, the role of law is not to uphold liberty, but to preserve order. The concepts of law and order are so closely related in the conservative mind that they have almost become a single, fused concept. Humankind's intellectual powers are also thought to be limited. Conservatives have traditionally believed that the world is simply too complicated for human reason to grasp fully. The political world, as Michael Oakeshott, CP 85, put it, is boundless and bottomless. Conservatives are therefore suspicious of abstract ideas and systems of thought that claim to understand what is, they argue, simply incomprehensible. They prefer to ground their ideas in tradition, experience, and history, adopting a cautious, moderate, and above all pragmatic approach to the world, and avoiding, if at all possible, doctrinaire or dogmatic beliefs. High-sounding political principles such as the rights of man, equality, and social justice are fraught with danger because they provide a blueprint for the reform or remodeling of the world. Reform and revolution, conservatives warn, often lead to greater suffering rather than less. For a conservative, to do nothing may be preferable to doing something, and a conservative will always wish to ensure, in Oakeshott's words, that the cure is not worse than the disease. Nevertheless, conservative support for both traditionalism and pragmatism has weakened as a result of the rise of the New Right. In the first place, the New Right is radical, in that it has sought to advance free market reforms by dismantling inherited welfarist and interventionist structures. Second, the New Right's radicalism is based on rationalism, CP 31, and a commitment to abstract theories and principles, notably those of economic liberalism. Perspectives on human nature. Liberals view human nature as a set of innate qualities intrinsic to the individual, placing little or no emphasis on social or historical conditioning. Humans are self-seeking and largely self-reliant creatures, but they are also governed by reason and are capable of personal development, particularly through education. Conservatives believe that human beings are essentially limited and security-seeking creatures, drawn to the known, the familiar, the tried and tested. Human rationality is unreliable, and moral corruption is implicit in each human individual. The New Right nevertheless embraces a form of self-seeking individualism, CP 27. Socialists regard humans as essentially social creatures, their capacities and behavior being shaped more by nurture than by nature, and particularly by creative labor. Their propensity for cooperation, sociability, and rationality means that the prospects for personal growth and social development are considerable. Anarchists advance a complex theory of human nature in which rival potentialities reside in the human soul. While the human core may be morally and intellectually enlightened, a capacity for corruption lurks within each and every individual. Fascists believe that humans are ruled by the will and other non-rational drives, most particularly by a deep sense of social belonging focused on the nation or race. Although the masses are fitted only to serve and obey, elite members of the national community are capable of personal regeneration as new men through dedication to the national or racial cause. Feminists usually hold that men and women share a common human nature, gender differences being culturally or socially imposed. Separatist feminists nevertheless argue that men are genetically disposed to domination and cruelty, while women are naturally sympathetic, creative, and peaceful. Greens, particularly deep ecologists, see human nature as part of the broader ecosystem, even as part of nature itself. Materialism, greed, and egoism therefore reflect the extent to which humans have become alienated from the oneness of life and thus from their own true nature. Human fulfillment requires a return to nature. Organic society. Conservatives believe, as explained earlier, that human beings are dependent and security-seeking creatures. This implies that they do not, and cannot, exist outside society, but desperately need to belong, to have roots in society. The individual cannot be separated from society, but is part of the social groups that nurture him or her, family, friends, or peer group, workmates or colleagues, local community, and even the nation. These groups provide individual life with security and meaning, a stance often called social conservatism. As a result, traditional conservatives are reluctant to understand freedom in negative terms, in which the individual is left alone and suffers, as the French sociologist Émile Durkheim, 1856–1917, put it, from anomie. Freedom is, rather, a willing acceptance of social obligations and ties by individuals who recognize their value. Freedom involves doing one's duty. When, for example, parents instruct children how to behave, they are not constraining their liberty, but providing guidance for their children's benefit. To act as a dutiful son or daughter and conform to parental wishes is to act freely, out of a recognition of one's obligations. Conservatives believe that a society in which individuals know only their rights, and do not acknowledge their duties, would be rootless and atomistic. Indeed, it is the bonds of duty and obligation that hold society together. Social conservatism. The belief that society is fashioned out of a fragile network of relationships which need to be upheld through duty, traditional values, and established institutions. Anomie. A weakening of values and normative rules, associated with feelings of isolation, loneliness, and meaninglessness. Organicism. A belief that society operates like an organism or living entity, the whole being more than a collection of its individual parts. Such ideas are based on a very particular view of society, sometimes called organicism. Conservatives have traditionally thought of society as a living thing, an organism, whose parts work together just as the brain, heart, lungs, and liver do within a human organism. Organisms differ from artifacts or machines in two important respects. First, unlike machines, organisms are not simply a collection of individual parts that can be arranged or rearranged at will. Within an organism, the whole is more than a collection of its individual parts, the whole is sustained by a fragile set of relationships between and among its parts, which, once damaged, can result in the organism's death. Thus, a human body cannot be stripped down and reassembled in the same way as, say, a bicycle. Second, organisms are shaped by natural factors rather than human ingenuity. An organic society is fashioned, ultimately, by natural necessity. For example, the family has not been invented by any social thinker or political theorist, but is a product of natural social impulses such as love, caring and responsibility. In no sense do children in a family agree to a contract on joining the family, they simply grow up within it and are nurtured and guided by it. The use of the organic metaphor for understanding society has some profoundly conservative implications. A mechanical view of society, as adopted by liberals and most socialists, in which society is constructed by rational individuals for their own purposes, suggests that society can be tampered with and improved. This leads to a belief in progress, either in the shape of reform or revolution. If society is organic, its structures and institutions have been shaped by forces beyond human control and, possibly, human understanding. This implies that its delicate fabric should be preserved and respected by the individuals who live within it. Organicism also shapes our attitude to particular institutions, society's parts. These are viewed from a functionalist perspective. Institutions develop and survive for a reason, and this reason is that they contribute to maintaining the larger social whole. In other words, by virtue of existing, institutions demonstrate they are worthwhile and desirable. Any attempt to reform or, worse, abolish an institution is thus fraught with dangers. However, the rise of the new right has weakened support within conservatism for organic ideas and theories. In line with the robust individualism, CP 27, of classical liberalism, libertarian conservatives, including neoliberals, have held that society is a product of the actions of self-seeking and largely self-reliant individuals. This position was memorably expressed in Margaret Thatcher's assertion, paraphrasing Jeremy Bentham, CP 52, that, "There is no such thing as society, only individuals and their families." Functionalism. The theory that social institutions and practices should be understood in terms of the functions they carry out in sustaining the larger social system. Hierarchy and authority. Conservatives have traditionally believed that society is naturally hierarchical, characterized by fixed or established social gradations. Social equality is therefore rejected as undesirable and unachievable. Power, status, and property are always unequally distributed. Conservatives agree with liberals in accepting natural inequality among individuals. Some are born with talents and skills that are denied to others. For liberals, however, this leads to a belief in meritocracy, in which individuals rise or fall according to their abilities and willingness to work. Traditionally, conservatives have believed that inequality is more deep-rooted. Inequality is an inevitable feature of an organic society, not merely a consequence of individual differences. Pre-democratic conservatives such as Burke were, in this way, able to embrace the idea of a natural aristocracy. Just as the brain, the heart, and the liver all perform very different functions within the body, the various classes and groups that make up society also have their own specific roles. There must be leaders and there must be followers, there must be managers and there must be workers, for that matter, there must be those who go out to work and those who stay at home and bring up children. Genuine social equality is therefore a myth. In reality, there is a natural inequality of wealth and social position, justified by a corresponding inequality of social responsibilities. The working class might not enjoy the same living standards and life chances as their employers, but, at the same time, they do not have the livelihoods and security of many other people resting on their shoulders. Hierarchy and organicism have thus invested in traditional conservatism a pronounced tendency towards paternalism, CP 76. Perspectives on society. Liberals regard society not as an entity in its own right but as a collection of individuals. To the extent that society exists, it is fashioned out of voluntary and contractual agreements made by self-interested human beings. Nevertheless, there is a general balance of interests in society that tends to promote harmony and equilibrium. Conservatives believe that society should be viewed as an organism, a living entity. Society thus has an existence outside the individual, and in a sense is prior to the individual. It is held together by the bonds of tradition, authority, and a common morality. Neoliberals nevertheless subscribe to a form of liberal atomism. Socialists have traditionally understood society in terms of unequal class power, economic and property divisions being deeper and more genuine than any broader social bonds. Marxists believe that society is characterized by class struggle, and argue that the only stable and cohesive society is a classless one. Anarchists believe that society is characterized by unregulated and natural harmony, based on the natural human disposition towards cooperation and sociability. Social conflict and disharmony are thus clearly unnatural, a product of political rule and economic inequality. Nationalists view society in terms of cultural or ethnic distinctiveness. Society is thus characterized by shared values and beliefs, ultimately rooted in a common national identity. This implies that multinational or multicultural societies are inherently unstable. Fascists regard society as a unified organic whole, implying that individual existence is meaningless unless it is dedicated to the common good rather than the private good. Nevertheless, membership of society is strictly restricted on national or racial grounds. Feminists have understood society in terms of patriarchy and an artificial division between the public and private spheres of life. Society may therefore be seen as an organized hypocrisy designed to routinize and uphold a system of male power. Multiculturalists view society as a mosaic of cultural groups, defined by their distinctive ethnic, religious, or historical identities. The basis for wider social bonds, cutting across cultural distinctiveness, is thus restricted, perhaps, to civic allegiance. Natural aristocracy. The idea that talent and leadership are innate or inbred qualities that cannot be acquired through effort or self-advancement. The belief in hierarchy is strengthened by the emphasis conservatives place on authority. Conservatives do not accept the liberal belief that authority arises out of contracts made by free individuals. In liberal theory, authority is thought to be established by individuals for their own benefit. In contrast, conservatives believe that authority, like society, develops naturally. In this case, it arises from the need to ensure that children are cared for, kept away from danger, have a healthy diet, go to bed at sensible times and so on. Such authority can only be imposed from above, quite simply because children do not know what is good for them. It does not and cannot arise from below. In no sense can children be said to have agreed to be governed. Authority is therefore rooted in the nature of society and all social institutions. In schools, authority should be exercised by the teacher, in the workplace, by the employer, and in society at large, by government. Conservatives believe that authority is necessary and beneficial as people need the guidance, support, and security that comes from knowing where they stand and what is expected of them. Authority thus counters rootlessness and anomie. Authority. The right to exert influence over others by virtue of an acknowledged obligation to obey. This has led conservatives to place special emphasis on leadership and discipline. Leadership is a vital ingredient in any society because it is the capacity to give direction and provide inspiration for others. Discipline is not just mindless obedience but a willing and healthy respect for authority. Authoritarian conservatives go further and portray authority as absolute and unquestionable. Most conservatives, however, believe that authority should be exercised within limits and that these limits are imposed not by an artificial contract but by the natural responsibilities that authority entails. Parents should have authority over their children, but this does not imply the right to treat them in any way they choose. The authority of a parent is intrinsically linked to the obligation to nurture, guide and, if necessary, punish their children. Thus it does not empower a parent to abuse a child or, for instance, sell the child into slavery. Property. Property is an asset that possesses a deep and, at times, almost mystical significance for conservatives. Liberals believe that property reflects merit. Those who work hard and possess talent will, and should, acquire wealth. Property, therefore, is earned. This doctrine has an attraction for those conservatives who regard the ability to accumulate wealth as an important economic incentive. Nevertheless, conservatives also hold that property has a range of psychological and social advantages. For example, it provides security. In an uncertain and unpredictable world, property ownership gives people a sense of confidence and assurance, something to fall back on. Property, whether the ownership of a house or savings in the bank, provides individuals with a source of protection. Conservatives therefore believe that thrift, caution in the management of money, is a virtue in itself and have sought to encourage private savings and investment in property. Property ownership also promotes a range of important social values. Those who possess and enjoy their own property are more likely to respect the property of others. They will also be aware that property must be safeguarded from disorder and lawlessness. Property owners therefore have a stake in society. They have an interest, in particular, in maintaining law and order. In this sense, property ownership can promote what can be thought of as the conservative values of respect for law, authority, and social order. Property. The ownership of physical goods or wealth, whether by private individuals, groups of people or the state. However, a deeper and more personal reason why conservatives support property ownership is that it can be regarded as an extension of an individual's personality. People realize themselves, even see themselves, in what they own. Possessions are not merely external objects, valued because they are useful, a house to keep us warm and dry, a car to provide transport and so on, but also reflects something of the owner's personality and character. This is why, conservatives point out, burglary is a particularly unpleasant crime. Its victims suffer not only the loss of, or damage to, their possessions, but also the sense that they have been personally violated. A home is the most personal and intimate of possessions. It is decorated and organized according to the tastes and needs of its owner and therefore reflects his or her personality. The proposal of traditional socialists that property should be socialized, owned in common rather than by private individuals, thus strikes conservatives as particularly appalling because it threatens to create a soulless and depersonalized society. Conservatives, however, have seldom been prepared to go as far as classical liberals in believing that individuals have an absolute right to use their property however they may choose. While libertarian conservatives, and therefore the neoliberals, support an essentially liberal view of property, conservatives have traditionally argued that all rights, including property rights, entail obligations. Property is not an issue for the individual alone, but is also of importance to society. This can be seen, for example, in the social bonds that cut across generations. Property is not merely the creation of the present generation. Much of it, land, houses, works of art, has been passed down from earlier generations. The present generation is, in that sense, the custodian of the wealth of the nation and has a duty to preserve and protect it for the benefit of future generations. Harold Macmillan, the UK Conservative Prime Minister 1957–63, expressed just such a position in the 1980s when he objected to the Thatcher government's policy of privatization, describing it as selling off the family silver. Privatization. The transfer of state assets from the public to the private sector, reflecting a contraction of the state's responsibilities. Authoritarian conservatism. Whereas all conservatives would claim to respect the concept of authority, few modern conservatives would accept that their views are authoritarian. Nevertheless, while contemporary conservatives are keen to demonstrate their commitment to democratic, particularly liberal democratic, principles, there is a tradition within conservatism that has favored authoritarian rule, especially in continental Europe. At the time of the French Revolution, the principal defender of autocratic rule was the French political thinker Joseph de Maistre, 1753–1821. De Maistre was a fierce critic of the French Revolution, but, in contrast to Burke, he wished to restore absolute power to the hereditary monarchy. He was a reactionary and was quite unprepared to accept any reform of the Ancien regime, which had been overthrown in 1789. His political philosophy was based on willing and complete subordination to the master. In Dupape, 1817–1971, de Maistre went further and argued that above the earthly monarchies a supreme spiritual power should rule in the person of the Pope. His central concern was the preservation of order, which alone, he believed, could provide people with safety and security. Revolution, and even reform, would weaken the chains that bind people together and lead to a descent into chaos and oppression. Throughout the 19th century, conservatives in continental Europe remained faithful to the rigid and hierarchical values of autocratic rule, and stood unbending in the face of rising liberal, nationalist, and socialist protest. Nowhere was authoritarianism more entrenched than in Russia, where Tsar Nicholas I, 1825–55, proclaimed the principles of orthodoxy, autocracy and nationality, in contrast to the values that had inspired the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Nicholas's successors stubbornly refused to allow their power to be constrained by constitutions or the development of parliamentary institutions. In Germany, constitutional government did develop, but Otto von Bismarck, the imperial chancellor, 1871–90, ensured that it remained a sham. Elsewhere, authoritarianism remained particularly strong in Catholic countries. The papacy suffered not only the loss of its temporal authority with the achievement of Italian unification, which led Pope Pius IX to declare himself a prisoner of the Vatican, but also an assault on its doctrines with the rise of secular political ideologies. In 1864, Pius IX condemned all radical or progressive ideas, including those of nationalism, liberalism, and socialism, as false doctrines of our most unhappy age, and when confronted with the loss of the Papal States and Rome, he proclaimed in 1870 the Edict of Papal Infallibility. The unwillingness of continental conservatives to come to terms with reform and democratic government extended well into the 20th century. For example, conservative elites in Italy and Germany helped to overthrow parliamentary democracy and bring Benito Mussolini, CP 213, and Adolf Hitler, CP 213, to power by providing support for, and giving respectability to, rising fascist movements. Key concept: authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is belief in or the practice of government from above, in which authority is exercised over a population with or without its consent. Authoritarianism thus differs from authority. The latter rests on legitimacy, and in that sense arises from below. Authoritarian thinkers typically base their views on either a belief in the wisdom of established leaders or the idea that social order can only be maintained by unquestioning obedience. However, authoritarianism is usually distinguished from totalitarianism, cp 207. The practice of government from above, which is associated with monarchical absolutism, traditional dictatorships, and most forms of military rule, is concerned with the repression of opposition and political liberty, rather than the more radical goal of obliterating the distinction between the state and civil society. In other cases, conservative authoritarian regimes have looked to the newly enfranchised masses for political support. This happened in 19th-century France, where Louis Napoleon succeeded in being elected president, and later in establishing himself as Emperor Napoleon III, by appealing to the small-holding peasantry, the largest element of the French electorate. The Napoleonic regime fused authoritarianism with the promise of economic prosperity and social reform in the kind of plebiscitary dictatorship more commonly found in the 20th century. Bonapartism has parallels with 20th-century Peronism. Juan Perón was dictator of Argentina 1946–55, and proclaimed the familiar authoritarian themes of obedience, order, and national unity. However, he based his political support not on the interests of traditional elites, but on an appeal to the impoverished masses, the shirtless ones, as Perón called them. The Peronist regime was populist in that it molded its policies according to the instincts and wishes of the common people, in this case popular resentment against Yankee imperialism, and a widespread desire for economic and social progress. Similar regimes have developed in parts of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. However, although such regimes have tended to consolidate the position of conservative elites, and often embrace a distinctively conservative form of nationalism, authoritarian populist regimes such as Perón's perhaps exhibit features that are associated more closely with fascism than conservatism. Populism. A belief that popular instincts and wishes are the principal legitimate guide to political action, often reflecting distrust of or hostility towards political elites, cp 291. Paternalistic conservatism. While continental conservatives adopted an attitude of uncompromising resistance to change, a more flexible and ultimately more successful Anglo-American tradition can be traced back to Edmund Burke. The lesson that Burke drew from the French Revolution was that change can be natural or inevitable, in which case it should not be resisted. A state without the means of some change, he suggested, is without the means of its conservation. Burke 1790 1968. The characteristic style of Burkean conservatism is cautious, modest, and pragmatic. It reflects a suspicion of fixed principles, whether revolutionary or reactionary. As Ian Gilmore, 1978, put it, the wise conservative travels light. The values that conservatives hold most dear, tradition, order, authority, property, and so on, will be safe only if policy is developed in the light of practical circumstances and experience. Such a position will rarely justify dramatic or radical change, but accepts a prudent willingness to change in order to conserve. Pragmatic conservatives support neither the individual nor the state in principle, but are prepared to support either, or, more frequently, recommend a balance between the two, depending on what works. In practice, the reforming impulse in conservatism has also been associated closely with the survival into the modern period of neo-feudal paternalistic values, as represented in particular by one-nation conservatism. One-nation conservatism. The Anglo-American paternalistic tradition is often traced back to Benjamin Disraeli, 1804–81, UK Prime Minister in 1868 and again 1874–80. Disraeli developed his political philosophy in two novels, Sybil, 1845, and Koningsby, 1844, written before he assumed ministerial responsibilities. These novels emphasized the principle of social obligation, in stark contrast to the extreme individualism then dominant within the political establishment. Disraeli wrote against a background of growing industrialization, economic inequality and, in continental Europe at least, revolutionary upheaval. He tried to draw attention to the danger of Britain being divided into two nations, the rich and the poor. In the best conservative tradition, Disraeli's argument was based on a combination of prudence and principle. On the one hand, growing social inequality contains the seeds of revolution. A poor and oppressed working class, Disraeli feared, would not simply accept its misery. The revolutions that had broken out in Europe in 1830 and 1848 seemed to bear out this belief. Reform would therefore be sensible, because, in stemming the tide of revolution, it would ultimately be in the interests of the rich. On the other hand, Disraeli appealed to moral values. He suggested that wealth and privilege brought with them social obligations, in particular a responsibility for the poor or less well-off. In so doing, Disraeli drew on the organic conservative belief that society is held together by an acceptance of duty and obligations. He believed that society is naturally hierarchical, but also held that inequalities of wealth or social privilege give rise to an inequality of responsibilities. The wealthy and powerful must shoulder the burden of social responsibility, which, in effect, is the price of privilege. These ideas were based on the feudal principle of noblesse oblige, the obligation of the aristocracy to be honorable and generous. For example, the landed nobility claimed to exercise a paternal responsibility for their peasants, as the king did in relation to the nation. Disraeli recommended that these obligations should not be abandoned, but should be expressed, in an increasingly industrialized world, in social reform. Such ideas came to be represented by the slogan "One Nation." In office, Disraeli was responsible both for the Second Reform Act of 1867, which for the first time extended the right to vote to the working class, and for the social reforms that improved housing conditions and hygiene. Key concept: paternalism. Paternalism literally means to act in a fatherly fashion. As a political principle, it refers to power or authority being exercised over others with the intention of conferring benefit or preventing harm. Social welfare and laws such as the compulsory wearing of seat belts in cars are examples of paternalism. Soft paternalism is characterized by broad consent on the part of those subject to paternalism. Hard paternalism operates regardless of consent, and thus overlaps with authoritarianism. The basis for paternalism is that wisdom and experience are unequally distributed in society, and those in authority know best. Opponents argue that authority is not to be trusted and that paternalism restricts liberty and contributes to the infantilization of society. Disraeli's ideas had a considerable impact on conservatism and contributed to a radical and reforming tradition that appeals both to the pragmatic instincts of conservatives and to their sense of social duty. In the UK, these ideas provide the basis of so-called One Nation conservatism, whose supporters sometimes style themselves as Tories to denote their commitment to pre-industrial, hierarchic and paternal values. Disraeli's ideas were subsequently taken up in the late 19th century by Randolph Churchill in the form of Tory democracy. In an age of widening political democracy, Churchill stressed the need for traditional institutions, for example, the monarchy, the House of Lords and the Church, to enjoy a wider base of social support. This could be achieved by winning working-class votes for the Conservative Party by continuing Disraeli's policy of social reform. One Nation conservatism can thus be seen as a form of Tory welfarism. The high point of the One Nation tradition was reached in the 1950s and 1960s, when conservative governments in the UK and elsewhere came to practice a version of Keynesian social democracy, managing the economy in line with the goal of full employment and supporting enlarged welfare provision. This stance was based on the need for a non-ideological, middle way between the extremes of laissez-faire liberalism and socialist state planning. Conservatism was therefore the way of moderation, and sought to draw a balance between rampant individualism and overbearing collectivism, CP 99. In the UK, this idea was most clearly expressed in Harold Macmillan's The Middle Way, 1938-1966. Macmillan, who was to be Prime Minister from 1957 to 1963, advocated what he called planned capitalism, which he described as a mixed system which combines state ownership, regulation, or control of certain aspects of economic activity with the drive and initiative of private enterprise. Such ideas later resurfaced, in the USA and the UK, in the notions of compassionate conservatism. However, paternalist conservatism only provides a qualified basis for social and economic intervention. The purpose of one-nationism, for instance, is to consolidate hierarchy rather than to remove it, and its wish to improve the conditions of the less well-off is limited to the desire to ensure that the poor no longer pose a threat to the established order. Key concept: Toryism. Tory was used in 18th century Britain to refer to a parliamentary faction that, as opposed to the Whigs, supported monarchical power and the Church of England, and represented the landed gentry. In the USA, it implied loyalty to the British Crown. Although in the mid-19th century the British Conservative Party emerged out of the Tories, and in the UK Tory is still widely, but unhelpfully, used as a synonym for conservative, Toryism is best understood as a distinctive ideological stance within broader conservatism. Its characteristic features are a belief in hierarchy, tradition, duty, and organicism. While High Toryism articulates a neo-feudal belief in a ruling class and a pre-democratic faith in established institutions, the Tory tradition is also hospitable to welfarist and reformist ideas, provided these serve the cause of social continuity. Libertarian conservatism. Although conservatism draws heavily on pre-industrial ideas such as organicism, hierarchy, and obligation, the ideology has also been much influenced by liberal ideas, especially classical liberal ideas. This is sometimes seen as a late 20th century development, neoliberals having in some way hijacked conservatism in the interests of classical liberalism. Nevertheless, liberal doctrines, especially those concerning the free market, have been advanced by conservatives since the late 18th century, and can be said to constitute a rival tradition to conservative paternalism. These ideas are libertarian in that they advocate the greatest possible economic liberty and the least possible government regulation of social life. Libertarian conservatives have not simply converted to liberalism, but believe that liberal economics is compatible with a more traditional, conservative social philosophy, based on values such as authority and duty. This is evident in the work of Edmund Burke, in many ways the founder of traditional conservatism, but also a keen supporter of the economic liberalism of Adam Smith. Key concept: Libertarianism. Libertarianism refers to a range of theories that give strict priority to liberty, understood in negative terms, over other values, such as authority, tradition, and equality. Libertarians thus seek to maximize the realm of individual freedom and minimize the scope of public authority, typically seeing the state as the principal threat to liberty. The two best-known libertarian traditions are rooted in the idea of individual rights, as with Robert Nozick, CP 85, and in laissez-faire economic doctrines, as with Friedrich von Hayek, CP 84, although socialists have also embraced libertarianism. Libertarianism is sometimes distinguished from liberalism on the grounds that the latter, even in its classical form, refuses to give priority to liberty over order. However, it differs from anarchism in that libertarians generally recognize the need for a minimal state, sometimes styling themselves as minarchists. Tensions within conservatism. 1. Paternalist conservatism vs. Libertarian conservatism. Pragmatism. Principle. Traditionalism. Radicalism. Social duty. Egoism. Organic society. Atomistic individualism. Hierarchy. Meritocracy. Social responsibility. Individual responsibility. Natural order. Market order. Middle way economics. Laissez-faire economics. Qualified welfarism. Anti-welfarism. The libertarian tradition has been strongest in those countries where classical liberal ideas have had the greatest impact, once again the UK and the USA. As early as the late 18th century, Burke expressed a strong preference for free trade in commercial affairs and a competitive, self-regulating market economy in domestic affairs. The free market is efficient and fair, but it is also, Burke believed, natural and necessary. It is natural in that it reflects a desire for wealth, a love of lucre, that is part of human nature. The laws of the market are therefore natural laws. He accepted that working conditions dictated by the market are, for many, degrading, unseemly, unmanly and often most unwholesome, but insisted that they would suffer further if the natural course of things were to be disturbed. The capitalist free market could thus be defended on the grounds of tradition, just like the monarchy and the church. Libertarian conservatives are not, however, consistent liberals. They believe in economic individualism and getting government off the back of business, but are less prepared to extend this principle of individual liberty to other aspects of social life. Conservatives, even libertarian conservatives, have a more pessimistic view of human nature. A strong state is required to maintain public order and ensure that authority is respected. Indeed, in some respects libertarian conservatives are attracted to free market theories precisely because they promise to secure social order. Whereas liberals have believed that the market economy preserves individual liberty and freedom of choice, conservatives have at times been attracted to the market as an instrument of social discipline. Market forces regulate and control economic and social activity. For example, they may deter workers from pushing for wage increases by threatening them with unemployment. As such, the market can be seen as an instrument that maintains social stability and works alongside the more evident forces of coercion, the police and the courts. While some conservatives have feared that market capitalism will lead to endless innovation and restless competition, upsetting social cohesion, others have been attracted to it in the belief that it can establish a market order, sustained by impersonal natural laws rather than the guiding hand of political authority. Economic liberalism. A belief in the market as a self-regulating mechanism that tends naturally to deliver general prosperity and opportunities for all, CP 42. Christian democracy. Christian democracy is a political and ideological movement which has been prominent in Western and Central Europe and, to a lesser extent, Latin America. It has usually been classified as a moderate or progressive form of conservatism, albeit one that typically resists precise doctrinal expression. In the aftermath of World War II, Christian democratic parties emerged in Belgium, the Netherlands, Austria, Germany, and Italy, the most significant ones being the Christian Democratic Union, CDU/Christian Social Union in then West Germany and, until its collapse in 1993, the Christian Democratic Party, DC, in Italy. Christian democratic thinking has nevertheless had a wider impact, affecting center-right parties in France, the Benelux countries, much of Scandinavia and parts of post-communist Europe which are not confessional parties or formally aligned to the Christian democratic movement. This certainly applies in the case of the European People's Party, EP, the major center-right group in the European Parliament and the Parliament's largest political group since 1999. In Latin America, significant Christian democratic parties have developed in countries such as Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Christian democracy. An ideological movement within European conservatism that is characterized by a commitment to the social market and qualified state intervention. However, the ideological origins of Christian democracy can be traced back to well before 1945 and the break between continental European conservatism and authoritarianism in the early post-fascist period. Christian democratic thinking gradually took shape during the 19th century as the Catholic Church attempted to come to terms with the ramifications of industrialization and, in particular, the emergence of liberal capitalism. Indeed, in some respects, this process originated with the French Revolution and the explicit challenge that it posed to church authority. The Catholic Church came, over time, to accept democratic political forms and to evince growing concern about the threats posed by unrestrained capitalism. The Centre Party, Zentrum, in Germany, founded in 1870, was thus set up to defend the interests of the Catholic Church but also campaigned for a strengthening welfare provision. Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum, 1891, underlined the Vatican's openness to new thinking, in that it lamented the material suffering of the working class and emphasized the reciprocal duties of labor and capital. Such developments are often seen to have been based on a distinctively Catholic social theory. In this view, as Protestantism is associated with the idea of spiritual salvation through individual effort, its social theory typically endorses individualism and extols the value of hard work, competition, and personal responsibility. The Protestant ethic has thus sometimes been treated as a form of capitalist ideology. Weber, 1904-5 2011. Catholic social theory, by contrast, focuses on the social group rather than the individual, and has stressed balance or organic harmony rather than competition. In the writings of the French philosopher and political thinker Jacques Maritain, 1884-1973, the leading figure in the attempt to develop an ideology of Christian democracy, this was expressed through the notion of integral humanism. Maritain, 1936-1996. Integral humanism underlines the role of cooperation in the achievement of shared practical goals, and thereby implies that unrestrained capitalism fails to serve the common good. Social market economy. Although Christian democracy is typically critical of laissez-faire capitalism, it certainly does not reject capitalism altogether. Rather, it advocates a third way between market capitalism and socialism, often termed social capitalism. As such, clear parallels exist between Christian democracy and the neo-revisionist tradition within social democracy, examined in Chapter 4. The idea of social capitalism draws more heavily on the flexible and pragmatic ideas of economists such as Friedrich List, 1789-1846, than on the strict market principles of classical political economy, as formulated by Adam Smith, CP 52, and David Ricardo, 1772-1823. A leading advocate of the Zollverein, the German customs union, List emphasized the economic importance of politics and political power, arguing, for instance, that state intervention should be used to protect infant industries from the rigors of foreign competition. The central theme in this model is the idea of a social market, that is, an attempt to marry the disciplines of market competition with the need for social cohesion and solidarity. The market is thus viewed not as an end in itself but rather as a means of generating wealth in order to achieve broader social ends. In Germany, often seen as the natural home of social market capitalism, this system is founded on a link between industrial and financial capital, in the form of a close relationship between business corporations and regionally based banks, which are often also major shareholders in the corporations. This has been the pivot around which Germany's economy has revolved since World War II, and it has orientated the economy towards long-term investment, rather than short-term profitability. Business organization in what has been called Rhine-Alpine capitalism also differs from Anglo-American capitalism in that it is based on social partnership, creating a form of democratic corporatism, CP 208. Trade unions enjoy representation through works councils, and participate in annual rounds of wage negotiation that are usually industry-wide. This relationship is underpinned by comprehensive and well-funded welfare provisions that provide workers and other vulnerable groups with social guarantees. In this way, a form of stakeholder capitalism has developed that takes into account the interests of workers and those of the wider community. This contrasts with the shareholder capitalism found in the USA and the UK, Hutton, 1995. Social market. An economy that is structured by market principles and is relatively free from state interference, but which operates alongside comprehensive welfare provision and effective social services. Federalism. Finally, Christian democracy is characterized by a distrust of conventional forms of nationalism and an emphasis instead on the principles of federalism, CP 39, and subsidiarity. This can be explained both ideologically and historically. Ideologically, federalism can be seen to apply ideas such as cooperation and partnership to the internal organization of the state, so bringing Christian democratic thinking on constitutional matters into line with its thinking on the economy and society. However, Powerful historical forces also encouraged Christian democracy to move in this direction, not least the widespread destruction wreaked across continental Europe by World War II, allied to the belief that rampant nationalism and overstrong central government had been major causes of the war. Christian democratic parties have therefore often favored the establishment of federalism at the state level, as has occurred in Austria, Belgium, and Germany, but have also advocated political union, and not merely economic union, within the European Union. Influenced by Christian democratic thinking, the European People's Party has therefore been one of the keenest supporters of pooled sovereignty and European federalism. Subsidiarity. The principle that decisions should be made at the lowest appropriate level. New Right. During the early post-1945 period, pragmatic and paternalistic ideas dominated conservatism through much of the Western world. The remnants of authoritarian conservatism collapsed with the overthrow of the Portuguese and Spanish dictatorships in the 1970s. Just as conservatives had come to accept political democracy during the 19th century, after 1945 they came to accept a qualified form of social democracy. This tendency was confirmed by the rapid and sustained economic growth of the post-war years, the long boom, which appeared to bear out the success of managed capitalism. During the 1970s, however, a set of more radical ideas developed within conservatism, challenging directly the Keynesian welfarist orthodoxy. These new right ideas had their greatest initial impact in the USA and the UK, but they also came to be influential in parts of continental Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, and had some kind of effect on Western states across the globe. The New Right is a broad term and has been used to describe ideas that range from the demand for tax cuts to calls for greater censorship of television and films, and even campaigns against immigration or in favor of repatriation. In essence, the New Right is a marriage between two apparently contrasting ideological traditions. The first of these is classical liberal economics, particularly the free market theories of Adam Smith, which were revived in the second half of the 20th century as a critique of big government and economic and social intervention. This is called the liberal New Right, or neoliberalism, CP 83. The second element in the New Right is traditional conservative, and notably pre-Disraelian, social theory, especially its defense of order, authority, and discipline. This is called the conservative New Right, or neoconservatism, CP 88. The New Right thus attempts to fuse economic libertarianism with state and social authoritarianism. As such, it is a blend of radical, reactionary, and traditional features. Its radicalism is evident in its robust efforts to dismantle or roll back interventionist government and liberal or permissive social values. This radicalism is clearest in relation to neoliberalism, which draws on rational theories and abstract principles, and so dismisses tradition. New Right radicalism is nevertheless reactionary, in that both neoliberalism and neoconservatism usually hark back to a 19th century golden age of supposed economic vigor and moral fortitude. However, the New Right also makes an appeal to tradition, particularly through the emphasis neoconservatives place on so-called traditional values. Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism was a product of the end of the long boom of the post-1945 period, which shifted economic thinking away from Keynesianism, CP 55, and reawakened interest in earlier, free market thinking. In this, it has operated at a national level but also at an international level, through what is called neoliberal globalization, CP 86. Neoliberal thinking is most definitely drawn from classical rather than modern liberalism. It amounts to a restatement of the case for a minimal state. This has been summed up as private, good, public, bad. Neoliberalism is anti-statist. The state is regarded as a realm of coercion and unfreedom, collectivism restricts individual initiative and saps self-respect. Government, however benignly disposed, invariably has a damaging effect on human affairs. Instead, faith is placed in the individual and the market. Individuals should be encouraged to be self-reliant and to make rational choices in their own interests. The market is respected as a mechanism through which the sum of individual choices will lead to progress and general benefit. As such, neoliberalism has attempted to establish the dominance of libertarian ideas over paternalistic ones within conservative ideology. Key concept: neoliberalism. Neoliberalism, sometimes called neoclassical liberalism, is widely seen as an updated version of classical liberalism, particularly classical political economy. Its central theme is that the economy works best when left alone by government, reflecting a belief in free market economics and atomistic individualism. While unregulated market capitalism delivers efficiency, growth, and widespread prosperity, the dead hand of the state saps initiative and discourages enterprise. In short, the neoliberal philosophy is, market, good, state, bad. Key neoliberal policies include privatization, spending cuts, especially in social welfare, tax cuts, particularly corporate and direct taxes, and deregulation. Neoliberalism is often equated with a belief in market fundamentalism, that is, an absolute faith in the capacity of the market mechanism to solve all economic and social problems. Key figures in conservatism. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, an English political philosopher. Hobbes, in his classic work Leviathan, 1651, used social contact theory to defend absolute government as the only alternative to anarchy and disorder, and proposed that citizens have an unqualified obligation towards their state. Though his view of human nature and his defense of authoritarian order have a conservative character, Hobbes' rationalist and individualist methodology prefigured early liberalism. His emphasis on power-seeking as the primary human urge has also been used to explain the behavior of states in the international system. Edmund Burke, 1729–97, a Dublin-born British statesman and political theorist, Burke was the father of the Anglo-American conservative political tradition. In his major work, Reflections on the Revolution in France, 1790, Burke deeply opposed the attempt to recast French politics in accordance with abstract principles such as the universal rights of man, arguing that wisdom resides largely in experience, tradition, and history. Burke is associated with a pragmatic willingness to change in order to conserve, reflected, in his view, in the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Friedrich von Hayek, 1899–1992, an Austrian economist and political philosopher, Hayek was a firm believer in individualism and market order, and an implacable critic of socialism. His pioneering work, The Road to Serfdom, 1944, developed a then deeply unfashionable defense of laissez-faire and attacked economic intervention as implicitly totalitarian. In later works, such as The Constitution of Liberty, 1960, and Law, Legislation, and Liberty, 1979, Hayek supported a modified form of traditionalism and upheld an Anglo-American version of constitutionalism that emphasized limited government. Michael Oakeshott, 1901–90, a British political philosopher, Oakeshott advanced a powerful defense of a non-ideological style of politics that supported a cautious and piecemeal approach to change. Distrusting rationalism, he argued in favor of traditional values and established customs on the grounds that the conservative disposition is to prefer the familiar to the unknown, to prefer the tried to the untried, fact to mystery, the actual to the possible. Oakeshott's best-known works include Rationalism in Politics, 1962, and On Human Conduct, 1975. Irving Kristol, 1920–2009, a U.S. journalist and social critic, Kristol was one of the leading exponents of American neoconservatism. He abandoned liberalism in the 1970s and became increasingly critical of the spread of welfarism and the counterculture. While accepting the need for a predominantly market-based economy and fiercely rejecting socialism, Kristol criticized libertarianism in the marketplace as well as in morality. His best-known writings include Two Cheers for Capitalism, 1978, and Reflections of a Neoconservative, 1983. Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002, a U.S. political philosopher, Nozick developed a form of rights-based libertarianism in response to the ideas of John Rawls, CP 53. Drawing on Locke, CP 52, and 19th-century U.S. individualists, he argued that property rights should be strictly upheld, provided that property was justly purchased or justly transferred from one person to another. His major work, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974, rejects welfare and redistribution, and advances the case for minimal government and minimal taxation. In later life, Nozick modified his extreme libertarianism. The dominant theme within this anti-statist doctrine is an ideological commitment to the free market, particularly as revived in the work of economists such as Friedrich von Hayek and Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006. Free market ideas gained renewed credibility during the 1970s as governments experienced increasing difficulty in delivering economic stability and sustained growth. Doubts consequently developed about whether it was in the power of government at all to solve economic problems. Hayek and Friedman, for example, challenged the very idea of a managed or planned economy. They argued that the task of allocating resources in a complex, industrialized economy was simply too difficult for any set of state bureaucrats to achieve successfully. The virtue of the market, on the other hand, is that it acts as the central nervous system of the economy, reconciling the supply of goods and services with the demand for them. It allocates resources to their most profitable use and thereby ensures that consumer needs are satisfied. In the light of the re-emergence of unemployment and inflation in the 1970s, Hayek and Friedman argued that government was invariably the cause of economic problems, rather than the cure. The ideas of Keynesianism were one of the chief targets of neoliberal criticism. Keynes had argued that capitalist economies were not self-regulating. He placed particular emphasis on the demand side of the economy, believing that the level of economic activity and employment were dictated by the level of aggregate demand in the economy. Milton Friedman, on the other hand, argued that there is a natural rate of unemployment, which is beyond the ability of government to influence. He also argued that attempts to eradicate unemployment by applying Keynesian techniques merely cause other, more damaging, economic problems, notably inflation. Inflation, neoliberals believe, threatens the entire basis of a market economy because, in reducing faith in money, the means of exchange, it discourages people from undertaking commercial or economic activity. However, Keynesianism had, in effect, encouraged governments to print money, albeit in a well-meaning attempt to create jobs. The free market solution to inflation is to control the supply of money by cutting public spending, a policy practiced by both the Reagan and the Thatcher administrations during the 1980s. Both administrations also allowed unemployment to rise sharply, in the belief that only the market could solve the problem. Political ideologies in action. Rise of neoliberal globalization. Events. Since the 1980s, economic development has, to a greater or lesser extent in different parts of the world, taken on a neoliberal guise. The wider, and seemingly irresistible, advance of neoliberalism has occurred, in part, through the influence of the institutions of global economic governance and the growing impact of globalization, CP 20. In a process that began in the early 1970s, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, were converted to the ideas of what later became known as the Washington Consensus, which was aligned to the economic agenda of Reagan and Thatcher and focused on policies such as free trade, the liberalization of capital markets, flexible exchange rates, balanced budgets, and so on. Neoliberalism and globalization thus became a single, fused process, widely dubbed neoliberal globalization. Significance. From an economic liberal perspective, the emergence of neoliberal globalization was both an inevitable and a welcome development. It was inevitable because economic development is intrinsically linked to the advance of market principles, the market being the only reliable means of generating wealth, and the surest guarantee of prosperity and economic opportunity. Market competition and the profit motive provide incentives for work and enterprise, and also allocate resources to their most profitable use. Just as national economies have been restructured on market lines, and often on free market lines, so the world economy was sure to follow suit. This was especially the case because neoliberal globalization reflects the interests of all countries in all parts of the world. Although it makes the rich richer, it also makes the poor less poor, implying that the only countries that do not benefit from neoliberal globalization are the ones that, foolishly, do not participate in it. Neo-Marxists and radical theorists nevertheless cast neoliberal globalization in a very different light, arguing that it has resulted in new and deeply entrenched patterns of poverty and inequality. In this view, neoliberal globalization is driven not by the magic of the market and the universal desire for material progress, but by the interests of transnational corporations and industrially advanced states generally, and particularly by the USA's determination to maintain its global economic hegemony. The losers in this global struggle are invariably in the developing world, where wages are low, regulation is weak or non-existent, and where production is increasingly orientated around global markets rather than local needs. Neoliberal globalization has thus been portrayed as a form of neo-imperialism. Inflation. A rise in the general price level, leading to a decline in the value of money. Neoliberalism is also opposed to the mixed economy and public ownership, and practiced so-called supply-side economics. Starting under Thatcher in the UK in the 1980s but later extending to many other Western states, and most aggressively pursued in post-communist states in the 1990s, a policy of privatization has effectively dismantled both mixed and collectivized economies by transferring industries from public to private ownership. Nationalized industries were criticized for being inherently inefficient, because, unlike private firms and industries, they are not disciplined by the profit motive. Neoliberalism's emphasis on the supply side of the economy was reflected in the belief that governments should foster growth by providing conditions that encourage producers to produce, rather than consumers to consume. The main block to the creation of an entrepreneurial, supply-side culture is high taxes. Taxes, in this view, discourage enterprise and infringe property rights, a stance sometimes called fiscal conservatism. Fiscal conservatism. A political economic stance that prioritizes the lowering of taxes, cuts in public spending and reduced government debt. Neoliberalism is not only anti-statist on the grounds of economic efficiency and responsiveness, but also because of its political principles, notably its commitment to individual liberty. Neoliberals claim to be defending freedom against creeping collectivism. At the extreme, these ideas lead in the direction of anarcho-capitalism, discussed in Chapter 5, and the belief that all goods and services, including the courts and public order, should be delivered by the market. The freedom defended by neoliberals is negative freedom, the removal of external restrictions on the individual. As the collective power of government is seen as the principal threat to the individual, freedom can only be ensured by rolling back the state. This, in particular, means rolling back social welfare. In addition to economic arguments against welfare, for example, that increased social expenditure pushes up taxes, and that public services are inherently inefficient, neoliberals object to welfare on moral grounds. In the first place, the welfare state is criticized for having created a culture of dependency, it saps initiative and enterprise, and robs people of dignity and self-respect. Welfare is thus the cause of disadvantage, not its cure. Such a theory resurrects the notion of the undeserving poor. Charles Murray, 1984, also argued that, as welfare relieves women of dependency on breadwinning men, it is a major cause of family breakdown, creating an underclass largely composed of single mothers and fatherless children. A further neoliberal argument against welfare is based on a commitment to individual rights. Robert Nozick, 1974, advanced this most forcefully in condemning all policies of welfare and redistribution as a violation of property rights. In this view, so long as property has been acquired justly, to transfer it, without consent, from one person to another amounts to legalized theft. Underpinning this view is egoistical individualism, the idea that people owe nothing to society and are, in turn, owed nothing by society, a stance that calls the very notion of society into question. Neoconservatism. Neoconservatism emerged in the USA in the 1970s as a backlash against the ideas and values of the 1960s. It was defined by a fear of social fragmentation or breakdown, which was seen as a product of liberal reform and the spread of permissiveness. In sharp contrast to neoliberalism, neoconservatives stress the primacy of politics and seek to strengthen leadership and authority in society. This emphasis on authority, allied to a heightened sensitivity to the fragility of society, demonstrates that neoconservatism has its roots in traditional or organic conservatism. However, it differs markedly from paternalistic conservatism, which also draws heavily on organic ideas. Whereas paternalistic conservatives believe, for instance, that community is best maintained by social reform and the reduction of poverty, neoconservatives look to strengthen community by restoring authority and imposing social discipline. Neoconservative authoritarianism is, to this extent, consistent with neoliberal libertarianism. Both of them accept the rolling back of the state's economic responsibilities. Permissiveness. The willingness to allow people to make their own moral choices. Permissiveness suggests that there are no authoritative values. Key concept. Neoconservatism. Neoconservatism refers to developments within conservative ideology that relate to both domestic policy and foreign policy. In domestic policy, neoconservatism is defined by support for a minimal but strong state, fusing themes associated with traditional or organic conservatism with an acceptance of economic individualism and qualified support for the free market. Neoconservatives have typically sought to restore public order, strengthen family or religious values, and bolster national identity. In foreign policy, neoconservatism was closely associated with the Bush administration in the USA in the years following 9/11. Its central aim was to preserve and reinforce what was seen as the USA's benevolent global hegemony by building up U.S. military power and pursuing a policy of worldwide democracy promotion. Tensions within conservatism, 2. Neoliberalism vs. Neoconservatism. Classical liberalism. Traditional conservatism. Atomism. Organicism. Radicalism. Traditionalism. Libertarianism. Authoritarianism. Economic dynamism. Social order. Self-interest/enterprise. Traditional values. Equality of opportunity. Natural hierarchy. Minimal state. Strong state. Internationalism. Insular nationalism. Pro-globalization. Anti-globalization. Neoconservatives have developed distinctive views about both domestic policy and foreign policy. The two principal domestic concerns of neoconservatism have been with social order and public morality. Neoconservatives believe that rising crime, delinquency, and antisocial behavior are generally a consequence of a larger decline of authority that has affected most Western societies since the 1960s. They have therefore called for a strengthening of social disciplines and authority at every level. This can be seen in relation to the family. For neoconservatives, the family is an authority system. It is both naturally hierarchical, children should listen to, respect and obey their parents, and naturally patriarchal. The husband is the provider and the wife the homemaker. This social authoritarianism is matched by state authoritarianism, the desire for a strong state reflected in a tough stance on law and order. This led, in the USA and the UK in particular, to a greater emphasis on custodial sentences and to longer prison sentences, reflecting the belief that prison works. Neoconservatism's concern about public morality is based on a desire to reassert the moral foundations of politics. A particular target of neoconservative criticism has been the permissive 1960s and the growing culture of doing your own thing. In the face of this, Thatcher in the UK proclaimed her support for Victorian values, and in the USA organizations such as Moral Majority campaigned for a return to traditional or family values. Neoconservatives see two dangers in a permissive society. In the first place, the freedom to choose one's own morals or lifestyle could lead to the choice of immoral or evil views. There is, for instance, a significant religious element in neoconservatism, especially in the USA. The second danger is not so much that people may adopt the wrong morals or lifestyles, but may simply choose different moral positions. In the neoconservative view, moral pluralism is threatening because it undermines the cohesion of society. A permissive society is a society that lacks ethical norms and unifying moral standards. It is a pathless desert, which provides neither guidance nor support for individuals and their families. If individuals merely do as they please, civilized standards of behavior will be impossible to maintain. The issue that links the domestic and foreign policy aspects of neoconservative thinking is a concern about the nation and the desire to strengthen national identity in the face of threats from within and without. The value of the nation, from the neoconservative perspective, is that it binds society together, giving it a common culture and civic identity, which is all the stronger for being rooted in history and tradition. National patriotism, CP 164, thus strengthens people's political will. The most significant threat to the nation from within is the growth of multiculturalism, which weakens the bonds of nationhood by threatening political community and creating the specter of ethnic and racial conflict. Neoconservatives have therefore often been in the forefront of campaigns for stronger controls on immigration and, sometimes, for a privileged status to be granted to the host community's culture, as discussed in Chapter 10. Such concerns have widened and deepened as a result of the advance of globalization, as discussed in the next section. The threats to the nation from without are many and various. In the UK, the main perceived threat has come from the process of European integration. Indeed, since the 1990s, UK conservatism has at times appeared to be defined by Euroscepticism. Euroscepticism. Hostility to European integration based on the belief that it is a threat to national sovereignty and/or national identity. However, the nationalist dimension of neoconservative thinking also gave rise to a distinctive stance on foreign policy, particularly in the USA. Neoconservatism, in this form, was an approach to foreign policy making that sought to enable the USA to take advantage of its unprecedented position of power and influence in the post-Cold War era. It consisted of a fusion of neo-Reaganism and hard Wilsonianism, after Woodrow Wilson, CP 184. Neo-Reaganism took the form of a Manichaean worldview, in which good, represented by the USA, confronted evil, represented by rogue states and terrorist groups that possess or seek to possess weapons of mass destruction. This implied that the USA should deter rivals and extend its global reach by achieving a position of strength beyond challenge in military terms. Hard Wilsonianism was expressed through the desire to spread US-style democracy throughout the world by a process of regime change, achieved by military means if necessary. Such neocon thinking dominated U.S. strategic thinking in the aftermath of the September 11 terrorist attacks on New York and Washington, particularly through the establishment of the War on Terror and the attacks on Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003. Neoconservative foreign policy thinking nevertheless declined in significance from about 2005 onwards, as the USA recognized the limitations of achieving strategic objectives through military means alone, as well as the drawbacks of adopting a unilateral foreign policy stance. Conservatism in a global age. The changing character and political fortunes of conservatism since the 1980s can, to a large extent, be understood in terms of the impact of accelerated globalization. For example, the rise of the New Right, particularly in its liberal, pro-market incarnation, occurred in the context of the collapse in the early 1970s of the Bretton Woods system of fixed exchange rates, which contributed to a remodeling of the world economy on neoliberal lines. Conservative parties and movements were often able to respond more quickly and more successfully to globalizing tendencies than their socialist and liberal counterparts, both because of their traditional pragmatism and because they were less deeply wedded to Keynesian welfarist orthodoxies. Libertarian tendencies within conservatism therefore flourished at the expense of paternalist tendencies, although, as discussed earlier, this process occurred more rapidly, and was pursued with greater enthusiasm, in some countries more than others, with, for instance, Christian democratic parties being particularly resistant to the lure of neoliberalism. Nevertheless, while the heroic phase of New Right politics, associated with figures such as Thatcher and Reagan, and the battle against big government may have passed and given way to a more managerial phase, this should not disguise the fact that market values had come to be accepted across the spectrum of conservative beliefs. However, these shifts also confronted conservative ideology with a number of challenges. One of these was that the seeming collapse of the pro-state or socialist tendency that had dominated much of the post-1945 period, brought problems in its wake. To the extent that conservatism had come to be defined by its antipathy towards state control and economic management, the death of socialism threatened to rob it of its unifying focus and ideological resolve. A further problem stemmed from concerns about the long-term viability of the free market philosophy. Faith in the free market has always been limited, historically and culturally. Enthusiasm for unregulated capitalism has been a largely Anglo-American phenomenon that peaked during the 19th century in association with classical liberalism, and was revived in the late 20th century through the advent of neoliberalism. Rolling back the state in economic life may sharpen incentives, intensify competition, and promote entrepreneurialism, but sooner or later its disadvantages become apparent, notably short-termism, low investment, widening inequality and increased social exclusion. Nevertheless, the global financial crisis, which peaked in the autumn of 2008 with the world economy seemingly hovering on the brink of systemic collapse, precipitated developments that have had major ideological ramifications. The most significant of these developments was the steepest decline in global output since the 1930s, causing tax revenues to plummet and government debt to soar, and even bringing the creditworthiness of some countries into question. Although the initial response to the financial crisis was a return to Keynesianism, in the form of a US-led coordinated policy of fiscal stimulus, the crisis also provided new opportunities from neoliberalism. From a neoliberal perspective, soaring government debt is essentially a consequence of a failure to control state spending, implying that the solution to indebtedness is fiscal retrenchment, or austerity. For example, in the UK the election of a conservative-led coalition government in 2010 led to a swift break with Keynesianism and the introduction of a program of spending cuts more severe than those put in place under Thatcher in the 1980s. Whereas the adoption of austerity was essentially a political choice in the UK, in the case of Greece, Ireland, Spain, Portugal, and Cyprus, a reordering of the economy along neoliberal lines was a condition of bailouts imposed during 2010-13 by the EU, the IMF, and the European Central Bank. Key concept: populism. Populism, from the Latin populus, meaning the people, has been used to describe both distinctive political movements and a particular tradition of political thought. Movements or parties described as populist have been characterized by their claim to support the common people in the face of corrupt economic or political elites. As a political tradition, populism reflects the belief that the instincts and wishes of the people provide the principal legitimate guide to political action. Populist politicians therefore make a direct appeal to the people and claim to give expression to their deepest hopes and fears, all intermediary institutions being distrusted. Although populism may be linked to any cause or ideology, it is often seen as implicitly authoritarian, populist democracy being the enemy of pluralist democracy. Fiscal stimulus. An economic strategy designed to promote growth by either, or both, lowering taxes or increasing government spending. Austerity. Sternness or severity. As an economic strategy, austerity refers to public spending cuts designed to eradicate a budget deficit, underpinned by faith in market forces. Finally, conservatism has not only contributed to struggles over the nature and direction of globalization, favoring the construction of a market-based world economy as opposed to a regulated or managed one, but it has also served as a counter-globalization force, a mechanism of resistance. This has been most apparent in the rise of far-right and anti-immigration parties, which have drawn on national conservatism in adopting a backward-looking and culturally, and perhaps ethnically, pure model of national identity. In many ways, this development has been part of the wider revival of populism, which has seen growing disenchantment with conventional politics and the emergence of anti-establishment leaders and movements in many mature democracies, a phenomenon often called anti-politics, CP 135. Right-wing, populist parties, articulating concerns about immigration and multiculturalism, have become a feature of politics in many European states, a trend fueled by the combination of EU enlargement and freedom of movement within the Union and, since 2015, by the migrant crisis in Europe. National conservatism. A form of conservatism that prioritizes the defense of national, cultural and, sometimes, ethnic identity over other concerns, often based on parallels between the family and the nation. The Front National in France, led by Marine Le Pen, the daughter of the founder of the party, Jean-Marie Le Pen, has attracted growing electoral support since the 1980s for a platform largely based on resistance to immigration. In 2012, Le Pen gained 6.4 million votes, 18%, in the first round of the presidential election. Other anti-immigration and anti-multiculturalist parties include the Freedom Party in Austria, the UK Independence Party, the Northern League in Italy, the Vlaams Bloc in Belgium, the two Progress parties in Norway and Denmark, and the Danish People's Party, which broke away from the Progress Party in 1995. Such national conservative parties and movements tend to prosper in conditions of fear, insecurity, and social dislocation, their strength being their capacity to represent unity and certainty, binding national identity to tradition and established values. The link between conservatism and nationalism is examined in greater depth in Chapter 6. Socialism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: no man is an island. Roads to socialism. Communism. Social democracy. Socialism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. The term socialist derives from the Latin sociare, meaning to combine or to share. Its earliest known usage was in 1827 in the UK, in an issue of the Cooperative magazine. By the early 1830s, the followers of Robert Owen in the UK and Henry de Saint-Simon in France had started to refer to their beliefs as socialism, and, by the 1840s, the term was familiar in a range of industrialized countries, notably France, Belgium, and the German states. Socialism, as an ideology, has traditionally been defined by its opposition to capitalism and the attempt to provide a more humane and socially worthwhile alternative. At the core of socialism is a vision of human beings as social creatures united by their common humanity. This highlights the degree to which individual identity is fashioned by social interaction and the membership of social groups and collective bodies. Socialists therefore prefer cooperation to competition. The central, and some would say defining, value of socialism is equality, especially social equality. Socialists believe that social equality is the essential guarantee of social stability and cohesion, and that it promotes freedom, in the sense that it satisfies material needs and provides the basis for personal development. Socialism, however, contains a bewildering variety of divisions and rival traditions. These divisions have been about both means, how socialism should be achieved, and ends, the nature of the future socialist society. For example, communists or Marxists have usually supported revolution and sought to abolish capitalism through the creation of a classless society based on the common ownership of wealth. In contrast, democratic socialists or social democrats have embraced gradualism and aimed to reform or humanize the capitalist system through a narrowing of material inequalities and the abolition of poverty. Origins and development. Although socialists have sometimes claimed an intellectual heritage that goes back to Plato's Republic or Thomas More's Utopia, 1516–1965, as with liberalism and conservatism, the origins of socialism lie in the 19th century. Socialism arose as a reaction against the social and economic conditions generated in Europe by the growth of industrial capitalism, CP 97. Socialist ideas were quickly linked to the development of a new but growing class of industrial workers, who suffered the poverty and degradation that are so often features of early industrialization. Although socialism and liberalism have common roots in the Enlightenment, and share a faith in principles such as reason and progress, socialism emerged as a critique of liberal market society and was defined by its attempt to offer an alternative to industrial capitalism. The character of early socialism was influenced by the harsh and often inhuman conditions in which the industrial working class lived and worked. Wages were typically low, child and female labor were commonplace, the working day often lasted up to 12 hours and the threat of unemployment was ever present. In addition, the new working class was disorientated, being largely composed of first-generation urban dwellers, unfamiliar with the conditions of industrial life and work, and possessing few of the social institutions that could give their lives stability or meaning. As a result, early socialists often sought a radical, even revolutionary alternative to industrial capitalism. For instance, Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, in France and Robert Owen, CP 124, in the UK subscribed to utopianism in founding experimental communities based on sharing and cooperation. The Germans Karl Marx, CP 124, and Friedrich Engels, 1820–95, developed more complex and systematic theories, which claimed to uncover the laws of history and proclaimed that the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism was inevitable. In the late 19th century, the character of socialism was transformed by a gradual improvement in working-class living conditions and the advance of political democracy. The growth of trade unions, working-class political parties and sports and social clubs served to provide greater economic security and to integrate the working class into industrial society. In the advanced industrial societies of Western Europe, it became increasingly difficult to continue to see the working class as a revolutionary force. Socialist political parties progressively adopted legal and constitutional tactics, encouraged by the gradual extension of the vote to working-class men. By World War I, the socialist world was clearly divided between those socialist parties that had sought power through the ballot box and preached reform, and those that proclaimed a continuing need for revolution. The Russian Revolution of 1917 entrenched this split. Revolutionary socialists, following the example of V. I. Lenin, CP 124, and the Bolsheviks, usually adopted the term communism, while reformist socialists described their ideas as either socialism or social democracy. Utopianism. A belief in the unlimited possibilities of human development, typically embodied in the vision of a perfect or ideal society, a utopia, CP 143. Key concept. Capitalism. Capitalism is an economic system as well as a form of property ownership. It has a number of key features. First, it is based on generalized commodity production, a commodity being a good or service produced for exchange. It has market value rather than use value. Second, productive wealth in a capitalist economy is predominantly held in private hands. Third, economic life is organized according to impersonal market forces, in particular the forces of demand, what consumers are willing and able to consume, and supply, what producers are willing and able to produce. Fourth, in a capitalist economy, material self-interest and maximization provide the main motivations for enterprise and hard work. Some degree of state regulation is nevertheless found in all capitalist systems. The 20th century witnessed the spread of socialist ideas into African, Asian, and Latin American countries with little or no experience of industrial capitalism. Socialism in these countries often developed out of the anti-colonial struggle, rather than a class struggle. The idea of class exploitation was replaced by that of colonial oppression, creating a potent fusion of socialism and nationalism, which is examined more fully in Chapter 5. The Bolshevik model of communism was imposed on Eastern Europe after 1945, it was adopted in China after the Revolution of 1949 and subsequently spread to North Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, and elsewhere. More moderate forms of socialism were practiced elsewhere in the developing world, for example, by the Congress Party in India. Distinctive forms of African and Arab socialism also developed, being influenced respectively by the communal values of traditional tribal life and the moral principles of Islam. In Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s, socialist revolutionaries waged war against military dictatorships, often seen to be operating in the interests of U.S. imperialism. The Castro regime, which came to power after the Cuban Revolution of 1959, developed close links with the Soviet Union, while the Sandinista guerrillas, who seized power in Nicaragua in 1979, remained non-aligned. In Chile in 1970, Salvador Allende became the world's first democratically elected Marxist head of state, but was overthrown and killed in a CIA-backed coup in 1973. Since the late 20th century, socialism has suffered a number of spectacular reverses, leading some to proclaim the death of socialism. The most dramatic of these reverses was, of course, the collapse of communism in the Eastern European revolutions of 1989 to 91. However, rather than socialists uniting around the principles of Western social democracy, these principles were thrown into doubt as parliamentary socialist parties in many parts of the world embraced ideas and policies that are more commonly associated with liberalism or even conservatism. The final section of this chapter looks at the extent to which these events were linked to globalization, CP 20, and considers the extent to which socialist ideology has been radicalized in response to the 2007-9 global financial crisis. Communism. The principle of the common ownership of wealth, or a system of comprehensive collectivization, communism is often viewed as Marxism in practice, CP 114. Social democracy. A moderate or reformist brand of socialism that favors a balance between the market and the state, rather than the abolition of capitalism. Core themes: no man is an island. One of the difficulties of analyzing socialism is that the term has been understood in at least three distinctive ways. From one point of view, socialism is seen as an economic model, usually linked to some form of collectivization and planning. Socialism, in this sense, stands as an alternative to capitalism, the choice between these two qualitatively different productive systems traditionally being seen as the most crucial of all economic questions. However, the choice between pure socialism and pure capitalism was always an illusion, as all economic forms have, in different ways, blended features of both systems. Indeed, modern socialists tend to view socialism not so much as an alternative to capitalism, but as a means of harnessing capitalism to broader social ends. The second approach treats socialism as an instrument of the labor movement. Socialism, in this view, represents the interests of the working class and offers a program through which the workers can acquire political or economic power. Socialism is thus really a form of labourism, a vehicle for advancing the interest of organized labor. From this perspective, the significance of socialism fluctuates with the fortunes of the working class movement worldwide. Nevertheless, though the historical link between socialism and organized labor cannot be doubted, socialist ideas have also been associated with skilled craftsmen, the peasantry and, for that matter, with political and bureaucratic elites. That is why, in this book, socialism is understood in a third and broader sense as a political creed or ideology, characterized by a particular cluster of ideas, values, and theories. The most significant of these are community, cooperation, equality, class politics, common ownership, labourism. A tendency exhibited by socialist parties to serve the interests of the organized labor movement rather than pursue broader ideological goals. Community. At its heart, socialism offers a unifying vision of human beings as social creatures, capable of overcoming social and economic problems by drawing on the power of the community rather than simply individual effort. This is a collectivist vision because it stresses the capacity of human beings for collective action, their willingness and ability to pursue goals by working together, as opposed to striving for personal self-interest. Most socialists, for instance, would be prepared to echo the words of the English metaphysical poet, John Donne, 1571–1631. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Human beings are therefore comrades, brothers, or sisters, tied to one another by the bonds of a common humanity. This is expressed in the principle of fraternity. Fraternity. Literally, brotherhood, bonds of sympathy and comradeship between and among human beings. Socialists are far less willing than either liberals or conservatives to assume that human nature is unchanging and fixed at birth. Rather, they believe that human nature is malleable or plastic, shaped by the experiences and circumstances of social life. In the long-standing philosophical debate about whether nurture or nature determines human behavior, socialists side resolutely with nurture. From birth, perhaps even while in the womb, each individual is subjected to experiences that mold and condition his or her personality. All human skills and attributes are learned from society, from the fact that we stand upright to the language we speak. Whereas liberals draw a clear distinction between the individual and society, socialists believe that the individual is inseparable from society. Human beings are neither self-sufficient nor self-contained. To think of them as separate or atomized individuals is absurd. Individuals can only be understood, and understand themselves, through the social groups to which they belong. The behavior of human beings therefore tells us more about the society in which they live and have been brought up, than it does about any abiding or immutable human nature. The radical edge of socialism derives not from its concern with what people are like, but with what they have the capacity to become. This has led socialists to develop utopian visions of a better society, in which human beings can achieve genuine emancipation and fulfillment as members of a community. African and Asian socialists have often stressed that their traditional, pre-industrial societies already emphasize the importance of social life and the value of community. In these circumstances, socialism has sought to preserve traditional social values in the face of the challenge from Western individualism, CP 27. As Julius Nyerere, President of Tanzania 1964–85, pointed out, we, in Africa, have no more real need to be converted to socialism, than we have of being taught democracy. He therefore described his own views as tribal socialism. Key concept: collectivism. Collectivism is, broadly, the belief that collective human endeavor is of greater practical and moral value than individual self-striving. It thus reflects the idea that human nature has a social core, and implies that social groups, whether classes, nations, races, or whatever, are meaningful political entities. However, the term is used with little consistency. Mikhail Bakunin, CP 153, and other anarchists used collectivism to refer to self-governing associations of free individuals. Others have treated collectivism as strictly the opposite of individualism, CP 27, holding that it implies that collective interests should prevail over individual ones. It is also sometimes linked to the state as the mechanism through which collective interests are upheld, suggesting that the growth of state responsibilities marks the advance of collectivism. In the West, however, the social dimension of life has had to be reclaimed after generations of industrial capitalism. This was the goal of 19th-century utopian socialists such as Charles Fourier and Robert Owen, who organized experiments in communal living. Fourier encouraged the founding of model communities, each containing about 1,800 members, which he called phalansteries. Owen also set up a number of experimental communities, the best known being New Harmony in Indiana, 1824-9. The most enduring communitarian experiment has been the kibbutz system in Israel, which consists of a system of cooperative, usually rural, settlements that are collectively owned and run by their members. However, the communitarian emphasis of the kibbutz system has been substantially diluted since the 1960s by, for instance, the abandonment of collective child rearing. Cooperation. If human beings are social animals, socialists believe that the natural relationship among them is one of cooperation rather than competition. Socialists believe that competition pits one individual against another, encouraging each of them to deny or ignore their social nature rather than embrace it. As a result, competition fosters only a limited range of social attributes and, instead, promotes selfishness and aggression. Cooperation, on the other hand, makes moral and economic sense. Individuals who work together rather than against each other develop bonds of sympathy, caring and affection. Furthermore, the energies of the community rather than those of the single individual can be harnessed. The Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin, CP 153, for example, suggested that the principal reason why the human species had survived and prospered was because of its capacity for mutual aid. Socialists believe that human beings can be motivated by moral incentives, and not merely by material incentives. In theory, capitalism rewards individuals for the work they do. The harder they work, or the more abundant their skills, the greater their rewards will be. The moral incentive to work hard, however, is the desire to contribute to the common good, which develops out of a sympathy, or sense of responsibility, for fellow human beings, especially those in need. While few modern social democrats would contemplate the outright abolition of material incentives, they nevertheless insist on the need for a balance of some kind between material and moral incentives. For instance, socialists would argue that an important incentive for achieving economic growth is that it helps to finance the provision of welfare support for the poorest and most vulnerable elements in society. Cooperation. Working together, collective effort intended to achieve mutual benefit. The socialist commitment to cooperation has stimulated the growth of cooperative enterprises, designed to replace the competitive and hierarchic businesses that have proliferated under capitalism. Both producers and consumers' cooperatives have attempted to harness the energies of groups of people working for mutual benefit. In the UK, cooperative societies sprang up in the early 19th century. These societies bought goods in bulk and sold them cheaply to their working-class members. The Rochdale pioneers set up a grocery shop in 1844 and their example was soon taken up throughout industrial England and Scotland. Producer cooperatives, owned and run by their workforce, are common in parts of northern Spain and the former Yugoslavia, where industry is organized according to the principle of workers' self-management. Collective farms in the Soviet Union were also designed to be cooperative and self-managing, though in practice they operated within a rigid planning system and were usually controlled by local party bosses. Equality. A commitment to equality is in many respects the defining feature of socialist ideology, equality being the political value that most clearly distinguishes socialism from its rivals, notably liberalism and conservatism. Socialist egalitarianism is characterized by a belief in social equality, or equality of outcome. Socialists have advanced at least three arguments in favor of this form of equality. First, social equality upholds justice or fairness. Socialists are reluctant to explain the inequality of wealth simply in terms of innate differences of ability among individuals. Socialists believe that just as capitalism has fostered competitive and selfish behavior, human inequality very largely reflects the unequal structure of society. They do not hold the naive belief that all people are born identical, possessing precisely the same capacities and skills. An egalitarian society would not, for instance, be one in which all students gain the same mark in their mathematics examinations. Nevertheless, socialists believe that the most significant forms of human inequality are a result of unequal treatment by society, rather than unequal endowment by nature. Justice, from a socialist perspective, therefore demands that people are treated equally, or at least more equally, by society in terms of their rewards and material circumstances. Formal equality, in its legal and political senses, is clearly inadequate in itself because it disregards the structural inequalities of the capitalist system. Equality of opportunity, for its part, legitimizes inequality by perpetuating the myth of innate inequality. Egalitarianism. A theory or practice based on the desire to promote equality, egalitarianism is sometimes seen as the belief that equality is the primary political value. Perspectives on equality. Liberals believe that people are born equal in the sense that they are of equal moral worth. This implies formal equality, notably legal and political equality, as well as equality of opportunity, but social equality is likely to threaten freedom and penalize talent. Whereas classical liberals emphasize the need for strict meritocracy and economic incentives, modern liberals argue that genuine equal opportunities require relative social equality. Conservatives have traditionally viewed society as naturally hierarchical and have thus dismissed equality as an abstract and unachievable goal. Nevertheless, the new right evinces a strongly individualist belief in equality of opportunity while emphasizing the economic benefits of material inequality. Socialists regard equality as a fundamental value and, in particular, endorse social equality. Despite shifts within social democracy towards a liberal belief in equality of opportunity, social equality, whether in its relative, social democratic, or absolute, communist, sense, has been seen as essential to ensuring social cohesion and fraternity, establishing justice or equity, and enlarging freedom in a positive sense. Anarchists place a particular stress on political equality, understood as an equal and absolute right to personal autonomy, implying that all forms of political inequality amount to oppression. Anarcho-communists believe in absolute social equality achieved through the collective ownership of productive wealth. Fascists believe that humankind is marked by radical inequality, both between leaders and followers and between the various nations or races of the world. Nevertheless, the emphasis on the nation or race implies that all members are equal, at least in terms of their core social identity. Feminists take equality to mean sexual equality, in the sense of equal rights and equal opportunities, liberal feminism, or equal social or economic power, socialist feminism, irrespective of gender. However, some radical feminists have argued that the demand for equality may simply lead to women being male-identified. Greens advance the notion of biocentric equality, which emphasizes that all life forms have an equal right to live and blossom. Conventional notions of equality are therefore seen as anthropocentric, in that they exclude the interests of all organisms and entities other than humankind. Second, social equality underpins community and cooperation. If people live in equal social circumstances, they will be more likely to identify with one another and work together for common benefit. Equal outcomes therefore strengthen social solidarity. Social inequality, by the same token, leads to conflict and instability. This also explains why socialists have criticized equality of opportunity for breeding a survival of the fittest mentality. R. H. Tawney, CP 125, for example, dismissed the idea of equal opportunities as a tadpole philosophy, emphasizing the tiny proportion of tadpoles that develop into frogs. Third, socialists support social equality because they hold that need satisfaction is the basis for human fulfillment and self-realization. A need is a necessity, it demands satisfaction, it is not simply a frivolous wish or a passing fancy. Basic needs, such as the need for food, water, shelter, companionship, and so on, are fundamental to the human condition, which means that, for socialists, their satisfaction is the very stuff of freedom. Marx expressed this in his communist theory of distribution, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Since all people have broadly similar needs, distributing wealth on the basis of need satisfaction clearly has egalitarian implications. Nevertheless, need satisfaction can also have inegalitarian implications, as in the case of so-called special needs, arising, for instance, from physical or mental disability. While socialists agree about the virtue of social and economic equality, they disagree about the extent to which this can and should be brought about. Marxists and communists believe in absolute social equality, brought about by the abolition of private property and collectivization of productive wealth. Perhaps the most famous experiment in such radical egalitarianism took place in China under the Cultural Revolution, CP 104. Social Democrats, however, believe in relative social equality, achieved by the redistribution of wealth through the welfare state and a system of progressive taxation. The social democratic desire to tame capitalism rather than abolish it, reflects an acceptance of a continuing role for material incentives, and the fact that the significance of need satisfaction is largely confined to the eradication of poverty. This, in turn, blurs the distinction between social equality and equality of opportunity. Collectivization. The abolition of private property and the establishment of a comprehensive system of common or public ownership, usually through the mechanisms of the state. Progressive taxation. A system of taxation in which the rich pay a higher proportion of their income in tax than the poor. Class politics. Socialists have traditionally viewed social class as the deepest and most politically significant of social divisions. Socialist class politics have been expressed in two ways, however. In the first, social class is an analytical tool. In pre-socialist societies at least, socialists have believed that human beings tend to think and act together with others with whom they share a common economic position or interest. In other words, social classes, rather than individuals, are the principal actors in history and therefore provide the key to understanding social and political change. This is demonstrated most clearly in the Marxist belief that historical change is the product of class conflict. The second form of socialist class politics focuses specifically on the working class, and is concerned with political struggle and emancipation. Socialism has often been viewed as an expression of the interests of the working class, and the working class has been seen as the vehicle through which socialism will be achieved. Nevertheless, social class has not been accepted as a necessary or permanent feature of society. Socialist societies have either been seen as classless or as societies in which class inequalities have been substantially reduced. In emancipating itself from capitalist exploitation, the working class thus also emancipates itself from its own class identity, becoming, in the process, fully developed human beings. Social class. A social division based on economic or social factors. A social class is a group of people who share a similar socio-economic position. Political ideologies in action. China's Cultural Revolution. Events. In August 1966, China's communist leader, Mao Zedong, officially launched the Cultural Revolution, known in full as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, which continued until Mao's death in 1976. One of the most complicated events in the history of the People's Republic of China, the Cultural Revolution had a profound effect on every aspect of Chinese society and politics. The nation's schools were shut down and a massive youth mobilization was instigated. As the movement escalated, students formed paramilitary groups called the Red Guards, which attacked and harassed capitalist roaders and members of China's elderly and intellectual populations. Not only were wage differentials and all forms of privilege and hierarchy denounced, but even competitive sports like football were banned. There was also a dramatic purge of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, as well as of office holders in the economy, education, and cultural institutions. Significance: Mao portrayed the Cultural Revolution as a stark clash between socialism and revisionism. Ostensibly aimed at reviving the revolutionary spirit that had brought the Communist Party to power in 1949, its primary targets were the bureaucratization of the party, ideological degeneration in society as a whole, and widening socio-economic inequality. Aside from any other motivations, such thinking clearly had a profound impact on tens of thousands of radicalized young people. However, as an exercise in socialist egalitarianism, the Cultural Revolution was a dismal failure. For one thing, political power came to be concentrated in the hands of Mao himself, supported by an elaborate and inescapable cult of personality. For another, as Chinese society descended into chaos, constrained after 1968 only as the army displaced the Red Guards, and was left with a barely functioning economy, the Cultural Revolution brought little discernible benefit to either the urban proletariat or the rural poor. Rather than being seen as either an explosion of youthful idealism or an attempt to re-energize the Chinese Revolution, avoiding, in particular, mistakes that had been made in the Soviet Union, the Cultural Revolution may be better interpreted as a consequence of a struggle for power within the higher echelons of the CCP. His authority badly damaged by the failure of the Great Leap Forward, 1958-61, Mao treated the Cultural Revolution primarily as an opportunity to sideline or remove his opponents, most notably State Chairman Liu Shaoqi. Socialists have nevertheless been divided about the nature and importance of social class. In the Marxist tradition, class is linked to economic power, as defined by the individual's relationship to the means of production. From this perspective, class divisions are divisions between capital and labor, that is, between the owners of productive wealth, the bourgeoisie, and those who live off the sale of their labor power, the proletariat. This Marxist two-class model is characterized by irreconcilable conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, leading, inevitably, to the overthrow of capitalism through a proletarian revolution. Social democrats, on the other hand, have tended to define social class in terms of income and status differences between white-collar or non-manual workers, the middle class, and blue-collar or manual workers, the working class. From this perspective, the advance of socialism is associated with the narrowing of divisions between the middle class and the working class brought about through economic and social intervention. Social democrats have therefore believed in social amelioration and class harmony rather than social polarization and class war. Bourgeoisie. A Marxist term denoting the ruling class of a capitalist society, the owners of productive wealth. Proletariat. A Marxist term denoting a class that subsists through the sale of its labor power. Strictly speaking, the proletariat is not equivalent to the manual working class. However, the link between socialism and class politics has declined significantly since the mid-20th century. This has largely been a consequence of declining levels of class solidarity and, in particular, the shrinkage of the traditional working class or urban proletariat. The waning in class politics is a consequence of deindustrialization, reflected in the decline of traditional labor-intensive industries such as coal, steel, shipbuilding, and so on. Not only has this forced traditional socialist parties to revise their policies in order to appeal to middle-class voters, but it has also encouraged them to define their radicalism less in terms of class emancipation and more in relation to issues such as gender equality, ecological sustainability, or peace and international development. Common ownership. Socialists have often traced the origins of competition and inequality to the institution of private property, by which they usually mean productive wealth or capital, rather than personal belongings such as clothes, furniture, or houses. This attitude to property sets socialism apart from liberalism and conservatism, which both regard property ownership as natural and proper. Socialists criticize private property for a number of reasons. Property is unjust. Wealth is produced by the collective effort of human labor and should therefore be owned by the community, not by private individuals. It breeds acquisitiveness and so is morally corrupting. Private property encourages people to be materialistic, to believe that human happiness or fulfillment can be gained through the pursuit of wealth. Those who own property wish to accumulate more, while those who have little or no wealth long to acquire it. It is divisive. It fosters conflict in society, for example, between owners and workers, employers and employees, or simply the rich and the poor. Perspectives on the economy. Liberals see the economy as a vital part of civil society and have a strong preference for a market or capitalist economic order based on property, competition, and material incentives. However, while classical liberals favor laissez-faire capitalism, modern liberals recognize the limitations of the market and accept limited economic management. Conservatives show clear support for private enterprise but have traditionally favored pragmatic, if limited, intervention, fearing the free-for-all of laissez-faire and the attendant risks of social instability. The New Right, however, endorses unregulated capitalism. Socialists in the Marxist tradition have expressed a preference for common ownership and absolute social equality, which in orthodox communism was expressed in state collectivization and central planning. Social Democrats, though, support welfare or regulated capitalism, believing that the market is a good servant but a bad master. Anarchists reject any form of economic control or management. However, while anarcho-communists endorse common ownership and small-scale self-management, anarcho-capitalists advocate an entirely unregulated market economy. Fascists have sought a third way between capitalism and communism, often expressed through the ideas of corporatism, supposedly drawing labor and capital together into an organic whole. Planning and nationalization are supported as attempts to subordinate profit to the alleged needs of the nation or race. Greens condemn both market capitalism and state collectivism for being growth-obsessed and environmentally unsustainable. Economics must therefore be subordinate to ecology, and the drive for profit at any cost must be replaced by a concern with long-term sustainability and harmony between humankind and nature. Socialists have therefore proposed that the institution of private property either be abolished and replaced by the common ownership of productive wealth, or, more modestly, that the right to property be balanced against the interests of the community. Fundamentalist socialists, such as Marx and Engels, envisaged the abolition of private property, and hence the creation of a classless, communist society in place of capitalism. Their clear preference was that property be owned collectively and used for the benefit of humanity. However, they said little about how this goal could be achieved in practice. When Lenin and the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia in 1917, they believed that socialism could be built through nationalization. This process was not completed until the 1930s, when Stalin's Second Revolution witnessed the construction of a centrally planned economy, a system of state collectivization. Common ownership came to mean state ownership, or what the Soviet Constitution described as socialist state property. The Soviet Union thus developed a form of state socialism. Fundamentalist socialism. A form of socialism that seeks to abolish capitalism and replace it with a qualitatively different kind of society. Nationalization. The extension of state or public ownership over private assets or industries, either individual enterprises or the entire economy, often called collectivization. State socialism. A form of socialism in which the state controls and directs economic life, acting, in theory, in the interests of the people. Social Democrats have also been attracted to the state as an instrument through which wealth can be collectively owned and the economy rationally planned. However, in the West, nationalization has been applied more selectively, its objective being not full state collectivization but the construction of a mixed economy. In the UK, for example, the Attlee Labour government, 1945–51, nationalised what it called the commanding heights of the economy, major industries such as coal, steel, electricity, and gas. Through these industries, the government hoped to regulate the entire economy without the need for comprehensive collectivization. However, since the 1950s, parliamentary socialist parties have gradually distanced themselves from the politics of ownership, preferring to define socialism in terms of the pursuit of equality and social justice rather than the advance of public ownership. Mixed economy. An economy in which there is a mixture of publicly owned and privately owned industries. Roads to socialism. Two major issues have divided competing traditions and tendencies within socialism. The first is the goals, or ends, for which socialists should strive. Socialists have held very different conceptions of what a socialist society should look like. In effect, they have developed competing definitions of socialism. The principal disagreement here is between fundamentalist socialism and revisionist socialism, represented, respectively, by the communist and social democratic traditions. These traditions are examined in the next two sections of this chapter. This section discusses the second issue that has divided socialists, the means they should use to achieve socialist ends, sometimes seen as the roads to socialism. This concern with means follows from the fact that socialism has always had an oppositional character. It is a force for change, for the transformation of the capitalist or colonial societies in which it emerged. The road that socialists have adopted is not merely a matter of strategic significance, it both determines the character of the socialist movement and influences the form of socialism eventually achieved. In other words, means and ends within socialism are often interconnected. Revisionist socialism. A form of socialism that has revised its critique of capitalism and seeks to reconcile greater social justice with surviving capitalist forms. Revolutionary socialism. Many early socialists believed that socialism could only be introduced by the revolutionary overthrow of the existing political system, and accepted that violence would be an inevitable feature of such a revolution. One of the earliest advocates of revolution was the French socialist Auguste Blanqui, 1805–81, who proposed the formation of a small band of dedicated conspirators to plan and carry out a revolutionary seizure of power. Marx and Engels, on the other hand, envisaged a proletarian revolution, in which the class-conscious working masses would rise up and overthrow capitalism. The first successful socialist revolution did not, however, take place until 1917, when a dedicated and disciplined group of revolutionaries, led by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, seized power in Russia in what was more a coup d'état than a popular insurrection. In many ways, the Bolshevik Revolution served as a model for subsequent generations of socialist revolutionaries. Revolution. A fundamental and irreversible change, often a brief but dramatic period of upheaval, systemic change. During the 19th century, revolutionary tactics were attractive to socialists for two reasons. First, the early stages of industrialization produced stark injustice as the working masses were afflicted by grinding poverty and widespread unemployment. Capitalism was viewed as a system of naked oppression and exploitation, and the working class was thought to be on the brink of revolution. When Marx and Engels wrote in 1848 that a specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism, they were writing against a background of revolt and revolution in many parts of the continent. Second, the working classes had few alternative means of political influence, indeed, almost everywhere they were excluded from political life. Where autocratic monarchies persisted throughout the 19th century, as in Russia, these were dominated by the landed aristocracy. Where constitutional and representative government had developed, the right to vote was usually restricted by a property qualification to the middle classes. Revolution has, however, not merely been a tactical consideration for socialists, it also reflects their analysis of the state and of the nature of state power. Whereas liberals believe the state to be a neutral body, responding to the interests of all citizens and acting in the common good, revolutionary socialists have viewed the state as an agent of class oppression, acting in the interests of capital and against those of labor. Marxists, for example, believe that political power reflects class interests, and that the state is a bourgeois state, inevitably biased in favor of capital. Political reform and gradual change are clearly pointless. Universal suffrage and regular and competitive elections are at best a facade, their purpose being to conceal the reality of unequal class and to misdirect the political energies of the working class. A class-conscious proletariat thus has no alternative. In order to build socialism, it has first to overthrow the bourgeois state through political revolution. In the second half of the 20th century, faith in revolution was most evident among socialists in the developing world. In the post-1945 period, many national liberation movements embraced the armed struggle, in the belief that colonial rule could neither be negotiated nor voted out of existence. In Asia, the Chinese Revolution of 1949, led by Mao Zedong, 1893–1976, was the culmination of a long military campaign against both Japan and the Chinese nationalists, the Kuomintang. Vietnamese national unity was achieved in 1975 after a prolonged war fought first against France, and subsequently against the USA. Until his death in 1967, Che Guevara, the Argentinian revolutionary, led guerrilla forces in various parts of Latin America and commanded troops during the Cuban Revolution of 1959, which brought Fidel Castro to power. Similar revolutionary struggles took place in Africa, for example, the bitter war through which Algeria eventually gained independence from France in 1962. The choice of revolutionary or insurrectionary political means had profound consequences for socialism. For instance, the use of revolution usually led to the pursuit of fundamentalist ends. Revolution had the advantage that it allowed the remnants of the old order to be overthrown and an entirely new social system to be constructed. Thus when the Khmer Rouge, led by Pol Pot, seized power in Cambodia in 1975, they declared Year Zero. Capitalism could be abolished and a qualitatively different socialist society established in its place. Socialism, in this context, usually took the form of state collectivization, modeled on the Soviet Union during the Stalinist period. The revolutionary road was nevertheless also associated with a drift towards dictatorship and the use of political repression. This occurred for a number of reasons. First, the use of force accustomed the new rulers to regard violence as a legitimate instrument of policy, as Mao put it, power resides in the barrel of a gun. Second, revolutionary parties typically adopted military-style structures, based on strong leadership and strict discipline, that were merely consolidated once power was achieved. Third, in rooting out the vestiges of the old order, all oppositional forces were also removed, effectively preparing the way for the construction of totalitarian dictatorships. The revolutionary socialist tradition, nevertheless, was fatally undermined by the collapse of communism, in what were, effectively, the counter-revolutions of 1989 to 91. This finally ended the divide that had opened up in socialist politics in 1917, and completed the conversion of socialism to constitutional and democratic politics. Where revolutionary socialism survives, it is only in pockets such as continuing Maoist insurgency in Peru and Nepal. Bourgeois state. A Marxist term denoting a state that is bound to the interests of the bourgeoisie, and so perpetuates a system of unequal class power. Evolutionary socialism. Although early socialists often supported the idea of revolution, as the 19th century progressed enthusiasm for popular revolt waned, at least in the advanced capitalist states of Western and Central Europe. Capitalism itself had matured and, by the late 19th century, the urban working class had lost its revolutionary character and was being integrated into society. Wages and living standards had started to rise, and the working class had begun to develop a range of institutions, working men's clubs, trade unions, political parties, and so on, that both protected their interests and nurtured a sense of belonging within industrial society. Furthermore, the gradual advance of political democracy led to the extension of the franchise, the right to vote, to the working classes. By the end of World War I, a large majority of Western states had introduced universal manhood suffrage, with a growing number extending voting rights also to women. The combined effect of these factors was to shift the attention of socialists away from violent insurrection and to persuade them that there was an alternative evolutionary, democratic, or parliamentary road to socialism. The Fabian Society, formed in 1884, took up the cause of parliamentary socialism in the UK. The Fabians, led by Beatrice Webb, 1858 to 1943, and Sidney Webb, 1859 to 1947, and including noted intellectuals such as George Bernard Shaw and H. G. Wells, took their name from the Roman general Fabius Maximus, who was noted for the patient and defensive tactics he had employed in defeating Hannibal's invading armies. In their view, socialism would develop naturally and peacefully out of liberal capitalism via a very similar process. This would occur through a combination of political action and education. Political action required the formation of a socialist party, which would compete for power against established parliamentary parties rather than prepare for violent revolution. They therefore accepted the liberal theory of the state as a neutral arbiter, rather than the Marxist belief that it is an agent of class oppression. The Webbs were actively involved in the formation of the UK Labour Party, and helped to write its 1918 constitution. The Fabians also believed that elite groups, such as politicians of all parties, civil servants, scientists, and academics, could be converted to socialism through education. These elite groups would be permeated by socialist ideas as they recognized that socialism is morally superior to capitalism, being based, for example, on biblical principles, and is more rational and efficient. Fabian ideas also had an impact on the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, formed in 1875. The SPD quickly became the largest socialist party in Europe and, in 1912, the largest party in the German Reichstag. While committed in theory to a Marxist strategy, in practice it adopted a reformist approach, influenced by the ideas of Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–64. Lassalle had argued that the extension of political democracy could enable the state to respond to working-class interests, and he envisaged socialism being established through a gradual process of social reform, introduced by a benign state. Such ideas were developed more thoroughly by Edward Bernstein, CP 124, whose Evolutionary Socialism, 1898–1962, developed ideas that paralleled the Fabian belief in gradualism. Bernstein was particularly impressed by the development of the democratic state, which he believed made the Marxist call for revolution redundant. The working class could use the ballot box to introduce socialism, which would therefore develop as an evolutionary outgrowth of capitalism. Such principles dominated the working class political parties that sprang up around the turn of the century. The Australian Labour Party was founded in 1891, the UK Labour Party in 1900, the Italian Socialist Party in 1892, its French counterpart in 1905, and so on. They came, in the 1970s, to be adopted also by Western communist parties, led by the Spanish, Italian, and French communist parties. The resulting Eurocommunism was committed to pursuing a democratic road to communism and maintaining an open, competitive political system. Gradualism. Progress brought about by gradual, piecemeal improvements, rather than dramatic upheaval, change through legal and peaceful reform. Eurocommunism. A form of de-radicalized communism, most influential in the 1970s, which attempted to blend Marxism with liberal democratic principles. The inevitability of gradualism. The advent of political democracy in the late 19th and early 20th centuries caused a wave of optimism to spread throughout the socialist movement, reflected, for example, in the Fabian notion of the inevitability of gradualism. The idea that the victory of socialism was inevitable was not new. For instance, Marx had predicted the inevitable overthrow of capitalist society in a proletarian revolution. However, whereas Marx believed that history was driven forward by the irresistible forces of class conflict, evolutionary socialists highlighted the logic of the democratic process itself. Their optimism was founded on a number of assumptions. First, the progressive extension of the franchise would eventually lead to the establishment of universal adult suffrage, and therefore of political equality. Second, political equality would, in practice, work in the interests of the majority, that is, those who decide the outcome of elections. Political democracy would thus invest power in the hands of the working class, easily the most numerous class in any industrial society. Third, socialism was thought to be the natural home of the working class. As capitalism is a system of class exploitation, oppressed workers will naturally be drawn to socialist parties, which offer them the prospect of social justice and emancipation. The electoral success of socialist parties would therefore be guaranteed by the numerical strength of the working class. Fourth, once in power, socialist parties would be able to carry out a fundamental transformation of society through a process of social reform. In this way, political democracy not only opened up the possibility of achieving socialism peacefully, it made this process inevitable. Such optimistic expectations have, however, not been borne out in reality. Some have even argued that democratic socialism is founded on a contradiction. In order to respond successfully to electoral pressures, socialists have been forced to revise or water down their ideological beliefs. Socialist parties have enjoyed periods of power in virtually all liberal democracies, with the exception of North America. However, they have certainly not been guaranteed power. The Swedish Social Democratic Labour Party, SAP, has been the most successful in this respect, having been in power alone, or as the senior partner in a coalition, for most of the period since 1951. Nevertheless, even the SAP has only once achieved 50% of the popular vote, in 1968. The UK Labour Party gained its greatest support, 49%, in 1951, equalled by the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party in 1982. The SPD in Germany got 46% of the vote in 1972, and the combined socialist and communist vote in Italy in 1976 amounted to 44%. Moreover, although these parties have undoubtedly introduced significant social reforms when in power, usually involving the expansion of welfare provision and economic management, they have certainly not presided over any fundamental social transformation. At best, capitalism has been reformed, not abolished. Democratic socialism has, in fact, encountered a number of problems not envisaged by its founding figures. In the first place, does the working class any longer constitute the majority of the electorate in advanced industrial societies? Socialist parties have traditionally focused their electoral appeal on urban manual workers, the factory fodder of capitalist societies. Modern capitalism, however, has become increasingly technological, demanding a skilled workforce often engaged in technical rather than manual tasks. The traditional working class, composed of manual laborers working in established heavy industries, has thus declined in size, giving rise to the idea of so-called two-thirds, one-third societies, in which poverty and disadvantage are concentrated in the underclass. In The Culture of Contentment, 1992, J.K. Galbraith drew attention to the emergence in modern societies, or at least among the politically active, of a contented majority whose material affluence and economic security encourage them to be politically conservative. If working class support no longer offers socialist parties the prospect of an electoral majority, they are either forced to appeal more broadly for support to other social classes, or to share power as a coalition partner with middle-class parties. Both options require socialist parties to modify their ideological commitments, either in order to appeal to electors who have little or no interest in socialism, or to work with parties that seek to uphold capitalism. Underclass. A classification of people who suffer from multiple forms of deprivation, and so are socially, politically, and culturally marginalized. Furthermore, is the working class socialist at heart? Is socialism genuinely in the interests of the working class? Socialist parties have been forced to acknowledge the ability of capitalism to deliver the goods, especially since the Second World War. During the 1950s, socialist parties, once committed to fundamental change, revised their policies in an attempt to appeal to an increasingly affluent working class. A similar process has taken place since the 1980s, as socialist parties have struggled to come to terms with the changing class structure of capitalism as well as the pressures generated by economic globalization. In effect, socialism has come to be associated with attempts to make the market economy work, rather than with an attempt to re-engineer the social structure of capitalism. Such shifts are examined in more detail later, in connection with social democracy. However, left-wing socialists have a different explanation for the declining socialist character of the working class. Rather than highlighting the benefits of capitalism or its changing class structure, they have emphasized the role of ideological manipulation. Marxists thus argue that bourgeois ideology pervades society, preventing the working class from perceiving the reality of its own exploitation. For example, Lenin proclaimed that without the leadership of a revolutionary party, the working class would only be able to gain trade union consciousness, a desire for material improvement within the capitalist system, but not full revolutionary class consciousness. Antonio Gramsci, CP 125, emphasized that capitalism survives not through its economic power alone, but also through a process of ideological hegemony. Bourgeois ideology. A Marxist term denoting ideas and theories that serve the interests of the bourgeoisie by disguising the contradictions of capitalist society. Class consciousness. A Marxist term denoting an accurate awareness of class interests and a willingness to pursue them. A class-conscious class is a class for itself. Finally, can socialist parties, even if elected to power, carry out socialist reforms? Socialist parties have formed single-party governments in a number of Western countries, including France, Sweden, Spain, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Once elected, however, they have been confronted with entrenched interests in both the state and society. As early as 1902, the SPD leader Karl Koski, 1854–1938, pointed out that the capitalist class rules but it does not govern, it contents itself with ruling the government. This is made easier by the fact that political elites in the administration, courts and the military share the same social background as business elites. Moreover, elected governments, of whatever ideological inclination, must respect the power of big business, which is the major employer and investor in the economy as well as the wealthiest contributor to party funds. In other words, while democratic socialist parties may succeed in forming elected governments, there is the danger that they will merely win office without necessarily acquiring power. Communism. The communist tradition within socialism is defined by a rejection of private property and a clear preference for common or collective ownership. It is a tradition that has a variety of manifestations, even overlapping with anarchism, as in the case of anarcho-communism, discussed in Chapter 5. However, its historically most significant association has undoubtedly been with Marxism. Strictly speaking, Marxism as a codified body of thought only came into existence after Marx's death in 1883. It was the product of the attempt, notably by Marx's lifelong collaborator, Engels, Koski and the Russian theoretician Georgy Plekhanov, 1857–1918, to condense Marx's ideas and theories into a systematic and comprehensive worldview that suited the needs of the growing socialist movement. This orthodox Marxism, which is often portrayed as dialectical materialism, a term coined by Plekhanov and not used by Marx, later formed the basis of Soviet communism. Some see Marx as an economic determinist, while others proclaim him to be a humanist socialist. Moreover, distinctions have also been drawn between his early and later writings, sometimes presented as the distinction between the young Marx and the mature Marx. It is nevertheless clear that Marx himself believed he had developed a new brand of socialism that was scientific, in the sense that it was primarily concerned with disclosing the nature of social and historical development, rather than with advancing an essentially ethical critique of capitalism. Dialectical materialism. The crude and deterministic form of Marxism that dominated intellectual life in orthodox communist states. Key concept. Communism. Communism, in its simplest sense, refers to the communal organization of social existence, especially through the collective ownership of property. For Marxists, communism is a theoretical ideal. In this sense, communism is characterized by classlessness, wealth is owned in common, rational economic organization, production for use replaces production for exchange, and statelessness. In the absence of class conflict, the state withers away. Orthodox communism refers to the societies founded in the 20th century supposedly on the basis of Marxist principles. In such societies, 1. Marxism-Leninism was used as an official ideology, 2. The Communist Party had a monopoly of power, based on its leading and guiding role in society, and 3. Economic life was collectivized and organized through a system of central planning. At least three forms of Marxism can be identified. These are classical Marxism, orthodox communism, neo-Marxism, classical Marxism. Philosophy. The core of classical Marxism, the Marxism of Marx, is a philosophy of history that outlines why capitalism is doomed and why socialism is destined to replace it, based on supposedly scientific analysis. But in what sense did Marx believe his work to be scientific? Marx criticized earlier socialist thinkers such as the French social reformer Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, Fourier and Owen as utopians on the basis that their socialism was grounded in a desire for total social transformation unconnected with the necessity of class struggle and revolution. Marx, in contrast, undertook a laborious empirical analysis of history and society, hoping thereby to gain insight into the nature of future developments. However, whether with Marx's help or not, Marxism as the attempt to gain historical understanding through the application of scientific methods, later developed into Marxism as a body of scientific truths, gaining a status more akin to that of a religion. Engels' declaration that Marx had uncovered the laws of historical and social development was a clear indication of this transition. What made Marx's approach different from that of other socialist thinkers was that he subscribed to what Engels called the materialist conception of history, or historical materialism, see Figure 4.1. Rejecting the idealism of the German philosopher G. W. F. Hegel, 1770–1831, who believed that history amounted to the unfolding of the so-called world spirit, Marx held material circumstances to be fundamental to all forms of social and historical development. This reflected the belief that the production of the means of subsistence is the most crucial of all human activities. Since humans cannot survive without food, water, shelter, and so on, the way in which these are produced conditions all other aspects of life. In short, social being determines consciousness. In the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, written in 1859, Marx gave this theory its most succinct expression, by suggesting that social consciousness and the legal and political superstructure arise from the economic base, the real foundation of society. This base consists essentially of the mode of production or economic system, feudalism, capitalism, socialism, and so on. This led Marx to conclude that political, legal, cultural, religious, artistic, and other aspects of life could be explained primarily by reference to economic factors. See pages 6 to 8 for an account of how this applies to Marx's theory of ideology. Historical materialism. A Marxist theory that holds that material or economic conditions ultimately structure law, politics, culture, and other aspects of social existence. Figure 4.1 Historical materialism. While in other respects a critic of Hegel, Marx nevertheless embraced his belief that the driving force of historical change was the dialectic. In effect, progress is the consequence of internal conflict. For Hegel, this explained the movement of the world spirit towards self-realization through conflict between a thesis and its opposing force, an antithesis, producing a higher level, a synthesis, which in turn constitutes a new thesis. Marx, as Engels put it, turned Hegel on his head, by investing this Hegelian dialectic with a materialistic interpretation. Marx thus explained historical change by reference to internal contradictions within each mode of production, arising from the existence of private property. Capitalism is thus doomed because it embodies its own antithesis, the proletariat, seen by Marx as the gravedigger of capitalism. Conflict between capitalism and the proletariat will therefore lead to a higher stage of development in the establishment of a socialist, and eventually a communist, society. Marx's theory of history is therefore teleological, in the sense that it invests history with meaning or a purpose, reflected in its goal, classless communism. This goal would nevertheless only be achieved once history had developed through a series of stages or epochs, each characterized by its own economic structure and class system. In the German Ideology, 1846 1970, Marx identified four such stages. Primitive communism or tribal society, in which material scarcity provided the principal source of conflict. Slavery, covering classical or ancient societies and characterized by conflict between masters and slaves. Feudalism, marked by antagonism between landowners and serfs. Capitalism, dominated by the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Dialectic. A process of development in which interaction between two opposing forces leads to a further or higher stage, historical change resulting from internal contradictions within a society. Human history has therefore been a long struggle between the oppressed and the oppressor, the exploited and the exploiter. However, following Hegel, Marx envisaged an end of history, which would occur when a society was constructed that embodied no internal contradictions or antagonisms. This, for Marx, meant communism, a classless society based on the common ownership of productive wealth. With the establishment of communism, what Marx called the prehistory of mankind would come to an end. Economics. In Marx's early writings, much of his critique of capitalism rests on the notion of alienation, which applies in four senses. Since capitalism is a system of production for exchange, it alienates humans from the product of their labor. They work to produce not what they need or what is useful, but commodities to be sold for profit. They are also alienated from the process of labor, because most are forced to work under the supervision of foremen or managers. In addition, work is not social. Individuals are encouraged to be self-interested and are therefore alienated from fellow workers. Finally, workers are alienated from themselves. Labor itself is reduced to a mere commodity and work becomes a depersonalized activity instead of a creative and fulfilling one. Alienation. To be separated from one's genuine or essential nature, used by Marxists to describe the process whereby, under capitalism, labor is reduced to being a mere commodity. However, in his later work, Marx analyzed capitalism more in terms of class conflict and exploitation. Marx defined class in terms of economic power, specifically where people stand in relation to the ownership of the means of production, or productive wealth. He believed that capitalist society was being divided increasingly into two great classes facing one another, bourgeoisie and proletariat. For Marx and later Marxists, the analysis of the class system provides the key to historical understanding and enables predictions to be made about the future development of capitalism. In the words of the Communist Manifesto, 1848 1968, the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Classes, rather than individuals, parties, or other movements, are the chief agents of historical change. Crucially, Marx believed that the relationship between classes is one of irreconcilable antagonism, the subordinate class being necessarily and systematically exploited by the ruling class. This he explained by reference to the idea of surplus value. Capitalism's quest for profit can only be satisfied through the extraction of surplus value from its workers, by paying them less than the value their labor generates. Economic exploitation is therefore an essential feature of the capitalist mode of production, and it operates regardless of the meanness or generosity of particular employers. Marx was concerned not only to highlight the inherent instability of capitalism, based on irreconcilable class conflict, but also to analyze the nature of capitalist development. In particular, he drew attention to its tendency to experience deepening economic crises. These stemmed, in the main, from cyclical crises of overproduction, plunging the economy into stagnation and bringing unemployment and immiseration to the working class. Each crisis would be more severe than the last, because, Marx calculated, in the long term the rate of profit would fall. This would eventually, and inevitably, produce conditions in which the proletariat, the vast majority of society, would rise up in revolution. Ruling class. A Marxist term denoting the class that owns the means of production, and so wields economic and political power. Surplus value. A Marxist term denoting the value that is extracted from the labor of the proletariat by the mechanism of capitalist exploitation. Politics. Marx's most important prediction was that capitalism was destined to be overthrown by a proletarian revolution. This would be not merely a political revolution that would remove the governing elite or overthrow the state machine, but a social revolution that would establish a new mode of production and culminate in the achievement of full communism. Such a revolution, he anticipated, would occur in the most mature capitalist countries, for example, Germany, Belgium, France, or the UK, where the forces of production had expanded to their limit within the constraints of the capitalist system. Nevertheless, revolution would not simply be determined by objective conditions alone. The subjective element would be supplied by a class-conscious proletariat, meaning that revolution would occur when both objective and subjective conditions were ripe. As class antagonisms intensified, the proletariat would recognize the fact of its own exploitation and become a revolutionary force, a class for itself and not merely a class in itself. In this sense, revolution would be a spontaneous act, carried out by a proletarian class that would, in effect, lead or guide itself. Social revolution. A qualitative change in the structure of society. For Marxists, a social revolution involves a change in the mode of production and the system of ownership. The initial target of this revolution was to be the bourgeois state. The state, in this view, is an instrument of oppression wielded by the economically dominant class. However, Marx recognized that there could be no immediate transition from capitalism to communism. A transitionary socialist stage of development would last as long as class antagonisms persisted. This would be characterized by what Marx called the dictatorship of the proletariat. The purpose of this proletarian state was to safeguard the gains of the revolution by preventing counter-revolution carried out by the dispossessed bourgeoisie. However, as class antagonisms began to fade with the emergence of full communism, the state would wither away. Once the class system had been abolished, the state would lose its reason for existence. The resulting communist society would therefore be stateless as well as classless, and would allow a system of commodity production to give way to one geared to the satisfaction of human needs. Dictatorship of the proletariat. A Marxist term denoting the transitionary phase between the collapse of capitalism and the establishment of full communism, characterized by the establishment of a proletarian state. Orthodox communism. The Russian Revolution and its consequences dominated the image of communism in the 20th century. The Bolshevik Party, led by V.I. Lenin, seized power in a coup d'état in October 1917, and the following year adopted the name Communist Party. As the first successful communist revolutionaries, the Bolshevik leaders enjoyed unquestionable authority within the communist world, at least until the 1950s. Communist parties set up elsewhere accepted the ideological leadership of Moscow and joined the Communist International, or Comintern, founded in 1919. The communist regimes established in Eastern Europe after 1945, in China in 1949, in Cuba in 1959 and elsewhere, were consciously modeled on the structure of the Soviet Union. Thus, Soviet communism became the dominant model of communist rule, and the ideas of Marxism-Leninism became the ruling ideology of the communist world. However, 20th-century communism differed significantly from the ideas and expectations of Marx and Engels. In the first place, although the communist parties that developed in the 20th century were founded on the theories of classical Marxism, they were forced to adapt these to the tasks of winning and retaining political power. 20th-century communist leaders had, in particular, to give greater attention to issues such as leadership, political organization, and economic management than Marx had done. Second, the communist regimes were shaped by the historical circumstances in which they developed. Communist parties did not achieve power, as Marx had anticipated, in the developed capitalist states of Western Europe, but in backward, largely rural countries such as Russia and China. In consequence, the urban proletariat was invariably small and unsophisticated, quite incapable of carrying out a genuine class revolution. Communist rule thus became the rule of a communist elite, and of communist leaders. Soviet communism, furthermore, was crucially shaped by the decisive personal contribution of the first two Bolshevik leaders, v.i. Lenin and Joseph Stalin, 1879–1953. Lenin was both a political leader and a major political thinker. His theories reflected his overriding concern with the problems of winning power and establishing communist rule. The central feature of Leninism was a belief in the need for a new kind of political party, a revolutionary party or vanguard party. Unlike Marx, Lenin did not believe that the proletariat would spontaneously develop revolutionary class consciousness, as the working class was deluded by bourgeois ideas and beliefs. He suggested that only a revolutionary party could lead the working class from trade union consciousness to revolutionary class consciousness. Such a party should be composed of professional and dedicated revolutionaries. Its claim to leadership would lie in its ideological wisdom, specifically its understanding of Marxist theory. This party could therefore act as the vanguard of the proletariat because, armed with Marxism, it would perceive the genuine interests of the proletariat and would act to awaken the proletarian class to its revolutionary potential. Lenin further proposed that the vanguard party should be organized according to the principles of democratic centralism. Leninism. Lenin's theoretical contributions to Marxism, notably his belief in the need for a revolutionary or vanguard party to raise the proletariat to class consciousness. When the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917, they did so as a vanguard party, and therefore in the name of the proletariat. If the Bolshevik party was acting in the interests of the working class, it followed that opposition parties must represent the interests of classes hostile to the proletariat, in particular the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat required that the revolution be protected against its class enemies, which effectively meant the suppression of all parties other than the Communist Party. By 1920, Russia had become a one-party state. Leninist theory therefore implied the existence of a monopolistic party, which enjoys sole responsibility for articulating the interests of the proletariat and guiding the revolution toward its ultimate goal, that of building communism. Soviet communism was no less deeply influenced by the rule of Joseph Stalin, 1924–53, than that of Lenin. Indeed more so, as the Soviet Union was affected more profoundly by Stalin's Second Revolution in the 1930s than it had been by the October Revolution. Stalin's most important ideological shift was to embrace the doctrine of socialism in one country, initially developed by Nikolai Bukharin. Announced in 1924, this proclaimed that the Soviet Union could succeed in building socialism without the need for international revolution. After consolidating himself in power, however, Stalin oversaw a dramatic economic and political upheaval, beginning with the announcement of the first five-year plan in 1928. Stalin's five-year plans brought about rapid industrialization as well as the swift and total eradication of private enterprise. From 1929, agriculture was collectivized, and Soviet peasants were forced at the cost of literally millions of lives to give up their land and join state or collective farms. Economic Stalinism therefore took the form of state collectivization or state socialism. The capitalist market was entirely removed and replaced by a system of central planning, dominated by the State Planning Committee, Gosplan, and administered by a collection of powerful economic ministries based in Moscow. Major political changes accompanied this second revolution. During the 1930s, Stalin used his power to brutal effect, removing anyone suspected of disloyalty or criticism in an increasingly violent series of purges carried out by the secret police, the NKVD. The membership of the Communist Party was almost halved, over 1 million people lost their lives, including all the surviving members of Lenin's Politburo, and many millions were imprisoned in labor camps, or gulags. Political Stalinism was therefore a form of totalitarian dictatorship, operating through a monolithic ruling party, in which all forms of debate or criticism were eradicated by terror in what amounted to a civil war conducted against the party itself. Democratic centralism. The Leninist principle of party organization, based on a supposed balance between freedom of discussion and strict unity of action. Stalinism. A centrally planned economy supported by systematic and brutal political oppression, based on the structures of Stalin's Russia. Neo-Marxism. While Marxism, or, more usually, Marxism-Leninism, was turned into a secular religion by the orthodox communist regimes of Eastern Europe and elsewhere, a more subtle and complex form of Marxism developed in Western Europe. Referred to as modern Marxism, Western Marxism, or Neo-Marxism, this amounted to an attempt to revise or recast the classical ideas of Marx while remaining faithful to certain Marxist principles or aspects of Marxist methodology. Two principal factors shaped the character of Neo-Marxism. First, when Marx's prediction about the imminent collapse of capitalism failed to materialize, Neo-Marxists were forced to re-examine conventional class analysis. In particular, they took a greater interest in Hegelian ideas and in the stress on man the creator found in Marx's early writings. Neo-Marxists were thus able to break free from the rigid base/superstructure straitjacket. In short, the class struggle was no longer treated as the beginning and end of social analysis. Second, Neo-Marxists were usually at odds with, and sometimes profoundly repelled by, the Bolshevik model of orthodox communism. The Hungarian Marxist George Lukács, 1885–1971, was one of the first to present Marxism as a humanistic philosophy, emphasizing the process of reification, through which capitalism dehumanizes workers by reducing them to passive objects or marketable commodities. Antonio Gramsci drew attention to the degree to which the class system is upheld not simply by unequal economic and political power, but also by bourgeois hegemony, the spiritual and cultural supremacy of the ruling class, brought about through the spread of bourgeois values and beliefs via civil society, the media, churches, youth movements, trade unions, and so on. A more overtly Hegelian brand of Marxism was developed by the so-called Frankfurt School, whose leading early figures were Theodor Adorno, 1903–69, Max Horkheimer, 1895–1973, and Herbert Marcuse, CP 125. Frankfurt theorists developed what was called critical theory, a blend of Marxist political economy, Hegelian philosophy, and Freudian psychology, that came to have a considerable impact on the so-called New Left. The leading exponent of the second generation of the Frankfurt School is the German philosopher and social theorist Jürgen Habermas, born 1929. His wide-ranging work includes an analysis of crisis tendencies in capitalist society that arise from tensions between capital accumulation and democracy. Neo-Marxism. An updated and revised form of Marxism that rejects determinism, the primacy of economics and the privileged status of the proletariat. Key concept. New Left. The New Left comprises thinkers and intellectual movements that emerged in the 1960s and early 1970s, seeking to revitalize socialist thought by developing a radical critique of advanced industrial society. The New Left rejected both old left alternatives, Soviet-style state socialism and a radicalized Western social democracy. Influenced by the humanist writings of the young Marx, and by anarchism and radical forms of phenomenology and existentialism, New Left theories are often diffuse. Common themes nevertheless include a fundamental rejection of conventional society, the system, as oppressive, a commitment to personal autonomy and self-fulfillment in the form of liberation, disillusionment with the role of the working class as the revolutionary agent, sympathy for identity politics, CP 282, and a preference for decentralization and participatory democracy. The death of Marxism. The year 1989 marked a dramatic watershed in the history of communism and in ideological history generally. Starting in April with student-led democracy movement demonstrations in Tiananmen Square in Beijing and culminating in November in the fall of the Berlin Wall, the division of Europe into a capitalist West and a communist East was brought to an end. By 1991 the Soviet Union, the model of orthodox communism, had ceased to exist. Where communist regimes continue, as in China, Cuba, Vietnam, North Korea, and elsewhere, they have either blended political Stalinism with market-orientated economic reform, most clearly in the case of China, or suffered increasing isolation, as in the case of North Korea. These developments were a result of a number of structural flaws from which orthodox communism suffered. Chief among these were that while central planning proved effective in bringing about early industrialization, it could not cope with the complexities of modern industrial societies and, in particular, failed to deliver the levels of prosperity enjoyed in the capitalist West from the 1950s onwards. There is, nevertheless, considerable debate about the implications of the collapse of communism for Marxism. On the one hand, there are those who, like the end of history theorist, Francis Fukuyama, 1989-1992, argue that the collapse of communism is certain proof of the demise of Marxism as a world historical force. On the other hand, there are those who argue that the Soviet-style communism that was rejected in the revolutions of 1989-91 differed markedly from the Marxism of Marx. However, to point out that it was not Marxism but a Stalinist version of Marxism, Leninism that collapsed in 1989-91 is very far from demonstrating the continuing relevance of Marxism. A far more serious problem for Marxism is the failure of Marx's predictions about the inevitable collapse of capitalism and its replacement by communism, to be realized. Quite simply, advanced industrial societies have not been haunted by the specter of communism. Even those who believe that Marx's views on matters such as alienation and exploitation continue to be relevant, have to accept that classical Marxism failed to recognize the remarkable resilience of capitalism and its capacity to recreate itself. Some Marxists have responded to these problems by advancing post-Marxist ideas and theories. Post-Marxism, nevertheless, has two implications. The first is that the Marxist project, and the historical materialism on which it is based, should be abandoned in favor of alternative ideas. This is evident in the writings of the one-time Marxist Jean-François Lyotard, 1984, who suggested that Marxism as a totalizing theory of history, and for that matter all other grand narratives, had been made redundant by the emergence of postmodernity. In its alternative version, post-Marxism consists of an attempt to salvage certain key Marxist insights by attempting to reconcile Marxism with aspects of postmodernism, CP 59, and post-structuralism. Ecobedo Lacka and Chantal Mauve, 2014, accepted that the priority traditionally accorded to social class, and the central position of the working class in bringing about social change, were no longer sustainable. In so doing, they opened up space within Marxism for a wide range of other moments of struggle, usually linked to so-called new social movements such as the women's movement, the ecological movement, the gay and lesbian movement, the peace movement, and so on. Social democracy. As an ideological stance, social democracy took shape around the mid-20th century, resulting from the tendency among Western socialist parties not only to adopt parliamentary strategies, but also to revise their socialist goals. In particular, they abandoned the goal of abolishing capitalism and sought instead to reform or humanize it. Social democracy therefore came to stand for a broad balance between the market economy, on the one hand, and state intervention on the other. Social democracy was most fully developed in the early post-1945 period, during which enthusiasm for social democratic ideas and theories extended well beyond its socialist homeland, creating, in many Western states, a social democratic consensus. However, since the 1970s and 1980s, social democracy has struggled to retain its electoral and political relevance in the face of the advance of neoliberalism, CP 83, and changed economic and social circumstances. The final decades of the 20th century therefore witnessed a process of ideological retreat on the part of reformist socialist parties across the globe. Key concept: social democracy. Social democracy is an ideological stance that supports a broad balance between market capitalism, on the one hand, and state intervention on the other. Being based on a compromise between the market and the state, social democracy lacks a systematic underlying theory and is, arguably, inherently vague. It is nevertheless associated with the following views: 1. Capitalism is the only reliable means of generating wealth, but it is a morally defective means of distributing wealth because of its tendency towards poverty and inequality. 2. The defects of the capitalist system can be rectified through economic and social intervention, the state being the custodian of the public interest. 3. Social change can and should be brought about peacefully and constitutionally. Key figures in Socialism. Robert Owen, 1771–1858, a British socialist, industrialist, and pioneer of the cooperative movement. Owen's A New View of Society, 1816, envisaged a transformation in human nature consequent on a change in its environment, suggesting that progress requires the construction of a rational system of society. Owen advanced a moral indictment of market capitalism, which he proposed should be replaced with a society based on small-scale cooperative communities in which property would be communally owned and essential goods freely distributed. Karl Marx, 1818–83, a German philosopher, economist, and lifelong revolutionary, Marx is usually portrayed as the father of 20th-century communism. The centerpiece of Marx's thought is a scientific critique of capitalism that highlights, in keeping with previous class society, systemic inequality and therefore fundamental instability. Marx's materialist theory of history holds that social development will inevitably culminate in the establishment of a classless communist society. His vast works include the Communist Manifesto, 1848, written with Friedrich Engels, 1820–95, and the three-volume Capital, 1867, 1885 and 1894. Eduard Bernstein, 1850–1932, a German socialist politician and theorist, Bernstein attempted to revise and modernize orthodox Marxism in the light of changing circumstances. In Evolutionary Socialism, 1898, Bernstein argued that economic crises were becoming less, not more, acute, and drew attention to the steady advance of the working class. On this basis, he drew attention to the possibility of a gradual and peaceful transition to socialism, and questioned the distinction between liberalism and socialism, later abandoning all semblance of Marxism. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1870–1924, a Russian Marxist revolutionary and theorist, Lenin was the first leader of the Soviet state, 1917–21. In What Is to Be Done? 1902, he emphasized the central importance of a tightly organized vanguard party to lead and guide the proletarian class. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1916, he developed an economic analysis of colonialism, highlighting the possibility of turning world war into class war. The State and Revolution, 1917, outlined Lenin's firm commitment to the insurrectionary road and rejected bourgeois parliamentarism. Leon Trotsky, 1879–1940, a Russian Marxist revolutionary and theorist, Trotsky joined forces with Lenin in 1917 but after Lenin's death was driven from power and eventually murdered by Stalin. Trotsky's chief theoretical contribution to Marxism was the theory of permanent revolution, which suggested that socialism could be established in Russia without the need for the bourgeois stage of development. Trotskyism is usually associated with an unwavering commitment to internationalism and an anti-Stalinism that highlights the dangers of bureaucratization, as outlined in The Revolution Betrayed, 1937. Richard Henry Tawney, 1880–1962, a British social philosopher and historian, Tawney championed a form of socialism that emphasizes moral equality, a common humanity and service, firmly rooted in a Christian social moralism that is unconnected with Marx's class analysis. Stressing the basic value of fellowship and a sense of community, Tawney argued that the disorders of capitalism derived from the absence of a moral ideal, leading to unchecked acquisitiveness and widespread material inequality. Tawney's major works include The Acquisitive Society, 1921, and Equality, 1931. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, an Italian Marxist and revolutionary, Gramsci tried to redress the emphasis within orthodox Marxism on economic and material factors. In his major work, Prison Notebooks, 1929-35, Gramsci rejected any form of scientific determinism by stressing, through the theory of hegemony, the dominance of bourgeois ideas and beliefs, the importance of political and intellectual struggle. While he did not ignore the economic nucleus, he argued that bourgeois assumptions and values needed to be overthrown by the establishment of a rival proletarian hegemony. Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, a German political philosopher and social theorist, Marcuse portrayed advanced industrial society as an all-encompassing system of repression that subdues argument and debate, and absorbs all forms of opposition. Drawing on Marxist, Hegelian, and Freudian ideas, Marcuse held up the unashamedly utopian prospect of personal and sexual liberation, looking not to the conventional working class as a revolutionary force but to groups such as students, ethnic minorities, women, and workers in the developing world. His key works include Eros and Civilization, 1958, and One-Dimensional Man, 1964. Ethical Socialism. The theoretical basis for social democracy has been provided more by moral or religious beliefs than by scientific analysis. Social democrats have not accepted the materialist and highly systematic ideas of Marx and Engels, but rather advanced an essentially moral critique of capitalism. In short, socialism is portrayed as morally superior to capitalism because human beings are ethical creatures, bound to one another by the ties of love, sympathy, and compassion. The moral vision that underlies ethical socialism has been based on both humanistic and religious principles. Socialism in France, the UK, and other Commonwealth countries has been influenced more strongly by the humanist ideas of Fourier, Owen and William Morris, 1854-96, than by the scientific creed of Karl Marx. However, ethical socialism has also drawn heavily on Christianity. For example, there is a long-established tradition of Christian socialism in the UK, reflected in the 20th century in the works of R. H. Tawney. The Christian ethic that has inspired UK socialism is that of universal brotherhood, the respect that should be accorded to all individuals as creations of God, a principle embodied in the commandment "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." In The Acquisitive Society, 1921, Tawney condemned unregulated capitalism because it is driven by the sin of avarice rather than faith in a common humanity. Humanism. A philosophy that gives moral priority to the satisfaction of human needs and aspirations. Such religious inspiration has also been evident in the ideas of liberation theology, which has influenced many Catholic developing world states, especially in Latin America. After years of providing support for repressive regimes in Latin America, Roman Catholic bishops meeting at Medellin, Colombia, in 1968 declared a preferential option for the poor. The religious responsibilities of the clergy were seen to extend beyond the narrowly spiritual and to embrace the social and political struggles of ordinary people. Despite the condemnation of Pope John Paul II and the Vatican, radical priests in many parts of Latin America campaigned against poverty and political oppression and, at times, even backed socialist revolutionary movements. Similarly, socialist movements in the predominantly Muslim countries of North Africa, the Middle East and Asia have been inspired by religion. Islam is linked to socialism in that it exhorts the principles of social justice, charity, and cooperation, and specifically prohibits usury or profiteering. In abandoning scientific analysis in favor of moral or religious principles, however, social democracy weakened the theoretical basis of socialism. Social democracy has been concerned primarily with the notion of a just or fair distribution of wealth in society. This is embodied in the overriding principle of social democracy, social justice. Social democracy consequently came to stand for a broad range of views, extending from a left-wing commitment to extending equality and expanding the collective ownership of wealth, to a more right-wing acceptance of the need for market efficiency and individual self-reliance that may be difficult to distinguish from certain forms of liberalism or conservatism. Attempts have nevertheless been made to give social democracy a theoretical basis, usually involving re-examining capitalism itself and redefining the goal of socialism. Social justice. A morally justifiable distribution of wealth, usually implying a commitment to greater equality. Revisionist socialism. The original, fundamentalist goal of socialism was that productive wealth should be owned in common by all, and therefore used for the common benefit. This required the abolition of private property and the transition from a capitalist mode of production to a socialist one, usually through a process of revolutionary change. Capitalism, in this view, is unredeemable. It is a system of class exploitation and oppression that deserves to be abolished altogether, not merely reformed. However, by the end of the 19th century, some socialists had come to believe that this analysis of capitalism was defective. The clearest theoretical expression of this belief was found in Edward Bernstein's Evolutionary Socialism, 1898-1962, which undertook a comprehensive criticism of Marx and the first major attempt at Marxist revisionism. Bernstein's theoretical approach was largely empirical. He rejected Marx's method of analysis, historical materialism, because the predictions Marx had made had proved to be incorrect. Capitalism had shown itself to be both stable and flexible. Rather than class conflict intensifying, dividing capitalist society into two great classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, Bernstein suggested that capitalism was becoming increasingly complex and differentiated. In particular, the ownership of wealth had widened as a result of the introduction of joint stock companies, owned by a number of shareholders, instead of a single powerful industrialist. The ranks of the middle classes had also been swollen by the growing number of salaried employees, technicians, government officials, and professional workers, who were neither capitalists nor proletarians. In Bernstein's view, capitalism was no longer a system of naked class oppression. Capitalism could therefore be reformed by the nationalization of major industries and the extension of legal protection and welfare benefits to the working class, a process which Bernstein believed could be achieved peacefully and democratically. Revisionism. The revision or reworking of a political theory that departs from earlier interpretations in an attempt to present a corrected view. Western socialist parties have been revisionist in practice, if not always in theory, intent on taming capitalism rather than abolishing it. In some cases they long retained a formal commitment to fundamentalist goals, as in the UK Labour Party's belief in the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, expressed in Clause 4 of its 1918 constitution. Nevertheless, as the 20th century progressed, Social Democrats dropped their commitment to planning as they recognized the efficiency and vigor of the capitalist market. The Swedish Social Democratic Labour Party formally abandoned planning in the 1930s, as did the West German Social Democrats at the Bad Godesberg Congress of 1959, which accepted the principle competition when possible, planning when necessary. In the UK, a similar bid to embrace revisionism formally in the late 1950s ended in failure when the Labour Party conference rejected the then leader Hugh Gaitskell's attempt to abolish Clause 4. Nevertheless, when in power, the Labour Party never revealed an appetite for wholesale nationalisation. Tensions within. Socialism, 1. Communism vs. Social democracy. Scientific socialism. Ethical socialism. Fundamentalism. Revisionism. Utopianism. Reformism. Revolution. Evolution/gradualism. Abolish capitalism. Humanize capitalism. Common ownership. Redistribution. Classless society. Ameliorate class conflict. Absolute equality. Relative equality. State collectivization. Mixed economy. Central planning. Economic management. Vanguard Party. Parliamentary Party. Dictatorship of proletariat. Political pluralism. Proletarian/People's State. Liberal democratic state. The abandonment of planning and comprehensive nationalization left social democracy with three more modest objectives: Social Democrats' support. The mixed economy, a blend of public and private ownership that stands between free market capitalism and state collectivism. Nationalization, when advocated by social democrats, is invariably selective and reserved for the commanding heights of the economy, or industries that are thought to be natural monopolies. The 1945-51 Italy Labour government, for instance, nationalized the major utilities, electricity, gas, coal, steel, the railways, and so on, but left most of UK industry in private hands. Economic management, seeing the need for capitalism to be regulated in order to deliver sustainable growth. After 1945, most social democratic parties were converted to Keynesianism, CP 55, as a device for controlling the economy and delivering full employment. The welfare state, viewing it as the principal means of reforming or humanizing capitalism. Its attraction is that it acts as a redistributive mechanism that helps to promote social equality and eradicate poverty. Capitalism no longer needs to be abolished, only modified through the establishment of reformed or welfare capitalism. An attempt to give theoretical substance to these developments, and in effect update Bernstein, was made by Anthony Crosland, 1918-77, in The Future of Socialism, 1956. He subscribed to managerialism, in believing that modern capitalism bore little resemblance to the 19th century model that Marx had had in mind. Crosland suggested that a new class of managers, experts, and technocrats had supplanted the old capitalist class and come to dominate all advanced industrial societies, both capitalist and communist. The ownership of wealth had therefore become divorced from its control. Whereas shareholders, who own businesses, were principally concerned with profit, salaried managers, who make day-to-day business decisions, have a broader range of goals, including maintaining industrial harmony and upholding the public image of the company. Managerialism. The theory that a governing class of managers, technocrats, and state officials, those who possess technical and administrative skills, dominates both capitalist and communist societies. Such developments implied that Marxism had become irrelevant, if capitalism could no longer be viewed as a system of class exploitation. The fundamentalist goals of nationalization and planning were simply outdated. Crosland thus recasts socialism in terms of politics of social justice, rather than the politics of ownership. Wealth need not be owned in common, because it could be redistributed through a welfare state that is financed by progressive taxation. However, Crosland recognized that economic growth plays a crucial role in the achievement of socialism. A growing economy is essential to generate the tax revenues needed to finance more generous social expenditure, and the prosperous will only be prepared to finance the needy if their own living standards are underwritten by economic growth. The crisis of social democracy. During the early post-1945 period, Keynesian social democracy, or traditional social democracy, appeared to have triumphed. Its strength was that it harnessed the dynamism of the market without succumbing to the levels of inequality and instability that Marx believed would doom capitalism. Nevertheless, Keynesian social democracy was based on an, arguably, inherently unstable compromise. On the one hand, there was a pragmatic acceptance of the market as the only reliable means of generating wealth. This reluctant conversion to the market meant that social democrats accepted that there was no viable socialist alternative to the market, meaning that the socialist project was reborn as an attempt to reform, not replace, capitalism. On the other hand, the socialist ethic survived in the form of a commitment to social justice. This, in turn, was linked to a weak notion of equality, distributive equality, the idea that poverty should be reduced and inequality narrowed through the redistribution of wealth from rich to poor. At the heart of Keynesian social democracy there lay a conflict between its commitment to both economic efficiency and egalitarianism. During the long boom of the post-1945 period, social democrats were not forced to confront this conflict because sustained growth, low unemployment, and low inflation improved the living standards of all social groups and helped to finance more generous welfare provision. However, as Crosland had anticipated, Recession in the 1970s and 1980s created strains within social democracy, polarizing socialist thought into more clearly defined left-wing and right-wing positions. Recession precipitated a fiscal crisis of the welfare state, simultaneously increasing demand for welfare support as unemployment re-emerged, and squeezing the tax revenues that financed welfare spending, because fewer people were at work and businesses were less profitable. A difficult question had to be answered: should social democrats attempt to restore efficiency to the market economy, which might mean cutting inflation and possibly taxes, or should they defend the poor and the lower paid by maintaining or even expanding welfare provision? This crisis of social democracy was intensified in the 1980s and 1990s by a combination of political, social, and international factors. In the first place, the electoral viability of social democracy was undermined by deindustrialization and the shrinkage of the traditional working class, the social base of Keynesian social democracy. Whereas in the early post-1945 period the tide of democracy had flowed with progressive politics, since the 1980s it has been orientated increasingly around the interests of what J.K. Galbraith, 1992, called the contented majority. Social democratic parties paid a high price for these social and electoral shifts. For instance, the UK Labour Party lost 4 successive general elections between 1979 and 1992, the SPD in Germany was out of power between 1982 and 1998, and the French Socialist Party suffered crushing defeats, notably in 1993 and 2002. Furthermore, the intellectual credibility of social democracy was badly damaged by the collapse of communism. Not only did this create a world without any significant non-capitalist economic forms, but it also undermined faith in what Anthony Giddens, CP 329, called the cybernetic model of socialism, in which the state, acting as the brain within society, serves as the principal agent of economic and social reform. In this light, Keynesian social democracy could be viewed as only a more modest version of the top-down state socialism that had been discarded so abruptly in the revolutions of 1989 to 91. Neo-revisionism and the Third Way. Since the 1980s, reformist socialist parties across the globe, but particularly in countries such as the UK, the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Australia, and New Zealand, have undergone a further bout of revisionism, sometimes termed neo-revisionism. In so doing, they have distanced themselves, to a greater or lesser extent, from the principles and commitments of traditional social democracy. The resulting ideological stance has been described in various ways, including New Social Democracy, the Third Way, the Radical Center, the Active Center and the New Middle. However, the ideological significance of neo-revisionism, and its relationship to traditional social democracy in particular and to socialism in general, have been shrouded in debate and confusion. Its central thrust is nevertheless encapsulated in the notion of the Third Way, highlighting the idea of an alternative to both capitalism and socialism. In its modern form, the Third Way represents, more specifically, an alternative to old-style social democracy and neoliberalism. Third Way. The notion of an alternative form of economics to both state socialism and free market capitalism, sought at different times by conservatives, socialists, and fascists. Although the Third Way is, perhaps inherently, imprecise and subject to competing interpretations, certain characteristic Third Way themes can nevertheless be identified. The first of these is the belief that socialism, at least in the form of top-down state intervention, is dead. There is no alternative to what the revised Clause 4 of the UK Labour Party's 1995 constitution refers to as a dynamic market economy. With this goes a general acceptance of globalization and the belief that capitalism has mutated into an information society or knowledge economy. This general acceptance of the market over the state, and the adoption of a pro-business and pro-enterprise stance, means that the Third Way attempts to build on, rather than reverse, the neoliberal revolution of the 1980s and 1990s. Key concept: communitarianism. Communitarianism is the belief that the self or person is constituted through the community, in the sense that individuals are shaped by the communities to which they belong and thus owe them a debt of respect and consideration. There are no unencumbered selves. Though clearly at odds with liberal individualism, communitarianism nevertheless has a variety of political forms. Left-wing communitarianism holds that community demands unrestricted freedom and social equality, for example, anarchism. Centrist communitarianism holds that community is grounded in an acknowledgement of reciprocal rights and responsibilities, for example, social democracy/Tory paternalism. Right-wing communitarianism holds that community requires respect for authority and established values, for example, neoconservatism, cp. 88. The second key third-way belief is its emphasis on community and moral responsibility. Community, of course, has a long socialist heritage, drawing as it does, like fraternity and cooperation, on the idea of a social essence. While the third way accepts many of the economic theories of neoliberalism, it firmly rejects its philosophical basis and its moral and social implications. The danger of market fundamentalism is that it generates a free-for-all that undermines the moral foundations of society. Some versions of the third way, notably the so-called Blair Project in the UK, nevertheless attempted to fuse communitarian ideas with liberal ones, creating a form of communitarian liberalism, which in many ways resembled the new liberalism of the late 19th century. The cornerstone belief of communitarian liberalism is that rights and responsibilities are intrinsically bound together, all rights must be balanced against responsibilities, and vice versa. Third, supporters of the third way tend to adopt a consensus view of society, in contrast to socialism's conflict view of society. This is evident, for example, in the tendency of community to highlight ties that bind all members of society, and thus to ignore, or conceal, class differences and economic inequalities. A faith in consensus and social harmony is also reflected in the value framework of the third way, which rejects the either/or approach of conventional moral and ideological thinking, and offers what almost amounts to a non-dualistic worldview. Third-way politicians thus typically endorse enterprise and fairness, opportunity and security, self-reliance and interdependence, and so on. Knowledge economy. An economy in which knowledge is supposedly the key source of competitiveness and productivity, especially in the form of information and communication technology. Tensions within. Socialism, 2. Social democracy. vs. Third way. Ideological. Pragmatic. Nation-state. Globalization. Industrial society. Information society. Class politics. Community. Mixed economy. Market economy. Full employment. Full employability. Concern for underdog. Meritocracy. Social justice. Opportunity for all. Eradicate poverty. Promote inclusion. Social rights. Rights and responsibilities. Cradle to grave welfare. Welfare to work. Social reformist state. Competition/market state. Fourth, the third way has substituted a concern with social inclusion for the traditional socialist commitment to equality. This is evident in the stress placed on liberal ideas such as opportunity, and even meritocracy. Egalitarianism is therefore scaled down to a belief in equality of opportunities or asset-based egalitarianism, the right of access to assets and opportunities that enable individuals to realize their potential. Third-way proposals for welfare reform therefore typically reject both the neoliberal emphasis on standing on your own 2 feet and the social democratic belief in cradle-to-grave welfare. Instead, welfare should be targeted at the socially excluded and should follow the modern liberal approach of helping people to help themselves, or as Bill Clinton put it, giving people a hand up, not a handout. Welfare policies should, in particular, aim to widen access to work, in line with the U.S. idea of workfare, the belief that welfare support should be conditional on an individual's willingness to seek work and become self-reliant. Social inclusion. The acquisition of rights, skills, and opportunities that enable citizens to participate fully in their society. Competition state. A state whose principal role is to pursue strategies for national prosperity in conditions of intensifying global competition. Finally, the third way is characterized by new thinking about the proper role of the state. The third way embraces the idea of a competition state or market state. The state should therefore concentrate on social investment, which means improving the infrastructure of the economy and, most important, strengthening the skills and knowledge of the country's workforce. Education rather than social security should therefore be the government's priority, with education being valued not in its own right, because it furthers personal development, the modern liberal view, but because it promotes employability and benefits the economy, the utilitarian or classical liberal view. From this perspective, the government is essentially a cultural actor, whose purpose is to shape or reshape the population's attitudes, values, skills, beliefs, and knowledge, rather than to carry out a program of economic and social engineering. However, there are indications that the trend within social democracy towards revisionism may have been reversed in response to the 2007-09 global financial crisis, as discussed in the following section. Socialism in a global age. Some have regarded a discussion of socialism in a global age as a pointless exercise. Socialism is dead, and it is largely the dynamics unleashed by globalization that have brought about its demise. From this perspective, globalizing tendencies can be seen to have both brought about the collapse of communism and precipitated a further bout of social democratic revisionism. Orthodox communism was weakened by the tendency of economic globalization to bolster growth rates in the capitalist West from the 1980s onwards, thereby widening material differentials between capitalism and communism. In conjunction with increased media penetration in Eastern Europe, which helped to spread pro-Western and pro-capitalist values and appetites, this served to fashion the conditions in which the revolutions of 1989–91 took place. In the case of social democracy, accelerated globalization undermined its economic viability in a variety of ways. These included that traditional social democracy had been based on the assumption that governments can regulate economic activity within their borders, especially through the use of Keynesian strategies designed to stimulate growth and maintain full employment. However, the progressive integration of national economies into a larger, global capitalist system has weakened governments' capacity to manage their economies, perhaps rendering national Keynesianism obsolete. Moreover, intensified global competition created pressure on governments to reduce tax and spending levels, particularly by reforming the welfare state, and to promote labor flexibility. The advent of neo-revisionism can be understood very much in this context, third-way thinking having largely been shaped by attempts by social democrats to come to terms with globalization, Giddens, 1998. If globalization is an irresistible force, and if globalization is intrinsically linked to neoliberalism, socialism would appear to have been consigned to what Trotsky, CP 125, in very different circumstances, called the dustbin of history. However, socialists with a longer sense of history are unlikely to succumb to this despondency. Just as predictions at the beginning of the 20th century about the inevitable victory of socialism proved to be flawed, so proclamations about the death of socialism made in the early 21st century are likely to be unreliable. Indeed, as recently as the 1960s it was free market liberalism that was considered to be redundant, while socialism appeared to be making irresistible progress. Hopes for the survival of socialism rest largely on the enduring, and perhaps intrinsic, imperfections of the capitalist system. As Ralph Miliband put it in Socialism for a Skeptical Age, 1995, the notion that capitalism has been thoroughly transformed and represents the best that humankind can ever hope to achieve is a dreadful slur on the human race. In that sense, socialism is destined to survive if only because it serves as a reminder that human development can extend beyond market individualism. Moreover, globalization may bring opportunities for socialism as well as challenges. Just as capitalism is being transformed by the growing significance of the transnational dimension of economic life, socialism may be in the process of being transformed into a critique of global exploitation and inequality. Indeed, socialism may be particularly well positioned to make sense of the new global age, having long shown an awareness of the pressures and tendencies that have served to create it. For example, Marx and Engels can be seen as the earliest theorists of economic globalization, as the Communist Manifesto emphasizes that capitalist development always has a marked transnational character. They thus argued that the desire for profit would drive capitalism to strive to tear down every barrier to intercourse and to conquer the whole earth for its market. Marxist and neo-Marxist theories have also been used to highlight asymmetrical tendencies, and therefore deepening divisions, within the modern global system. World systems theory, devised in particular by Immanuel Wallerstein, 1974-1984, suggested that the world economy is best understood as an interlocking capitalist system which exemplifies, at the international level, many of the features that characterize national capitalism, that is, structural inequalities based on exploitation and a tendency towards instability and crisis that is rooted in economic contradictions. The world system consists of interrelationships between the core, the periphery and the semi-periphery. Such thinking about the inherent inequalities and injustices of global capitalism has been one of the key influences on the anti-globalization, or anti-capitalist, movement that has emerged since the 1990s. In these ways, socialism in the 21st century may be reborn as global anti-capitalism, CP 161, a trend that has been particularly apparent since the global financial crisis. A resurgence of leftist radicalism was thus evident in the upsurge of the Occupy movement, which in 2011 organized demonstrations in some 82 countries protesting against the dominance of the 1%. Evidence of a revival of socialism can also be seen at the national level. In some cases, radical leftist parties have come from seemingly nowhere to challenge mainstream parties of both the center-left and the center-right. For example, Syriza, the coalition of the radical left, founded in 2004, became the largest party in the Greek parliament in elections in January and September 2015, its chairman, Alexis Tsipras, becoming prime minister. In Spain, the far-left party Podemos, We Can, founded in 2014, gained the third largest number of votes and the second largest number of seats in the 2015 parliamentary elections. In other cases, upsurges of radicalism have occurred within established parties of the centre-left. In the UK, Jeremy Corbyn, a veteran of the Labour Party's hard left, emerged as the surprise victor in the party's 2015 leadership election, while in the USA Bernie Sanders, a self-declared socialist, was only narrowly defeated by Hillary Clinton in the contest to become the Democratic nominee in the 2016 presidential election. Key concept: anti-politics. Anti-politics refers to a rejection of, or alienation from, conventional politicians and political processes, especially mainstream political parties and established representative mechanisms. One manifestation of anti-politics is a decline in civic engagement, as citizens turn away from politics and retreat into private existence. This is reflected most clearly in a fall in voter turnout and a decline in levels of party membership and party activism. However, anti-politics has also spawned new forms of politics, which, in various ways, articulate resentment or hostility towards political structures and offer more authentic alternatives. These include the rise of fringe parties and the emergence of populist political leaders, whose attraction is substantially linked to their image as political outsiders untainted by the exercise of power. Despite national and regional differences, two wider explanations can be advanced for these developments. The first has been a backlash against the politics of austerity, which was widely adopted as economies fell into recession and tax revenues plummeted in the aftermath of the global financial crisis. In countries such as Greece, Spain, and Portugal, This was exacerbated by the terms of bailout arrangements that were negotiated with the EU, the IMF, and the European Central Bank. The second factor is that far-left parties and movements have tapped into the growing mood of anti-establishment radicalism, sometimes called anti-politics, that stems, in part, from a narrowing of the ideological divide between left and right-wing parties. This, in turn, has been one of the consequences of the advance of globalization. In this light, resurgent socialism can be seen as part of the wider rise of populism, CP 92, since the beginning of the 21st century. Anarchism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: against statist politics. Collectivist anarchism. Individualist anarchism. Roads to anarchy. Anarchism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. The word anarchy comes from the Greek anarchos and literally means without rule. The term anarchism has been in use since the French Revolution, and was initially employed in a critical or negative sense to imply a breakdown of civilized or predictable order. In everyday language, anarchy implies chaos and disorder. Needless to say, anarchists themselves fiercely reject such associations. It was not until Pierre-Joseph Proudhon proudly declared in What is Property? 1840 1970, I am an anarchist, that the word was clearly associated with a positive and systematic set of political ideas. Anarchist ideology is defined by the central belief that political authority in all its forms, and especially in the form of the state, is both evil and unnecessary. Anarchists therefore look to the creation of a stateless society through the abolition of law and government. In their view, the state is evil because, as a repository of sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority, it is an offense against the principles of freedom and equality. Anarchism is thus characterized by principled opposition to certain forms of social hierarchy. Anarchists believe that the state is unnecessary because order and social harmony do not have to be imposed from above through government. Central to anarchism is the belief that people can manage their affairs through voluntary agreement, without the need for top-down hierarchies or a system of rewards and punishments. However, anarchism draws from two quite different ideological traditions, liberalism and socialism. This has resulted in rival individualist and collectivist forms of anarchism. While both accept the goal of statelessness, they advance very different models of the future anarchist society. Origins and development. Anarchist ideas have sometimes been traced back to Taoist or Buddhist ideas, to the Stoics and Cynics of ancient Greece, or to the diggers of the English Civil War. However, the first, and in a sense classic, statement of anarchist principles was produced by William Godwin, CP 152, in his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793 1971, although Godwin never described himself as an anarchist. During the 19th century, anarchism was a significant component of a broad but growing socialist movement. In 1864, Proudhon's, CP 152, followers joined with Marx's, CP 124, to set up the International Workingmen's Association, or First International. The International collapsed in 1871 because of growing antagonism between Marxists and anarchists, led by Mikhail Bakunin, CP 153. In the late 19th century, anarchists sought mass support among the landless peasants of Russia and Southern Europe and, more successfully, through anarcho-syndicalism, among the industrial working classes. Syndicalism was popular in France, Italy, and Spain, and helped to make anarchism a genuine mass movement in the early 20th century. The powerful CGT Union in France was dominated by anarchists before 1914, as was the CNT in Spain, which claimed a membership of over 2 million during the Civil War. Anarcho-syndicalist movements also emerged in Latin America in the early 20th century, especially in Argentina and Uruguay, and syndicalist ideas influenced the Mexican Revolution, led by Emiliano Zapata. However, the spread of authoritarianism and political repression gradually undermined anarchism in both Europe and Latin America. The victory of General Franco in the Spanish Civil War, 1936-9, brought an end to anarchism as a mass movement. The CNT was suppressed, and anarchists, along with left-wingers in general, were persecuted. The influence of anarchism was also undermined by the success of Lenin and the Bolsheviks in 1917, and thus by the growing prestige of communism, CP 89, within the socialist and revolutionary movements. Anarchism is unusual among political ideologies in that it has never succeeded in winning power, at least at the national level. Indeed, as anarchists seek to radically disperse and decentralize political power, this has never been their goal. No society or nation has therefore been remodeled according to anarchist principles. Hence, it is tempting to regard anarchism as an ideology of less significance than, say, liberalism, socialism, conservatism or fascism, each of which has proved itself capable of achieving power and reshaping societies. The nearest anarchists have come to winning power was during the Spanish Civil War, CP 149. Consequently, anarchists have looked to historical societies that reflect their principles, such as the cities of ancient Greece or medieval Europe, or to traditional peasant communes such as the Russian Mir. Anarchists have also stressed the non-hierarchic and egalitarian nature of many traditional societies, for instance, the newer in Africa, and supported experiments in small-scale, communal living within Western society. Syndicalism. A form of revolutionary trade unionism that focuses on labor syndicates as free associations of workers and emphasizes the use of direct action and the general strike. Anarchism's appeal as a political movement has been restricted by both its ends and its means. The goal of anarchism, the overthrow of the state and dismantling of all forms of political authority, is widely considered to be unrealistic, if not impossible. Most, indeed, view the notion of a stateless society as, at best, a utopian dream. In terms of means, anarchists reject as corrupt, and corrupting, the conventional means of exercising political influence, forming political parties, standing for elections, seeking public office and so on. This does not, however, mean that they reject political organization as such, but rather place their faith in non-hierarchical organizations, possibly supported by mass spontaneity and a popular thirst for freedom. Nevertheless, anarchism refuses to die. Precisely because of its uncompromising attitude to authority and political activism, it has an enduring, and often strong, moral appeal, particularly to the young. This can be seen, for example, in the prominence of anarchist ideas, slogans, and groups within the emergent anti-capitalist or anti-globalization movement, as discussed in the final section of this chapter. Core themes: against statist politics. The defining feature of anarchism is its opposition to hierarchy and domination, with the state often being seen as the paradigmatic form of hierarchy and domination. Anarchists have a preference for a stateless society in which free individuals manage their affairs by voluntary agreement without compulsion or coercion. However, anarchism has been bedeviled by misleading stereotypes and distortions of various kinds. The most common of these is the idea that anarchism rests on little more than a faith in natural goodness, the belief that human beings are, at heart, moral creatures. Anarchists certainly believe that people are capable of leading productive and peaceful lives without the need for rulers or leaders, but this view is rarely sustained simply by optimistic assumptions about human nature. Marshall, 2007. In the first place, anarchists do not share a common view of human nature. For example, despite sharing common individualist assumptions, Godwin stressed rational benevolence, while Max Stirner, CP 152, emphasized conscious egoism. Second, rather than seeing human nature as fixed or determined, the majority of anarchists believe that human beings are products of their environment, even though they are also capable of changing it. In that sense, anarchists believe that human nature develops through creative and voluntary interaction with others. Third, to the extent that anarchists have a theory of human nature, it can be said to be viewed as realistic, even pessimistic. This is because anarchists are profoundly aware of the corruption inherent in the exercise of power. Indeed, if human nature were naturally good, it is difficult to see how hierarchy and domination, and for that matter the state, could have emerged in the first place. Figure 5.1 The nature of anarchism. An additional feature of anarchism is that it is less a unified and coherent ideology in its own right, and more a point of overlap between two rival ideologies, liberalism and socialism, the point at which both ideologies reach anti-statist conclusions. This is illustrated in Figure 5.1. Anarchism thus has a dual character. It can be interpreted as either a form of ultraliberalism, which resembles extreme liberal individualism, CP 28, or as a form of ultrasocialism, which resembles extreme socialist collectivism, CP 99. Nevertheless, anarchism is justified in being treated as a separate ideology, in that its supporters, despite drawing on very different political traditions, are united by a series of broader principles and positions. The most significant of these are anti-statism, natural order, anti-clericalism, economic freedom, anti-statism. Sebastian Faure, in his 4-volume Encyclopédie Anarchiste, published between 1925 and 1934, defined anarchism as the negation of the principle of authority. The anarchist case against authority is simple and clear. Authority is an offense against the principles of freedom and equality. Authority, based as it is on political inequality and the alleged right of one person to influence the behavior of others, enslaves, oppresses and limits human life. It damages and corrupts both those who are subject to authority and those who are in authority. Since human beings are free and autonomous creatures, to be subject to authority means to be diminished, to have one's essential nature suppressed and thereby succumb to debilitating dependency. To be in authority is to acquire an appetite for prestige, control, and eventually domination. Authority therefore gives rise to a psychology of power, based on a pattern of dominance and submission, a society in which, according to the U.S. anarchist and social critic Paul Goodman, 1911-72, many are ruthless and most live in fear, 1977. Perspectives on state. Liberals see the state as a neutral arbiter among the competing interests and groups in society, a vital guarantee of social order. While classical liberals treat the state as a necessary evil and extol the virtues of a minimal or night watchman state, modern liberals recognize the state's positive role in widening freedom and promoting equal opportunities. Conservatives link the state to the need to provide authority and discipline and to protect society from chaos and disorder, hence their traditional preference for a strong state. However, whereas traditional conservatives support a pragmatic balance between the state and civil society, neoliberals have called for the state to be rolled back, as it threatens economic prosperity and is driven, essentially, by bureaucratic self-interest. Socialists have adopted contrasting views of the state. Marxists have stressed the link between the state and the class system, seeing it as either an instrument of class rule or as a means of ameliorating class tensions. Other socialists, however, regard the state as an embodiment of the common good, and thus approve of interventionism in either its social democratic or state collectivist form. Anarchists reject the state outright, believing it to be an unnecessary evil. The sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority of the state is seen as nothing less than legalized oppression operating in the interests of the powerful, propertied and privileged. As the state is inherently evil and oppressive, all states have the same essential character. Fascists, particularly in the Italian tradition, see the state as a supreme ethical ideal, reflecting the undifferentiated interests of the national community, hence their belief in totalitarianism, CP 207. The Nazis, however, saw the state more as a vessel that contains, or tool that serves, the race or nation. Feminists have viewed the state as an instrument of male power, the patriarchal state serving to exclude women from, or subordinate them within, the public or political sphere of life. Liberal feminists nevertheless regard the state as an instrument of reform that is susceptible to electoral and other pressures. Islamists view the state as an instrument of social and political regeneration, carried out in line with Islamic principles. The Islamic State is a means of purifying Islam, both returning it to its supposed original values and practices, and countering Western influence generally. Over time, the Islamic State has increasingly been defined by the predominance given to the enforcement of the Sharia, even coming to be seen as a Sharia state. In practice, the anarchist critique of authority usually focuses on political authority, especially when it is backed up by the machinery of the modern state. Anarchism is defined by its radical rejection of state power, a stance that sets anarchism apart from all other political ideologies, with the exception of Marxism. The flavor of this anarchist critique of law and government is conveyed by one of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's, 1851–1923, famous diatribes. To be governed is to be watched over, inspected, spied on, directed, legislated, regimented, closed in, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, assessed, evaluated, censored, commanded, all by creatures that have neither the right, nor the wisdom, nor the virtue. The state is a sovereign body that exercises supreme authority over all individuals and associations living within a defined geographical area. Anarchists emphasize that the authority of the state is absolute and unlimited. Law can restrict public behavior, limit political activity, regulate economic life, interfere with private morality and thinking, and so on. The authority of the state is also compulsory. Anarchists reject the liberal notion that political authority arises from voluntary agreement, through some form of social contract, and argue instead that individuals become subject to state authority either by being born in a particular country or through conquest. Furthermore, the state is a coercive body, whose laws must be obeyed because they are backed up by the threat of punishment. For the Russian-born U.S. anarchist Emma Goldman, 1869–1940, government was symbolized by the club, the gun, the handcuff, or the prison. The state can deprive individuals of their property, their liberty, and ultimately, through capital punishment, their lives. The state is also exploitative, in that it robs individuals of their property through a system of taxation, once again backed up by the force of law and the possibility of punishment. Anarchists often argue that the state acts in alliance with the wealthy and privileged, and therefore serves to oppress the poor and weak. Finally, the state is destructive. War, as the U.S. anarchist Randolph Bourne, 1886–1918, suggested, is the health of the state, 1977. Individuals are required to fight, kill, and die in wars that are invariably precipitated by a quest for territorial expansion, plunder or national glory by one state at the expense of others. The basis of this critique of the state lies in the anarchist thinking about human nature. While anarchists emphasize that humanity has a strong libertarian potential, they are also deeply pessimistic about the corrupting influence of political authority and economic inequality. Human beings can be either good or evil depending on the political and social circumstances in which they live. People who would otherwise be cooperative, sympathetic, and sociable, become nothing less than oppressive tyrants when raised up above others by power, privilege, or wealth. In other words, anarchists replace the liberal warning that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely, Lord Acton, 1956, with the more radical and alarming warning that power in any shape or form will corrupt absolutely. The state, as a repository of sovereign, compulsory, and coercive authority, is therefore nothing less than a concentrated form of evil. The anarchist theory of the state has nevertheless also attracted criticism. Quite apart from concerns about the theory of human nature on which it is based, the assumption that state oppression stems from the corruption of individuals by their political and social circumstances is circular, in that it is unable to explain how political authority arose in the first place. Natural order. Anarchists regard the state not only as evil, but also as unnecessary. William Godwin sought to demonstrate this by, in effect, turning the most celebrated justification for the state, social contract theory, on its head. The social contract arguments of Hobbes, CP 84, and Locke, CP 52, suggest that a stateless society, the state of nature, amounts to a civil war of each against all, making orderly and stable life impossible. The source of such strife lies in human nature, which according to Hobbes and Locke is essentially selfish, greedy, and potentially aggressive. Only a sovereign state can restrain such impulses and guarantee social order. In short, order is impossible without law. Godwin, in contrast, suggested that human beings are essentially rational creatures, inclined by education and enlightened judgment to live in accordance with truth and universal moral laws. He thus believed that people have a natural propensity to organize their own lives in a harmonious and peaceful fashion. Indeed, in his view it is the corrupting influence of government and unnatural laws, rather than any original sin in human beings, that creates injustice, greed, and aggression. Government, in other words, is not the solution to the problem of order, but its cause. Anarchists have often sympathized with the famous opening words of Jean-Jacques Rousseau's, CP 184, Social Contract, 1762 1913, man was born free, yet everywhere he is in chains. At the heart of anarchism lies a distinctive tendency towards utopianism, at least in the sense that utopian thought has the imagination to visualize a society quite different from our own. As pointed out earlier, anarchists believe that human beings are capable of living together peacefully without the need for imposed order. Anarchist thought has thus sought to explain how social order can arise and be sustained in the absence of the machinery of law and order. This has been done in two contrasting but usually interlocking ways. The first way in which anarchists have upheld the idea of natural, as opposed to political, order is through an analysis of human nature, or, more accurately, an analysis of the potentialities that reside in human nature. For example, collectivist anarchists have highlighted the human capacity for sociable and cooperative behavior, while individualist anarchists have drawn attention to the importance of enlightened human reason. Key concept: utopianism. A utopia, from the Greek utopia, meaning nowhere, or utopia, meaning good place, is usually taken to be perfect, or at least qualitatively better, society. Though utopias of various kinds can be envisaged, most are characterized by the abolition of want, the absence of conflict and the avoidance of oppression and violence. Utopianism is a style of political theorizing that develops a critique of the existing order by constructing a model of an ideal or perfect alternative. Good examples are anarchism and Marxism. Utopian theories are usually based on assumptions about the unlimited possibilities of human self-development. However, utopianism is often used as a pejorative term to imply deluded or fanciful thinking, a belief in an unrealistic and unachievable goal. For some anarchists, this potential for spontaneous harmony within human nature is linked to the belief that nature itself, and indeed the universe, is biased in favor of natural order. Anarchists have therefore sometimes been drawn to the ideas of non-Western religions such as Buddhism and Daoism, which emphasize interdependence and oneness. An alternative basis for natural order can be found in the notion of ecology, particularly the social ecology of thinkers such as Murray Bookchin, CP 265. Social ecology is discussed in Chapter 9 in relation to eco-anarchism. However, anarchism does not merely stress positive human potentialities. Anarchist theories of human nature are often complex, and acknowledge that rival potentialities reside within the human soul. For instance, in their different ways, Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, CP 153, accepted that human beings could be selfish and competitive as well as sociable and cooperative, Moreland, 1997. While the human core may be morally and intellectually enlightened, a capacity for corruption lurks within each and every individual. The second way in which anarchists have supported the idea of natural order is through a stress on the social institutions that foster positive human potential. In this view, Human nature is plastic, in the sense that it is shaped by the social, political, and economic circumstances within which people live. Just as law, government, and the state breed a domination/subordination complex, other social institutions nurture respect, cooperation, and harmony. Collectivist anarchists thus endorse common ownership or mutualist institutions, while individualist anarchists have supported the market mechanism. Nevertheless, the belief in a stable and peaceful yet stateless society has often been viewed as the weakest and most contentious aspect of anarchist theory. Opponents of anarchism have argued that, however socially enlightened institutions may be, if selfish or negative impulses are basic to human nature and not merely evidence of corruption, the prospect of natural order is simply a delusion. This is why utopianism is most pronounced within the collectivist tradition of anarchism and least pronounced within the individualist tradition, with some anarcho-capitalists rejecting utopianism altogether. Friedman, 1973. Anti-clericalism. Although the state has been the principal target of anarchist hostility, the same criticisms apply to any other form of compulsory authority. Indeed, anarchists have sometimes expressed as much bitterness towards the church as they have towards the state, particularly in the 19th century. This perhaps explains why anarchism has prospered in countries with strong religious traditions, such as Catholic Spain, France, Italy, and the countries of Latin America, where it has helped to articulate anti-clerical sentiments. Anarchist objections to organized religion serve to highlight broader criticisms of authority in general. Religion, for example, has often been seen as the source of authority itself. The idea of God represents the notion of a supreme being who commands ultimate and unquestionable authority. For anarchists such as Proudhon and Bakunin, an anarchist political philosophy had to be based on the rejection of Christianity, because only then could human beings be regarded as free and independent. Moreover, anarchists have suspected that religious and political authority usually work hand in hand. Bakunin proclaimed that the abolition of the church and the state must be the first and indispensable condition of the true liberation of society. Anarchists view religion as one of the pillars of the state. It propagates an ideology of obedience and submission to both spiritual leaders and earthly rulers. As the Bible says, "Give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's." Earthly rulers have often looked to religion to legitimize their power, most obviously in the doctrine of the divine right of kings. Finally, religion seeks to impose a set of moral principles on the individual, and to establish a code of acceptable behavior. Religious belief requires conformity to standards of good and evil, which are defined and policed by figures of religious authority such as priests, imams, or rabbis. The individual is thus robbed of moral autonomy and the capacity to make ethical judgments. Nevertheless, anarchists do not reject the religious impulse altogether. There is a clear mystical strain within anarchism. Anarchists can be said to hold an essentially spiritual conception of human nature, a utopian belief in the virtually unlimited possibilities of human self-development and in the bonds that unite humanity, and indeed all living things. Early anarchists were sometimes influenced by millenarianism. Indeed, anarchism has often been portrayed as a form of political millenarianism. Modern anarchists have often been attracted to religions such as Daoism and Zen Buddhism, which offer the prospect of personal insight and preach the values of toleration, respect, and natural harmony. Christoyanopoulos, 2011. Millenarianism. A belief in a 1,000-year period of divine rule, political millenarianism offers the prospect of a sudden and complete emancipation from misery and oppression. Economic freedom. Anarchists have rarely seen the overthrow of the state as an end in itself, but have also been interested in challenging the structures of social and economic life. Bakunin, 1973, argued that political power and wealth are inseparable. In the 19th century, anarchists usually worked within the working class movement and subscribed to a broadly socialist philosophy. Capitalism, CP 97, was understood in class terms: a ruling class exploits and oppresses the masses. However, this ruling class was not, in line with Marxism, interpreted in narrow economic terms, but was seen to encompass all those who command wealth, power, or privilege in society. It therefore included kings and princes, politicians and state officials, judges and police officers, and bishops and priests, as well as industrialists and bankers. Bakunin thus argued that, in every developed society, three social groups can be identified: a vast majority who are exploited, a minority who are exploited but also exploit others in equal measure, and the supreme governing estate, a small minority of exploiters and oppressors pure and simple. Hence, 19th-century anarchists identified themselves with the poor and oppressed and sought to carry out a social revolution in the name of the exploited masses, in which both capitalism and the state would be swept away. However, it is the economic structure of life that most keenly exposes tensions within anarchism. While many anarchists acknowledge a kinship with socialism, based on a common distaste for property and inequality, others have defended property rights and even revered competitive capitalism. This highlights the distinction between the two major anarchist traditions, one of which is collectivist and the other individualist. Collectivist anarchists advocate an economy based on cooperation and collective ownership, while individualist anarchists support the market and private property. Despite such fundamental differences, anarchists nevertheless agree about their distaste for the economic systems that dominated much of the 20th century. All anarchists oppose the managed capitalism that flourished in Western countries after 1945. Collectivist anarchists argue that state intervention merely props up a system of class exploitation and gives capitalism a human face. Individualist anarchists suggest that intervention distorts the competitive market and creates economies dominated by both public and private monopolies. Anarchists have been even more united in their disapproval of Soviet-style state socialism. Individualist anarchists object to the violation of property rights and individual freedom that, they argue, occurs in a planned economy. Collectivist anarchists argue that state socialism is a contradiction in terms, in that the state merely replaces the capitalist class as the main source of exploitation. Anarchists of all kinds have a preference for an economy in which free individuals manage their own affairs without the need for state ownership or regulation. However, this has allowed them to endorse a number of quite different economic systems, ranging from anarcho-communism to anarcho-capitalism. Collectivist anarchism. The philosophical roots of collectivist anarchism, sometimes called anarcho-collectivism or social anarchism, lie in socialism rather than liberalism. Anarchist conclusions can be reached by pushing socialist collectivism to its limits. Collectivism is, in essence, the belief that human beings are social animals, better suited to working together for the common good than striving for individual self-interest. Collectivist anarchism, sometimes called social anarchism, stresses the human capacity for social solidarity, or what Kropotkin termed mutual aid. As pointed out earlier, this does not amount to a naive belief in natural goodness, but rather highlights the potential for goodness that resides within all human beings. Human beings are, at heart, sociable, gregarious and cooperative creatures. In this light, the natural and proper relationship between and among people is one of sympathy, affection, and harmony. When people are linked together by the recognition of a common humanity, they have no need to be regulated or controlled by government, as Bakunin, 1973, proclaimed. Social solidarity is the first human law, freedom is the second law. Not only is government unnecessary but, in replacing freedom with oppression, it also makes social solidarity impossible. Philosophical and ideological overlaps between anarchism and socialism, particularly Marxist socialism, are evident in the fact that anarchists have often worked within a broad revolutionary socialist movement. For example, the First International, 1864–72, was set up by supporters of Proudhon and Marx. A number of clear theoretical parallels can be identified between collectivist anarchism and Marxism. Both fundamentally reject capitalism, regarding it as a system of class exploitation and structural injustice. Have endorsed revolution as the preferred means of bringing about political change. exhibit a preference for the collective ownership of wealth and the communal organization of social life. Believe that a fully communist society would be anarchic, expressed by Marx in the theory of the withering away of the state. Agree that human beings have the ultimate capacity to order their affairs without the need for political authority. Nevertheless, anarchism and socialism diverge at a number of points. This occurs most clearly in relation to parliamentary socialism. Anarchists dismiss parliamentary socialism as a contradiction in terms. Not only is it impossible to reform or humanize capitalism through the corrupt and corrupting mechanisms of government, but also any expansion in the role and responsibilities of the state can only serve to entrench oppression, albeit in the name of equality and social justice. The bitterest disagreement between collectivist anarchists and Marxists centers on their rival conceptions of the transition from capitalism to communism. Marxists have called for a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. They nevertheless argue that this proletarian state will wither away as capitalist class antagonisms abate. In this view, state power is nothing but a reflection of the class system, the state being, in essence, an instrument of class oppression. Anarchists, on the other hand, regard the state as evil and oppressive in its own right. It is, by its very nature, a corrupt and corrupting body. They therefore draw no distinction between bourgeois states and proletarian states. Genuine revolution, for an anarchist, requires not only the overthrow of capitalism but also the immediate and final overthrow of state power. The state cannot be allowed to wither away, it must be abolished. Nevertheless, anarcho-collectivism has taken a variety of forms. The most significant of these are mutualism, anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism, mutualism. The anarchist belief in social solidarity has been used to justify various forms of cooperative behavior. At one extreme, it has led to a belief in pure communism, but it has also generated the more modest ideas of mutualism, associated with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. In a sense, Proudhon's libertarian socialism stands between the individualist and collectivist traditions of anarchism, Proudhon's ideas sharing much in common with those of U.S. individualists such as Josiah Warren, CP 152. In What is Property? 1840 1970, Proudhon came up with the famous statement that property is theft, and condemned a system of economic exploitation based on the accumulation of capital. Nevertheless, unlike Marx, Proudhon was not opposed to all forms of private property, distinguishing between property and what he called possessions. In particular, he admired the independence and initiative of small communities of peasants, craftsmen, and artisans, especially the watchmakers of Switzerland, who had traditionally managed their affairs on the basis of mutual cooperation. Proudhon therefore sought, through mutualism, to establish a system of property ownership that would avoid exploitation and promote social harmony. Social interaction in such a system would be voluntary, mutually beneficial, and harmonious, thus requiring no regulation or interference by government. Proudhon's followers tried to put these ideas into practice by setting up mutual credit banks in France and Switzerland, which provided cheap loans for investors and charged a rate of interest only high enough to cover the cost of running the bank, but not so high that it made a profit. Mutualism. A system of fair and equitable exchange, in which individuals or groups bargain with one another, trading goods and services without profiteering or exploitation. Anarcho-syndicalism. Although mutualism and anarcho-communism exerted significant influence within the broader socialist movement in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, anarchism only developed into a mass movement in its own right in the form of anarcho-syndicalism. Syndicalism is a form of revolutionary trade unionism, drawing its name from the French word syndicate, meaning union or group. Syndicalism emerged first in France, and was embraced by the powerful CGT Union in the period before 1914. Syndicalist ideas spread to Italy, Latin America, the USA and, most significantly, Spain, where the country's largest union, the CNT, supported them. Syndicalism draws on socialist ideas and advances a theory of stark class war. Workers and peasants are seen to constitute an oppressed class, and industrialists, landlords, politicians, judges, and the police are portrayed as exploiters. Workers defend themselves by organizing syndicates or unions, based on particular crafts, industries, or professions. In the short term, these syndicates act as conventional trade unions, raising wages, shortening hours, and improving working conditions. However, syndicalists are also revolutionaries, who look forward to the overthrow of capitalism and the seizure of power by the workers. In Reflections on Violence, 1908-1950, Georges Sorel, 1847-1922, the influential French syndicalist theorist, argued that such a revolution would come about through a general strike, a revolution of empty hands. Sorel believed that the general strike was a political myth, a symbol of working-class power, capable of inspiring popular revolt. Political ideologies in action. Spain during the Civil War. Events. The Spanish Civil War began in July 1936 with a failed army coup, led by General Franco, against the duly elected Popular Front government. Spain then fell into a civil war which continued until 1939, when Franco and the nationalists finally prevailed over the Republicans. The outbreak of the Spanish Civil War nevertheless sparked a social revolution, as agrarian and workers' collectives were set up across much of the country, but particularly in Catalonia, Aragon, Andalusia, and parts of the Valencian community. Much of the economy of Spain was put under workers' control, including, from July until October 1936, virtually all production and distribution in Barcelona, the center of urban collectivization. An estimated 8 million people participated directly or indirectly in what became known as the Spanish Revolution. Significance: the Spanish Revolution has often been viewed as the greatest ever experiment in anarchism. Dolgoff, 1974, claimed that it came closer to realizing the ideal of a free stateless society on a vast scale than any other revolution in history. It certainly corresponded closely to the anarchist conception of social revolution. The collectivization effort was orchestrated, for the most part, by grassroots anarchist and socialist trade unionists, often members of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT or its more radical counterpart, the FAI, or members of the socialist UGT. However, this was essentially a leaderless revolution. None of the leaders of the leftist or trade union organizations called for a revolution. Instead, the collectivizations were a spontaneous response by legions of anonymous laborers to the need to get production on the land and in factories up and running again. Mintz, 2012. The collectives, moreover, operated on the basis of self-management and direct democracy, in line with the principle of voluntary authority. And yet, the great anarchist experiment was short-lived, lasting barely a year. Rather than succumbing to the pitfalls of leaderless organization, its failure had more to do with the tendency within the CNT, FAI leadership towards collaborationism. Prioritizing the civil war over the revolution, anarchist leaders acted to constrain, isolate, and ultimately defeat grassroots opposition to governmentalism, helping, in the process, to bring the collectives under government not workers' control. This trend was consolidated by a willingness of anarchist leaders to take ministerial posts in the government, ending the CNT's tradition of independence from political parties and its commitment to revolution through direct action. While syndicalist theory was at times unsystematic and confused, it nevertheless exerted a strong attraction for anarchists who wished to spread their ideas among the masses. As anarchists entered the syndicalist movement, they developed the distinctive ideas of anarcho-syndicalism. Two features of syndicalism inspired particular anarchist enthusiasm. First, syndicalists rejected conventional politics as corrupting and pointless. Working class power, they believed, should be exerted through direct action, boycotts, sabotage, and strikes, and ultimately a general strike. Second, anarchists saw the syndicate as a model for the decentralized, non-hierarchic society of the future. Syndicates typically exhibited a high degree of grassroots democracy and formed federations with other syndicates, either in the same area or in the same industry. Although anarcho-syndicalism enjoyed genuine mass support, at least until the Spanish Civil War, it failed to achieve its revolutionary objectives. Beyond the rather vague idea of the general strike, anarcho-syndicalism did not develop a clear political strategy or a theory of revolution. Other anarchists have criticized syndicalism for concentrating too narrowly on short-term trade union goals, and therefore for leading anarchism away from revolution and towards reformism. Political myth. A belief that has the capacity to provoke political action by virtue of its emotional power rather than through an appeal to reason. Direct action. Political action taken outside the constitutional and legal framework. Direct action may range from passive resistance to terrorism. Anarcho-communism. In its most radical form, a belief in social solidarity leads in the direction of collectivism and full communism. Sociable and gregarious human beings should lead a shared and communal existence. For example, labor is a social experience, people work in common with fellow human beings and the wealth they produce should therefore be owned in common by the community, rather than by any single individual. In this sense, all forms of private property are theft, they represent the exploitation of workers, who alone create wealth, by employers who merely own it. Furthermore, private property encourages selfishness and, particularly offensive to the anarchist, promotes conflict and social disharmony. Inequality in the ownership of wealth fosters greed, envy, and resentment, and therefore breeds crime and disorder. Anarcho-communism stresses the human potential for cooperation, expressed most famously by Peter Kropotkin's theory of mutual aid. Kropotkin attempted to provide a biological foundation for social solidarity via a re-examination of Darwin's theory of evolution. Whereas social thinkers such as Herbert Spencer, 1820–1903, had used Darwinism to support the idea that humankind is naturally competitive and aggressive, Kropotkin argued that species are successful precisely because they manage to harness collective energies through cooperation. The process of evolution thus strengthens sociability and favors cooperation over competition. Successful species, such as the human species, must, Kropotkin concluded, have a strong propensity for mutual aid. Kropotkin argued that while mutual aid had flourished in, for example, the city-states of ancient Greece and medieval Europe, it had been subverted by competitive capitalism, threatening the further evolution of the human species. Although Proudhon had warned that communism could only be brought about by an authoritarian state, anarcho-communists such as Kropotkin and Enrico Malatesta, 1853–1932, argued that true communism requires the abolition of the state. Anarcho-communists admire small, self-managing communities along the lines of the medieval city-state or the peasant commune. Kropotkin envisaged that an anarchic society would consist of a collection of largely self-sufficient communes, each owning its wealth in common. From the anarcho-communist perspective, the communal organization of social and economic life has three key advantages. First, as communes are based on the principles of sharing and collective endeavor, they strengthen the bonds of compassion and solidarity, and help to keep greed and selfishness at bay. Second, within communes, decisions are made through a process of participatory or direct democracy, which guarantees a high level of popular participation and political equality. Popular self-government is the only form of government that would be acceptable to anarchists. Third, communes are small-scale or human-scale communities, which allow people to manage their own affairs through face-to-face interaction. In the anarchist view, centralization is always associated with depersonalized and bureaucratic social processes. Direct democracy. Popular self-government, characterized by the direct and continuous participation of citizens in the tasks of government. Individualist anarchism. The philosophical basis of individualist anarchism, sometimes called anarcho-individualism, lies in the liberal idea of the sovereign individual. In many ways, anarchist conclusions are reached by pushing liberal individualism to its logical extreme. For example, William Godwin's anarchism amounts to a form of extreme classical liberalism. At the heart of liberalism is a belief in the primacy of the individual and the central importance of individual freedom. In the classical liberal view, freedom is negative, it consists in the absence of external constraints on the individual. When individualism is taken to its extreme, it therefore implies individual sovereignty, the idea that absolute and unlimited authority resides within each human being. From this perspective, any constraint on the individual is evil, but when this constraint is imposed by the state, by definition a sovereign, compulsory, and coercive body, it amounts to an absolute evil. Quite simply, the individual cannot be sovereign in a society ruled by law and government. Individualism and the state are thus irreconcilable principles. As Wolff, 1998, put it, the autonomous man, insofar as he is autonomous, is not subject to the will of another. Key figures in Anarchism. William Godwin, 1756–1836, a British philosopher and novelist, Godwin developed a thoroughgoing critique of authoritarianism that amounted to the first full exposition of anarchist beliefs. Adopting an optimism based on the Enlightenment view of human nature as rational and perfectible, based on education and social conditioning, Godwin argued that humanity would become increasingly capable of self-government, meaning that the need for government, and, with it, war, poverty, crime and violence, would disappear. Godwin's chief political work is Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, 1793. Josiah Warren, 1798–1874, a U.S. individualist anarchist, inventor, and musician, Warren was a founding member of the New Harmony experimental community in Indiana. Drawing on the fundamental principle of the sovereignty of the individual, Warren advocated a system of equitable commerce, which recognized labor as the only legitimate capital and promised to banish both poverty and excessive luxury. His Cincinnati Times store is sometimes seen as the first experiment in mutualism. Warren's key writings include Equitable Commerce, 1852, and True Civilization, 1863. Max Stirner, 1806–56, a German philosopher, Stirner developed an extreme form of individualism, based on egoism, which condemned all checks on personal autonomy. In contrast to other anarchists' stress on moral principles such as justice, reason, and community, Stirner emphasized solely the oneness of the human individual, thereby placing the individual self at the center of the moral universe. Such thinking influenced Nietzsche, CP 212, and later provided a basis for existentialism. Stirner's most important political work is The Ego and His Own, 1845. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–65, a French social theorist, political activist, and largely self-educated printer, Proudhon's writings influenced many 19th-century anarchists, socialists, and communists. His best-known work, What is Property? 1840, attacked both traditional property rights and collective ownership, and argued instead for mutualism, a cooperative productive system geared towards need rather than profit and organized within self-governing communities. In The Federal Principle, 1863, Proudhon proposed that such communities should interact on the basis of federal compacts, although this federal state would have minimal functions. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814–76, a Russian political agitator and revolutionary, Bakunin was one of the key proponents of collectivist anarchism and a leading figure within the 19th-century anarchist movement. Arguing that political power is intrinsically oppressive and placing his faith in human sociability, Bakunin proposed that freedom could only be achieved through collectivism, by which he meant self-governing communities based on voluntary cooperation, the absence of private property, and with rewards reflecting contributions. Bakunin extolled the sacred instinct of revolt and was ferociously anti-theological. Henry David Thoreau, 1817–62, a U.S. author, poet and philosopher, Thoreau's writings had a significant impact on individualist anarchism and, later, on the environmental movement. A follower of transcendentalism, Thoreau's major work, Walden, 1854, described his 2-year experiment in simple living, which emphasized the virtues of self-reliance, contemplation and a closeness to nature. In Civil Disobedience, 1849, he defended the validity of conscientious objection to unjust laws, emphasizing that government should never conflict with individual conscience, but he stopped short of explicitly advocating anarchy. Peter Kropotkin, 1842–1921, a Russian geographer and anarchist theorist, Kropotkin's work was imbued with a scientific spirit, based on a theory of evolution that he proposed as an alternative to Darwin's. By seeing mutual aid as the principal means of human and animal development, he claimed to provide an empirical basis for both anarchism and communism, looking to reconstruct society on the basis of self-management and decentralization. Kropotkin's major works include Mutual Aid, 1902, The Conquest of Bread, 1892, and Fields, Factories, and Workshops, 1898. Murray Rothbard, 1926–95, a U.S. economist and libertarian thinker, Rothbard advocated anarcho-capitalism based on combining an extreme form of Lockean liberalism with Austrian school free market economics. Taking the right of total self-ownership to be a universal ethic, he argued that economic freedom is incompatible with the power of government and became a fierce enemy of the welfare warfare state, championing non-intervention in both domestic and foreign affairs. Rothbard's key writings include Man, Economy, and State, 1962, For a New Liberty, 1978, and The Ethics of Liberty, 1982. Although these arguments are liberal in inspiration, significant differences exist between liberalism and individualist anarchism. First, while liberals accept the importance of individual liberty, they do not believe this can be guaranteed in a stateless society. Classical liberals argue that a minimal or night watchman state is necessary to prevent self-seeking individuals from abusing one another by theft, intimidation, violence, or even murder. Law therefore exists to protect freedom, rather than constrain it. Modern liberals take this argument further, and defend state intervention on the grounds that it enlarges positive freedom. Anarchists, in contrast, believe that individuals can conduct themselves peacefully, harmoniously, and prosperously without the need for government to police society and protect them from their fellow human beings. Anarchists differ from liberals because they believe that free individuals can live and work together constructively because they are rational and moral creatures. Reason and morality dictate that where conflict exists it should be resolved by arbitration or debate, and not by violence. Second, liberals believe that government power can be tamed or controlled by the development of constitutional and representative institutions. Constitutions claim to protect the individual by limiting the power of government and creating checks and balances among its various institutions. Regular elections are designed to force government to be accountable to the general public, or at least a majority of the electorate. Anarchists dismiss the idea of limited, constitutional, or representative government. All laws infringe individual liberty, whether the government that enacts them is constitutional or arbitrary, democratic or dictatorial. In other words, all states are an offense against individual liberty. However, anarcho-individualism has taken a number of forms. The most important of these are egoism, libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism, egoism. The boldest statement of anarchist convictions built on the idea of the sovereign individual is found in Max Stirner's The Ego and His Own, 1845–1971. Like Marx, the German philosopher Stirner, CP 152, was deeply influenced by ideas of Hegel, 1770–1831, but the two arrived at fundamentally different conclusions. Stirner's theories represent an extreme form of individualism. The term egoism can have two meanings. It can suggest that individuals are essentially concerned about their ego or self, that they are self-interested or self-seeking, an assumption that would be accepted by thinkers such as Hobbes or Locke. Self-interestedness, however, can generate conflict among individuals and justify the existence of a state, which would be needed to restrain each individual from harming or abusing others. In Stirner's view, egoism is a philosophy that places the individual self at the center of the moral universe. The individual, from this perspective, should simply act as he or she chooses, without any consideration for laws, social conventions, religious or moral principles. Such a position amounts to a form of nihilism. This is a position that clearly points in the direction of both atheism and an extreme form of individualist anarchism. However, as Stirner's anarchism also dramatically turned its back on the principles of the Enlightenment and contained few proposals about how order could be maintained in a stateless society, it had relatively little impact on the emerging anarchist movement. His ideas nevertheless influenced Nietzsche, CP 212, and 20th-century existentialism. Nihilism. Literally a belief in nothing, the rejection of all moral and political principles. Libertarianism. The individualist argument was more fully developed in the USA by libertarian thinkers such as Henry David Thoreau, CP 153, Lysander Spooner, 1808-87, Benjamin Tucker, 1854-1939, and Josiah Warren, CP 152. Thoreau's quest for spiritual truth and self-reliance led him to flee from civilized life and live for several years in virtual solitude, close to nature, an experience described in Walden, 1854-1983. In his most political work, Civil Disobedience, 1849-1983, Thoreau approved of Jefferson's liberal motto, that government is best which governs least, but adapted it to conform with his own anarchist sentiment, that government is best which governs not at all. For Thoreau, individualism leads in the direction of civil disobedience. The individual has to be faithful to his or her conscience and do only what each believes to be right, regardless of the demands of society or the laws made by government. Thoreau's anarchism places individual conscience above the demands of political obligation. In Thoreau's case, this led him to disobey a U.S. government he thought was acting immorally, both in upholding slavery and in waging war against other countries. Benjamin Tucker took libertarianism further by considering how autonomous individuals could live and work with one another without the danger of conflict or disorder. Two possible solutions to this problem are available to the individualist. The first emphasizes human rationality, and suggests that when conflicts or disagreements develop they can be resolved by reasoned discussion. This, for example, was the position adopted by Godwin, who believed that truth will always tend to displace falsehood. The second solution is to find some sort of mechanism through which the independent actions of free individuals could be brought into harmony with one another. Extreme individualists such as Warren and Tucker believed that this could be achieved through a system of market exchange. Warren thought that individuals have a sovereign right to the property they themselves produce, but are also forced by economic logic to work with others in order to gain the advantages of the division of labor. He suggested that this could be achieved by a system of labor-for-labor exchange, and set up time stores through which one person's labor could be exchanged for a promise to return labor in kind. Tucker argued that genuine anarchism is consistent Manchesterism, referring to the 19th century free trade, free market principles of Richard Cobden and John Bright, Nozick, 1974. Libertarianism. A belief that the individual should enjoy the widest possible realm of freedom. Libertarianism implies the removal of both external and internal constraints upon the individual, CP 78. Anarcho-capitalism. The revival of interest in free market economics in the late 20th century led to increasingly radical political conclusions. New right conservatives, attracted to classical economics, wished to get government off the back of business and allow the economy to be disciplined by market forces, rather than managed by an interventionist state. Right-wing libertarians such as Robert Nozick, CP 85, revived the idea of a minimal state, whose principal function is to protect individual rights. Other thinkers, for instance Ayn Rand, 1905-82, Murray Rothbard, CP 153, and David Friedman, 1973, have pushed free market ideas to their limit and developed a form of anarcho-capitalism. They have argued that government can be abolished and be replaced by unregulated market competition. Property should be owned by sovereign individuals, who may choose, if they wish, to enter into voluntary contracts with others in the pursuit of self-interest. The individual thus remains free, and the market, beyond the control of any single individual or group, regulates all social interaction. Tensions within. Anarchism. Individualist anarchism vs. collectivist anarchism. Ultraliberalism. Ultrasocialism. Extreme individualism. Extreme collectivism. Sovereign individual. Social solidarity. Civil disobedience. Social revolution. Atomism. Organicism. Egoism. Communalism. Market relations. Social obligations. Private property. Common ownership. Anarcho-capitalism. Anarcho-communism. Anarcho-capitalists go well beyond the ideas of free market liberalism. Liberals believe that the market is an effective and efficient mechanism for delivering most goods, but argue that it also has its limits. Some services, such as the maintenance of domestic order, the enforcement of contracts and protection against external attack, are public goods, which must be provided by the state because they cannot be supplied through market competition. Anarcho-capitalists, however, believe that the market can satisfy all human wants. For example, Rothbard, 1978, recognized that in an anarchist society individuals will seek protection from one another, but argued that such protection can be delivered competitively by privately owned protection associations and private courts, without the need for a police force or a state court system. Indeed, according to anarcho-capitalists, profit-making protection agencies would offer a better service than the present police force because competition would provide consumers with a choice, ensuring that agencies are cheap, efficient, and responsive to consumer needs. Similarly, private courts would be forced to develop a reputation for fairness in order to attract custom from individuals wishing to resolve a conflict. Most important, unlike the authority of public bodies, the contracts thus made with private agencies would be entirely voluntary, regulated only by impersonal market forces. Radical though such proposals may sound, the policy of privatization has already made substantial advances in many Western countries. In the USA, several states already use private prisons, and experiments with private courts and arbitration services are well established. In the UK, private prisons and the use of private protection agencies have become commonplace, and schemes such as Neighborhood Watch have helped to transfer responsibility for public order from the police to the community. Roads to anarchy. The problem confronting anarchism in terms of political strategy is that if the state is evil and oppressive, any attempt to win government power or even influence government must be corrupting and unhealthy. For example, electoral politics is based on a model of representative democracy, which anarchists firmly reject. Political power is always oppressive, regardless of whether it is acquired through the ballot box or at the point of a gun. Similarly, anarchists are disenchanted by political parties, both parliamentary and revolutionary, because they are bureaucratic and hierarchic organizations. The idea of an anarchist government, an anarchist political party, or an anarchist politician would therefore appear to be contradictions in terms. As there is no conventional road to anarchy, anarchists have been forced to explore less orthodox means of political activism. The most significant of these are revolutionary violence, direct action, anarcho-pacifism, revolutionary violence. In the 19th century, anarchist leaders tried to rouse the oppressed masses to insurrection and revolt. Michael Bakunin, for example, led a conspiratorial brotherhood, the Alliance for Social Democracy, and took part in anarchist risings in France and Italy. Other anarchists, for example, Malatesta in Italy, the Russian populists and Zapata's revolutionaries in Mexico, worked for a peasant revolution. By the end of the 19th century, many anarchists had turned their attention to the revolutionary potential of the syndicalist movement, and, during the 20th century, anarchism increasingly lost support to the better organized and more tightly disciplined communist movement. Nevertheless, some anarchists continued to place particular emphasis on the revolutionary potential of terrorism and violence. Anarchist violence has been prominent in two periods in particular, in the late 19th century, reaching its peak in the 1890s, and again in the 1970s. Anarchists have employed terrorism or clandestine violence, often involving bombings or assassinations, designed to create an atmosphere of terror or apprehension. Among its victims were Tsar Alexander II, 1881, King Umberto of Italy, 1900, Empress Elizabeth of Austria, 1898, and Presidents Carnot, 1894, of France and McKinley, 1901, of the USA. The typical anarchist terrorist was either a single individual working alone, such as Émile Henry, who was guillotined in 1894 after placing a bomb in the Café Terminus in Paris, or clandestine groups such as the People's Will in Russia, which assassinated Alexander II. Since the 1990s, anarchism has been linked to political violence through the activities of the so-called black blocs, particularly in relation to anti-capitalist or anti-globalization demonstrations. Terrorism. The use of violence to induce a climate of fear or terror in order to further political ends, a clearly pejorative and usually subjective term, CP 314. Practitioners of anarchist violence believe that it always takes place in an ethical and strategic context. Dupuy, 2014. The anarchist case for the use of violence is distinctive, in that militancy, agitation, and sometimes attacks have been thought to be just and fair in themselves and not merely ways of exerting political influence. In the anarchist view, violence is a form of revenge or retribution. Violence originates in the oppression and exploitation that politicians, industrialists, judges, the police, and others inflict on the working masses. Anarchist violence thus merely mirrors the everyday violence of society, and directs it towards those who are really guilty. It is therefore a form of revolutionary justice. In addition, violence is a way of raising political consciousness and stimulating the masses to revolt. Russian populists portrayed violence as propaganda by the deed, in that it demonstrates the weakness and defenselessness of the ruling class, so helping to stimulate popular insurrection. However, in practice, anarchist violence has been counterproductive at best. Far from awakening the masses to the reality of their oppression, political violence has normally provoked public horror and outrage. There is little doubt that the association between anarchism and violence has damaged the image of the ideology and therefore its wider appeal. Furthermore, violence and coercion challenge the state on the territory on which its superiority is most clearly overwhelming. Terrorist attacks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries merely encouraged the state to expand and strengthen its repressive machinery, usually with the backing of public opinion. Direct action. Short of a revolutionary assault on existing society, anarchists have often employed tactics of direct action. Direct action may range from passive resistance to terrorism. Anarcho-syndicalists, for example, refuse to engage in conventional, representative politics, preferring instead to exert direct pressure on employers by boycotting their products, sabotaging machinery, and organizing strike action. The modern anti-capitalist movement, influenced by anarchism, has also employed strategies of mass popular protest and direct political engagement. From the anarchist point of view, direct action has two advantages. The first is that it is uncontaminated by the processes of government and the machinery of the state. Political discontent and opposition can therefore be expressed openly and honestly. Oppositional forces are not diverted in a constitutional direction and cannot be managed by professional politicians. The second strength of direct action is that it is a form of popular political activism that can be organized on the basis of decentralization and participatory decision-making. This is sometimes seen as the new politics, which turns away from established parties, interest groups, and representative processes towards a more innovative and theatrical form of protest politics. The clear impact of anarchism can be seen in the tendency of so-called new social movements, such as the feminist, environmental, gay rights and anti-globalization movements, to engage in this form of anti-political politics. Nevertheless, direct action also has its drawbacks. Notably, it may damage public support by leaving political groups and movements that employ it open to the charge of irresponsibility or extremism. Moreover, although direct action attracts media and public attention, it may restrict political influence because it defines the group or movement as a political outsider that is unable to gain access to the process of public policy making. New politics. A style of politics that distrusts representative mechanism and bureaucratic processes in favor of strategies of popular mobilization and direct action. Anarcho-pacifism. In practice, most anarchists see violence as tactically misguided, while others, following Godwin and Proudhon, regard it as abhorrent in principle. These latter anarchists have often been attracted to the principles of nonviolence and pacifism developed by the Russian novelist Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910, and Mahatma Gandhi, CP 185. Although neither of them can properly be classified as anarchists, both, in different ways, expressed ideas that were sympathetic to anarchism. In his political writings, Tolstoy developed the image of a corrupt and false modern civilization. He suggested that salvation could be achieved by living according to religious principles and returning to a simple, rural existence, based on the traditional lifestyle of the Russian peasantry. For Tolstoy, 1937, Christian respect for life required that no person would employ violence against anyone, and under no consideration. Gandhi campaigned against racial discrimination and led the movement for India's independence from the UK, eventually granted in 1947. His political method was based on the idea of satyagraha, or nonviolent resistance, influenced both by the teachings of Tolstoy and Hindu religious principles. The principle of nonviolence has appealed to anarchists for two reasons. First, it reflects a respect for human beings as moral and autonomous creatures, who are entitled to be treated with compassion and respect. Second, nonviolence has been attractive as a political strategy. To refrain from the use of force, especially when subjected to intimidation and provocation, demonstrates the strength and moral purity of one's convictions. However, the anarchists who have been attracted to the principles of pacifism and nonviolence have tended to shy away from mass political activism, preferring instead to build model communities that reflect the principles of cooperation and mutual respect. They hope that anarchist ideas will be spread not by political campaigns and demonstrations, but through the stark contrast between the peacefulness and contentment enjoyed within such communities, and the quiet desperation, in Thoreau's words, that typifies life in conventional society. Pacifism. A commitment to peace and a rejection of war or violence in any circumstances. Pacific derives from the Latin and means peacemaking. Anarchism in a global age. The success, or failure, of anarchism is difficult to judge because anarchist ideology explicitly rejects mainstream accounts of what constitutes politics and the political. It is nevertheless clear that, despite not existing as a significant political movement for much of the 20th century, anarchism has stubbornly refused to die. Early signs of an anarchist revival came with the emergence of the New Left, CP 121, and the New Right, both of which exhibited libertarian tendencies bearing the imprint of anarchist thinking. The New Left encompassed a broad range of movements that were prominent in the 1960s and early 1970s, including student activism, anti-colonialism, feminism and environmentalism. The unifying theme within the New Left was the goal of liberation, understood to mean personal fulfillment, and it endorsed an activist style of politics based on popular protest and direct action, clearly influenced by anarchism. The new right also emphasized the importance of individual freedom, but believed that this could only be guaranteed by market competition. By highlighting what they saw as the evils of state intervention, anarcho-capitalists were prominent in the rediscovery of free market economics. By emphasizing the coercive and destructive nature of political power, anarchism also helped to counter statist tendencies within other ideologies, notably, socialism, liberalism and conservatism. However, during this period anarchism's significance was less that it provided an ideological basis for acquiring and retaining political power, and more that it challenged, and thereby fertilized, other political creeds. This nevertheless changed with the upsurge in anti-capitalist protest from the late 1990s onwards. Unlike the New Left activists of the 1960s, who predominantly claimed to be inspired by some form of libertarian socialism, often rooted in Marxist thinking, many contemporary anti-capitalist activists call themselves anarchists. Some have even suggested that this has reversed the process in the period after World War I, when anarchism was supplanted by Marxism as the leading form of radical left-wing thinking. But what accounts for this reanimation of anarchism? The most significant factor is that, by virtue of its enduring emphasis on autonomy, participation, decentralization, and equality, anarchism has been particularly effective in articulating concerns about the capacity of global capitalism to imprint its values, assumptions, and institutions potentially across all parts of the world. It has also offered a style of activism, based on protest, agitation, and direct action, through which these concerns can be expressed politically. The clearest manifestation of this new anarchism has been the activist-based theatrical politics that was first employed during the so-called Battle of Seattle in 1999, when some 50,000 activists forced the cancellation of the opening ceremony of a World Trade Organization meeting, and has been used in most subsequent anti-capitalist protests. Anarchism's attractiveness to, often young, anti-capitalist activists is bolstered by a variety of factors. These include new anarchism's resistance to compromise for the sake of political expediency, born out of a suspicion of structures and hierarchies of all kinds, its rejection of consumerism, symbolized by opposition to global goods and brand culture, and the fact that, in appearing to eschew worked-out strategy and systematic analysis, unlike traditional anarchism, it offers a form of politics that is decidedly in the moment. The theoretical link between anarchism and resistance to globalization, and especially the hegemonic ambitions of the USA, has nevertheless been articulated through the writings of Noam Chomsky, 1999-2003, whose thinking is rooted in anarchist assumptions, especially in that he questions the legitimacy of entrenched power. Chomsky, 2013. Consumerism. A psychic and social phenomenon whereby personal happiness is equated with the consumption of material possessions. Key concept: anti-capitalism. The term anti-capitalism has been associated since the late 1990s with the so-called anti-capitalist, or anti-globalization, anti-corporate, anti-neoliberal, alternative globalization or global justice movement. Anti-capitalism refers to an ideological stance that seeks to expose and contest the discourses and practices of neoliberal globalization, thereby giving a political voice to the disparate range of peoples and groups who have been marginalized or disenfranchised through the rise of global capitalism. However, there is no systematic and coherent anti-capitalist critique of neoliberal globalization, still less a unified vision of an anti-capitalist future. While some in the movement adopt a Marxist-style critique of capitalism, many others seek merely to remove the worst excesses of capitalism, and some simply strive to create a better world. Nevertheless, there are doubts about the extent to which the link between anarchism and resistance to globalization provides the basis for a long-term and meaningful revival of anarchism as a political movement. In the first place, the anarchism that many anti-capitalist protesters espouse is better thought of as an anarchist impulse or an anarchist sensibility, in that it does not involve an attempt to deal with anarchism as an ideological system, still less to build on the ideas of classic anarchist thinkers. For example, Earlier theoretical debates between anarchists and Marxists about strategy and political organization are entirely alien to the spirit of new anarchism. Thus, although the chief focus of anarchist hostility may have shifted away from the twin targets of the state and industrial capitalism and towards global capitalism, a distinctively anarchist critique of global capitalism has yet to emerge, even in the writings of Chomsky, that corresponds with the old-style anarchist critique of the state. Second, not only does anarchism operate within a highly diverse and sometimes fragmented anti-capitalist movement, but the anarchist element within this movement is itself highly eclectic. The fact that new anarchism is post-ideological, in that it lacks a theoretical core, and ranges over issues as diverse as pollution and environmental degradation, animal rights, consumerism, urban development, gender relations, and global inequality, may help to widen the appeal of the anarchist impulse but, arguably, at the cost of its political effectiveness. Although anarchism may keep alive the idea that a better world is possible, it offers few ideas about how that better world would operate or, strategically, how it could be achieved. Nationalism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: for the love of country. Types of nationalism. Nationalism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. The word nation has been used since the 13th century and derives from the Latin naci, meaning to be born. In the form of natio, it referred to a group of people united by birth or birthplace. In its original usage, nation thus implied a breed of people or a racial group, but possessed no political significance. It was not until the late 18th century that the term acquired political overtones, as individuals and groups started to be classified as nationalists. The term nationalism was first used in print in 1789 by the anti-Jacobin French priest Augustin Barruel. By the mid-19th century, nationalism was widely recognized as a political doctrine or movement, for example, as a major ingredient of the revolutions that swept across Europe in 1848. Nationalism can be defined broadly as the belief that the nation is the central principle of political organization. As such, it is based on two core assumptions. First, humankind is naturally divided into distinct nations and, second, the nation is the most appropriate, and perhaps only legitimate, unit of political rule. Classical political nationalism therefore set out to bring the borders of the state into line with the boundaries of the nation. Within so-called nation-states, nationality and citizenship would therefore coincide. However, nationalism is a complex and highly diverse ideological phenomenon. Not only are there distinctive political, cultural, and ethnic forms of nationalism, but the political implications of nationalism have also been wide-ranging and sometimes contradictory. Although nationalism has been associated with a principled belief in national self-determination, based on the assumption that all nations are equal, it has also been used to defend traditional institutions and the established social order, as well as to fuel programs of war, conquest, and imperialism. Nationalism, moreover, has been linked to widely contrasting ideological traditions, ranging from liberalism to fascism. Origins and development. The idea of nationalism was born during the French Revolution. Previously, countries had been thought of as realms, principalities, or kingdoms. The inhabitants of a country were subjects, their political identity being formed by an allegiance to a ruler or ruling dynasty, rather than any sense of national identity or patriotism. However, the revolutionaries in France who rose up against Louis XVI in 1789 did so in the name of the people, and understood the people to be the French nation. Their ideas were influenced by the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, CP 184, and the new doctrine of popular self-government. Nationalism was therefore a revolutionary and democratic creed, reflecting the idea that subjects of the crown should become citizens of France. The nation should be its own master. However, such ideas were not the exclusive property of the French. During the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, 1792 to 1815, much of continental Europe was invaded by France, giving rise to both resentment against France and a desire for independence. In Italy and Germany, long divided into a collection of states, the experience of conquest helped to forge, for the first time, a consciousness of national unity, expressed in a new language of nationalism, inherited from France. Nationalist ideas also spread to Latin America in the early 19th century, where Simón Bolívar, 1783–1830, the liberator, led revolutions against Spanish rule in what was then New Granada, now the countries of Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador, as well as in Peru and Bolivia. In many respects, nationalism developed into the most successful and compelling of political creeds, helping to shape and reshape history in many parts of the world for over 200 years. The rising tide of nationalism redrew the map of Europe in the 19th century as the autocratic and multinational empires of Turkey, Austria, and Russia started to crumble in the face of liberal and nationalist pressure. In 1848, nationalist uprisings broke out in the Italian states, among the Czechs and the Hungarians, and in Germany, where the desire for national unity was expressed in the creation of the short-lived Frankfurt Parliament. The 19th century was a period of nation-building. Italy, once dismissed by the Austrian Chancellor Metternich as a mere geographical expression, became a united state in 1861, the process of unification being completed with the acquisition of Rome in 1870. Germany, formerly a collection of 39 states, was unified in 1871, following the Franco-Prussian War. Nation. A collection of people bound together by shared values and traditions, a common language, religion, and history, and usually occupying the same geographical area, CP 170. Independence. The process through which a nation is liberated from foreign rule, usually involving the establishment of sovereign statehood. Key concept. Patriotism. Patriotism, from the Latin patria, meaning fatherland, is a sentiment, a psychological attachment to one's nation, literally a love of one's country. The terms nationalism and patriotism are often confused. Nationalism has a doctrinal character and embodies the belief that the nation is in some way the central principle of political organization. Patriotism provides the effective basis for that belief, and thus underpins all forms of nationalism. It is difficult to conceive of a national group demanding, say, political independence without possessing at least a measure of patriotic loyalty or national consciousness. However, not all patriots are nationalists. Not all of those who identify with, or even love, their nation, see it as a means through which political demands can be articulated. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to assume that nationalism was either an irresistible or a genuinely popular movement during this period. Enthusiasm for nationalism was largely restricted to the rising middle classes, who were attracted to the ideas of national unity and constitutional government. Although middle-class nationalist movements kept the dream of national unity or independence alive, they were nowhere strong enough to accomplish the process of nation-building on their own. Where nationalist goals were realized, as in Italy and Germany, it was because nationalism coincided with the ambition of rising states such as Piedmont and Prussia. For example, German unification owed more to the Prussian army, which defeated Denmark in 1864, Austria in 1866, and France in 1870–71, than it did to the liberal nationalist movement. However, by the end of the 19th century nationalism had become a truly popular movement, with the spread of flags, national anthems, patriotic poetry and literature, public ceremonies and national holidays. Nationalism became the language of mass politics, made possible by the growth of primary education, mass literacy, and the spread of popular newspapers. The character of nationalism also changed. Nationalism had previously been associated with liberal and progressive movements, but was taken up increasingly by conservative and reactionary politicians. Nationalism came to stand for social cohesion, order, and stability, particularly in the face of the growing challenge of socialism, which embodied the ideas of social revolution and international working class solidarity. Nationalism sought to integrate the increasingly powerful working class into the nation, and so to preserve the established social structure. Patriotic fervor was no longer aroused by the prospect of political liberty or democracy, but by the commemoration of past national glories and military victories. Such nationalism became increasingly chauvinistic and xenophobic. Each nation claimed its own unique or superior qualities, while other nations were regarded as alien, untrustworthy, even menacing. This new climate of popular nationalism helped to fuel policies of imperialism, CP 166, that intensified dramatically in the 1870s and 1880s and, by the end of the century, had brought most of the world's population under European control. It also contributed to a mood of international rivalry and suspicion, which led to World War in 1914. Unification. The process through which a collection of separate political entities, usually sharing cultural characteristics, are integrated into a single state. Chauvinism. Uncritical and unreasoned dedication to a cause or group, typically based on a belief in its superiority, as in national chauvinism or male chauvinism. Xenophobia. A fear or hatred of foreigners, pathological ethnocentrism. Key concept. Imperialism. Imperialism is, broadly, the policy of extending the power or rule of the state beyond its boundaries, typically through the establishment of an empire. In its earliest usage, imperialism was an ideology that supported military expansion and imperial acquisition, usually by drawing on nationalist and racialist doctrines. In its traditional form, imperialism involves the establishment of formal political domination or colonialism and reflects the expansion of state power through a process of conquest and, possibly, settlement. Neo-imperialism, sometimes called neocolonialism, is characterized less by political control and more by economic and ideological domination. It is often seen as a product of structural imbalances in the international economy and or biases that operate within the institutions of global economic governance. The end of World War I saw the completion of the process of nation building in Central and Eastern Europe. At the Paris Peace Conference, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson advocated the principle of national self-determination. The German, Austro-Hungarian, and Russian empires were broken up and 8 new states created, including Finland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland and Yugoslavia. These new countries were designed to be nation-states that conformed to the geography of existing national or ethnic groups. However, World War I failed to resolve the serious national tensions that had precipitated conflict in the first place. Indeed, the experience of defeat and disappointment with the terms of the peace treaties left an inheritance of frustrated ambition and bitterness. This was most evident in Germany, Italy, and Japan, where fascist or authoritarian movements came to power in the interwar period by promising to restore national pride through policies of expansion and empire. Nationalism was therefore a powerful factor leading to war in both 1914 and 1939. During the 20th century, the doctrine of nationalism, which had been born in Europe, spread throughout the globe as the peoples of Asia and Africa rose in opposition to colonial rule. The process of colonialism had involved not only the establishment of political control and economic dominance, but also the importation of Western ideas, including nationalism, which began to be used against the colonial masters themselves. Nationalist uprisings took place in Egypt in 1919 and quickly spread throughout the Middle East. The Anglo-Afghan War also broke out in 1919, and rebellions took place in India, the Dutch East Indies and Indochina. After 1945, the map of Africa and Asia was redrawn as the British, French, Dutch, and Portuguese empires each disintegrated in the face of nationalist movements that either succeeded in negotiating independence or winning wars of national liberation. Nation-state. A sovereign political association within which citizenship and nationality overlap, one nation within a single state. Empire. A structure of domination in which diverse cultural, ethnic, or nation groups are subjected to a single source of authority. Anti-colonialism not only witnessed the spread of Western-style nationalism to the developing world, but also generated new forms of nationalism. Nationalism in the developing world has embraced a wide range of movements. In China, Vietnam, and parts of Africa, nationalism has been fused with Marxism, and national liberation has been regarded not simply as a political goal but as part of a social revolution. Elsewhere, developing world nationalism has been anti-Western, rejecting both liberal democratic and revolutionary socialist conceptions of nationhood. This has been particularly evident in the rise of forms of religious nationalism and especially in the emergence of religious fundamentalism. The relationship between nationalism and religious fundamentalism, CP 188, is examined later in the chapter, in association with post-colonial nationalism. Core themes: for the love of country. To treat nationalism as an ideology in its own right is to encounter at least three problems. The first is that nationalism is sometimes classified as a political doctrine rather than a fully fledged ideology. Whereas, for instance, liberalism, conservatism and socialism constitute complex sets of interrelated ideas and values, nationalism, the argument goes, is at heart the simple belief that the nation is the natural and proper unit of government. The drawback of this view is that it focuses only on what might be regarded as classical political nationalism.